For those of you listening who are still wondering why the whole red pill thing is a thing, have I got a story for you. And it's a true story. A true story so dark and bizarre that it's too dark and bizarre to be fiction. If you put some of this stuff in a novel, most readers would find it completely unbelievable. But, of course, truth really is stranger than fiction. And this particular true horror story centers, at least in the beginning, on two sisters who had each been married for over 10 years, each had 5 young children with their husbands, and each decided to blow up their families at just about the same time. Now, each of the sisters then went on to lie in the most terrible, serious, and deadly ways in order to claim total legal, moral, and financial advantage. They both went so far as to lie about the sexual abuse of children in order to obliterate, the men they targeted, the fathers of their children that were in their crosshairs. They wanted to destroy them totally, and what better way to do that these days in this system than by lying about the sexual abuse of children? So that's what they did. Fortunately, the obvious and blatant lies were quickly dismissed as absurd fictions, and just as obviously became understood as predictable tools of legal maneuvering, of ways to work the system, to destroy dishonestly. But they were not discovered or treated as obvious blatant lies until they had the chance to serve their purpose and do their damage. Now, sadly, and this has a lot to do with the whole red pill thing, these days, this part of the story might not sound all that shocking at all, except for the two sisters part. Two sisters doing this kind of evil at the same time. Now, that's pretty weird, even these days. But things get a whole lot more weird than that and unexpectedly dark from there. Darker, much darker. Thanks to the involvement of, you didn't guess it, Reformed Christian Presbyterians. Yes, Reformed Christian Presbyterians. I mean, normally you might think that Reformed Christian Presbyterians, who tend to brand and market themselves as these super duper serious Christians who are all about taking the Bible seriously and loving Jesus and all of that, you might think that those Presbyterians came in to help in a story like this, save the day, clean up the mess, help with the carnage caused by these women using the most vile of weapons, deadly weapons, to destroy their own families for financial gain. You might think that about the Presbyterians based on their press, their marketing, what they pitched themselves to be. But if you thought that, you'd be totally wrong, completely, because these Presbyterians in this true life horror story, they're the ones who fueled, promoted, and even funded the women who did these things to their families. Let that sink in. The sisters in this story are named Holly and Chelsea. And one of the key Presbyterians in the story is a male, can't really say man, by the name of Timothy Yarborough, who is platformed as an elder by a small Presbyterian church in a small Presbyterian denomination called the Free Presbyterian Church of North America. There are many other characters in this story, of course, and we're going to get around to a lot of them, and names will be named, details will be provided. But these are the 3 key figures that we'll get to know right out of the gate here as we roll into the following video. Now, be warned, this video is super long, raw, and unpolished for reasons that the beginning of the video will explain itself. The video is a detailed response to a 2-hour-plus interview with one of the sisters in the Chelsea-Holly combo. This would be Holly, who recently appeared, ironically, on a podcast called Beyond the Monsters. Which brings us neatly back to the topic of red pilling. Why do more and more men realize that the obviously feminized church is pathetic and, even worse, overtly hostile to men and masculinity? Why do these men increasingly recognize the state-run and Presbyterian-promoted marriage scam as just that? a scam specifically designed to incentivize women to destroy families and pillage men with ease. Why do these men, the ones who actually read the Bible and do take it seriously, the ones who actually love Jesus, why do these men increasingly recognize that people like the Christian leaders in this story are total frauds and sellouts who not only do not believe in the biblical standards that they pitch and impose on others, but they actually work hard to advance the exact opposite of those very same biblical standards when it serves their little kingdoms and their little ministries as they build followings of fawning feminists of both genders. If you want to at least begin to get serious answers to these important questions, this video might be a very good place for you to start. So without further ado, let's buckle up and get ready to roll through the special hell made by these Reformed Christians as they crap all over the name of Jesus and destroy families for fun and profit for the sake of feminism. About an hour ago, I came across an interview that was done by my ex-wife. She was interviewed on a podcast or a show. I'd never heard of it before, but it's called Beyond the Monsters. And obviously, when I saw that my ex-wife was doing this sort of thing now, I thought, well, this is something I need to check out. I need to listen to this. And it's long. It's over a 2-hour interview. And so I listened to the first 2 or 3 minutes. I got a general sense of it. And then I sort of skipped around just to get a sense of what's discussed, some of the things she touches on later, or that they touch on in the 2-hour plus video. And after skipping a little and listening to a total of maybe 4 or 5 minutes, including 3 or 4 minutes at the beginning, I thought, what might be cool, and it might not, we'll see. But I thought it might be interesting for me to record real-time first encounter kind of reaction to what Holly shared in this video. Because while I can anticipate a lot of what's going to be in here, obviously, I don't really know for certain, and I'm very curious because I'm sure this is about me. A lot of this is aimed at me. And so I thought what I'd do is I'd record this real time, and I think there's some value in having that raw, real-time reaction captured and recorded just for posterity's sake. Because I've been planning in late February to roll out this new Red Pill Christian project that has been inspired largely by what I've endured through the last couple of years and how important it's become to me to have to tackle a lot of these subjects that have inspired the general Red Pill movement and try to tackle them in a Christian way, an explicitly Christian way, as I understand that. I'm just one guy with opinions, and I'm not intending to throw anything out there as the authoritative Christian take on things. It's just one Christian guy's take. But I do see the importance when we're seeing people like Andrew Tate and so many people out there who are being, in my opinion, they're being propelled to these stratospheric heights of influence in large part, first of all, through the neglect of serious Christians to engage with real subjects that are affecting everyone in the culture, especially children and especially men. But it's also a problem that's being caused by seriously feministic, woke, and this is going to sound like an impossible mix, but Reformed Christians, particularly Presbyterians. I don't know why this is so, but my experience lately, and I'm going to get into a lot of it as we go here, has inspired this desire, a real passion to dive into these red pill topics, red pill subject matter, and try to engage in conversations on these things from a serious Christian perspective. So that I thought was valuable. And then but I was planning on doing it a certain way at the end of February. And then when I came across this interview by Holly, I thought, well, maybe the first video should be me just recording a reaction and a real time one. At first I thought, well, maybe I'll go slow and break it up and do a polished sort of dissection of the whole thing. And there could be value to that. And I don't know what's in here, so maybe I'll end up doing some of that in the future. But I thought there'd be something particularly cool about getting that raw, real-time reaction the first time through. So that's what I'm going to be doing here. And a couple things I encourage people to keep in mind. One of them just has to do with the importance of truth and justice. And this sounds corny, like I'm starting a Superman promo or something, but truth has got to be paramount. It's got to be the thing we're after. And really, Jesus, we understand as Christians, is literally the personification of truth, and not just some truth, all truth. Truth has got to be our thing as Christians. We have to want truth. And one of the most disturbing things I've experienced by interacting with, in particular, a guy named Timothy Yarbrough, and we'll be getting a lot into him as things roll on in this video and in many things I'll be producing in the near future. And his kind of lackeys or hangers on is they have a contempt for truth that's very open and clear. They'll boldly dismiss desires for truth, expressions of desire to get to the truth. And you'll understand more about what I mean by that, I think, as we go on here. And so this idea of truth, though, it's critical. We have to want to pursue truth, and we have to want equal standards of justice for everyone. And this goes to that idea of do unto others as you would have done unto you. That idea of we want to be treated by people a certain way. We would want to have, for example, the presumption of innocence. And we wouldn't want people to use their idea of statistical weights and things like that to trump the presumption of innocence on an individual basis, and sort of throw out the core of Christian and American justice, that idea of individuals being treated individually and justice being a one-by-one situation. We all depend on that to have anything resembling true justice, and that's really important. So everyone listening, I hope that you'll judge whatever I have to say or Holly has to say or anybody else. Just treat everyone by the same standards of justice. Our emotions can't cloud that either way. We have to be fair. We have to be impartial when we're talking about the pursuit of justice. And then another thing I want people to keep in mind, and why I'm going to be diving into not just this video, but a lot of other things, is that one of the things people need to realize up front about not just Holly, but her sister, Chelsea. These two sisters, within weeks of within a 2 or 3 week span, they both launched what ended up being these dramatic divorce wars on their husbands. And they launched the early months of those campaigns included and relied in major ways on false claims of the sexual abuse of children. And by saying false claims, I don't mean like it's just a he said, she said thing. It's like now nobody believes that any of those things, no one who's looked into it at all believes any of those, there's any sexual abuse of any kind. I am convinced, and I'll explain more about this later, they both knew they were using these things as tools, because there's a certain playbook you can operate from in the court system, and this is a big part of what's inspired red pill reactions, is when you're willing to lie about things like the sexual abuse of children, you can throw justice right on its head and kind of write your own ticket, basically, in many cases. We'll get into that more later. But I want everyone listening to understand out of the gate, and this is just like a taste, an indicator, one part of the character of these women as we move forward. These two sisters, within weeks of each other, started divorces out of the blue and made those kinds of accusations. I mean, it was so... I guess I'll get into the details of those later, but it's something to know. And this is... I don't know that I really would have to explain why this is super important and why it would inspire someone like me to want to do things like this. But to my way of thinking, and I'm going to assume 99 to 100% of people listening to this
will agree. The lowest form of life, the worst sort of person, is someone who would sexually abuse a child. It just doesn't get much lower than that. And in my opinion, now having experienced this situation, I'm convinced that it's very as low as an actual child sex abuser is, you're not much better, if you're better at all, when you falsely accuse others of that behavior, especially when, as both of these women did, they falsely accused their husbands of that deepest, darkest evil for financial gain. You really got to let that sink in. And I think that it wouldn't be too corny or weird for me to ask everyone listening to this who wants to just sort of gloss over that point. Pause this video, this recording, wherever you're accessing this, pause it and spend 2 minutes seriously thinking about what you would do and how you would feel if someone made those kinds of accusations about you and were spreading them everywhere and it was a part of some sort of legal action and they were just aiming to devastate you by any means, any lie that they deem necessary. Think about that for like 2 minutes, just 2 minutes, and then realize that those are the kinds of lies that when they're told, and these women have done it multiple times, those are the kinds of lies that if they are allowed to carry through and they bring their full weight to bear on men, many men in those situations kill themselves. Or if, as in the case with these women, they're going through these legal processes and sprinkling in those sorts of accusations, if those accusations are believed at all and should result in the incarceration of the men that those lies are being told about, those men are likely to suffer a certain fate in prison if they don't kill themselves. So this is literally deadly serious. And it's also why, the last point I'll make here before we roll into the production, it's also why in the Bible and in American law, United States law, it's been a common understanding that the penalty due someone who is shown to falsely accuse someone else of a crime, whatever it is, the penalty should be whatever the penalty would have been for the person they falsely accused if the false accusation was believed. So, if these women have falsely accused, and again, we're just talking about one of the things they've done, one of the many evil things they've done to manipulate the system, destroy their families for their own financial benefit, and absolutely obliterate the men who are their targets. If they did that just on this issue, shouldn't they be punished somehow in some significant way? Well, in this case, not only are these women not punished, they're lavishly rewarded and encouraged by, in the case of Holly here, well, and Chelsea as well, Reformed Presbyterian, what I consider to be very woke, phony Christian, feministic cancers in Christianity. But that's what we have to deal with here. So with that intro, now we're going to launch into this 2-hour plus production, and I'll pause and comment as we go. I appreciate your patience in advance, and I trust that after that introduction, you'll appreciate why I'm doing this, and I want you to understand there are other major points that I'll be addressing along the way here as the opportunities present themselves. So thank you for listening. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome back to Beyond the Monsters. Today I have Holly Buss with me. This is the first time she is telling her story, and we're here to listen. Let's dive right into it.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Of course.
Yeah, I'll just start when the story starts.
Okay.
I was a 16-year-old homeschool girl, pretty sheltered and already isolated from normal society, you could say. Sometimes that benefits people, sometimes it does not.
Right.
In my situation, it did leave me very vulnerable, naive, impressionable. In spite of that, I was 16, kind of punky. I was super into the emo scene, music crowd. I was kind of normal that way, and that I was just enjoying my teenage years. I didn't know what I wanted to do after I graduated high school. I was probably going to go to college. I didn't know what for. I was just more worried about listening to my music with my friends.
Right.
Well, I was in a homeschool tutorial,
Okay.
and we met twice a week.
Okay. So you
And-
went to a school.
Yes, it's not officially, they call it a tutorial or a co-op.
Okay.
You go take classes twice a week. You take your homework home. You do it all throughout the work week, but you are accountable to teachers that are employed at the tutorial.
Okay.
On paper, like when my mother reported to the state, we were considered homeschool students.
Okay.
So we were under an umbrella homeschool group. But anyways, it was a Christian-based tutorial, and at that, there was a class there. It was a Christian worldview and apologetics.
One of the things I thought early on, it would be good to just make note of. So for those listening, maybe we should keep track as we roll through here. It's pretty obvious at this point. Holly's mother did her best to provide her with a fairly serious Christian upbringing. And I only want to note that at this point early on, because I think it'll be interesting to track as we go through this 2-hour plus interview. Is she pursuing an explicitly Christian approach to things? Like what does she cite as her? And I don't know where it's going to go, but I think where is she getting her ideas? What sort of worldview is she appealing to as she goes through this production? I'm curious to see. So thought I'd throw that in now while it occurred to me.
Class that I took on Fridays. And there was a substitute teacher there. The first time I met him, I was 16, like I said.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know this at the time, but that's truly when my life began to end. And he was paying very careful attention to me. He was teaching the entire class a very conservative, patriarchal worldview. But
I have to pause there to just touch on a couple points. First of all, when we met, I didn't pay special attention to her. I know you'll believe what you want to believe about that. Also, though, there was no patriarchal teaching going on. Something vaguely patriarchal, like just men, Adam, Eve, family, marriage, the basic order, things that way. Maybe that came up. But as far as like teaching something seriously patriarchal, I don't ever remember that happening in that class. But thought I'd just touch on that.
in particular, he focused it more on me.
Mm-hmm.
When I was 17, so the next school year, I was in that class again.
Okay.
It's not because I was held back. It was just a higher grade.
Right.
You could take that class, at different grade levels. But at 17 is when he got to know my family. He got close with my mom and my friends and their parents.
So take us back to 16. Like, what during that year, what was going on that seemed a little different about this guy towards you?
Well, at the time, I didn't know. Looking back, I can see that maybe it's just because he had the opportunity. He was not an official teacher. I think this was the first time he had the opportunity to teach a class, and there were young females in the class. And his worldview is patriarchal, specifically Reformed Christian patriarchal. And that worldview relies on the subjugation of the female species.
Okay. Well, I have to just chime in on that point. While I definitely had and have what I would call a biblical patriarchal worldview, back then it was just not very well formed, a big deal, detailed thing in my mind. I certainly wasn't teaching it anywhere that way. And this idea of subjugation, no. Well, I'm not surprised. That's the way Holly now understands, patriarchy. But I just didn't have that. I had, in the years leading up to that, I had become like reformed and then had a certain eschatology, like postmillennialism and this presuppositional approach to apologetics, and all that was in flux, and I didn't even know necessarily all of the terms and exactly what they meant to different people, but that's where I was at. And so I had a general patriarchal view, which is the default sort of view of the Christianity that formed this country and all of the Christian West for all of Christian Western history till about 20 minutes ago when feminists decided to wage war on the patriarchy.
Men are to dominate the world for Christ,
Right.
and therefore bringing his return. Like, once they've conquered the world for Christ, they believe Jesus will come back.
Okay.
And part of that is subduing women as their subservience. They don't use that language necessarily, although they do use submission.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. First of all, the basic Great Commission idea, this idea that as people become Christians and the Spirit of God is actually living within them, and they're imperfectly, but they are, by the grace of God, changing for the better, well, then that inherently makes their lives better, and their families better, and their communities better. And so things get better as the gospel advances because it actually changes people. And so there is that idea of the Great Commission being something that Jesus actually accomplishes through his body. Christians, the church, are described all over the place in the Bible as the body of Christ. So there is that idea. But this subjugation and this hostility, this antagonism that is now a part of Holly's worldview, well, we'll just continue.
But a woman's highest calling is how they present it. That's much more appealing than subservient.
Right.
Your highest calling is to submit to the male authority figures in your life, whether it's your father, who then approves of your husband, and then it's the church elders.
Okay.
And the more children you bring into the world for your husband, the more productive you are as a wife. And therefore, you have greater holiness.
Okay.
No. I don't know who she's heard that from, but as far as the holiness of a person, I have never believed or encouraged anyone to believe that was determined by how many children, in any way, excuse me, by how many children you have. So just no.
So, and if a woman steps out of that, if she challenges the male authority figure, if she says, I'm not happy, I've had too much, I'm overworked, what about my interests? That's literally a threat to their male authority structure.
Okay.
So it's the biggest threat to their worldview.
So if a woman was trying to be themselves in any way, you were like...
themselves in any way. Now, I'm not sure, as Holly goes on to describe this, I'm kind of assuming she's attributing this to me individually, but I'm not sure. Maybe she's talking about somebody else that she has read about who believes these things, but I just don't. I think anyone should be encouraged to share, verbalize, and express themselves in the ways that, Holly is implying that I would want to suppress or something. I don't want to suppress those things. I think people should talk and share and be encouraged to do that in a productive way.
Rebelling.
Yes, Jezebel, feminist,
yes.
rebellious, worldly, selfish. Because why wouldn't you want to bring more children into the world?
Okay.
Okay, there are, I think, many legitimate reasons to not want to have children. You know, context is everything. I can think of many situations where it would make perfect sense to not want to have children. There are many that are situations that are selfish. And I do want to sort of remind at the point earlier, like, what is Holly's standard? And are we going to hear her? Is she going to mostly attack Christianity? Or is she going to express some explicitly Christian views and share them as such here? Or is it just going to be a hostility? I mean, we're very early into this, but I'm curious to see how that goes. And on the subject of selfishness, another thing early on to, I think, highlight, and if you're like keeping score, I know I'm going to be kind of looking for this based on what I've seen from Holly and her mentors, her recent mentors, and we'll get more into that later. But is she responsible? You know, like, is she, when she makes decisions, is she responsible for them? Or are there a million different reasons why she's not to really blame for anything? Because that's been my experience with the new Holly, who, and I probably should mention, you know, there's this character by the name of Tim Yarbrough and another, I think, very feministic, phony Christian teacher by the name of Martin Brady. Since they got wound up in Holly's life, and one major point to show you why I was so concerned early on with their approach to things, and there's a lot to elaborate on, but one big thing, this Yarbrough character who markets himself and is platformed as an elder in a supposedly conservative Bible-believing church. It's a tiny little church, part of a small denomination. I don't know what that means exactly. It can be fine, it can be bad, it can be great. It is what it is. But this guy, even though he knows me, has my phone number, has my email address, he, through his ministry, and I'm air quoting pretty heavily on that word, he decided not only to encourage the divorce when Holly filed it, but to finance it, to write a check and pay for the divorce without ever even contacting me, asking a single question, asking for me to react or respond to any of her claims, any of them. And that was when I knew this guy, and everything he's done since then has just rammed the point home. Him and Martin Brady have conducted themselves in a way that's, it's not just feminist and woke. It is those things. But it's diametrically opposed to the standards they claim to embrace. These are men who brand themselves and market themselves, promote themselves as taking scripture super seriously. They're in the Reformed tradition and they really love the law of God. And yet, and now I know, I've never seen, in experiencing Yarbrough's approach to things, I have never seen anyone more blatantly and unapologetically shit all over Jesus, the Word of God, the law of God. And I mean that language very purposefully here. He is like and that alone, when you're, I'll pause there, you get the point there, but I think that what we're going to witness here, I fully expect, is that Holly's going to go through this thing and largely, if not completely, blame everyone else for everything, avoid responsibility for every decision she's made, and probably mostly, if not entirely, attack Christianity while never embracing any distinctly Christian thing here in a serious, clear way. We'll see. That's my prediction based on what Yarbrough has discipled her to become, in my experience. So let's see how this goes.
Must be because you have selfish motives. So they heap a lot of religious guilt and shame on any sign of nonconformity with their male patriarchal worldview.
Okay.
So
got it.
I didn't know at the time.
Sure,
that's
you're so
what
young.
I was mentally and religiously being taught. And again, they use much more like appealing language. You know, well, men are to love their wife as Christ loves the church, and they make it very grand sounding. So that, in fact, those teachings caused me, I had a boyfriend at the time, like a high school sweetheart.
Okay.
But because of the class, because of his teachings, I ended up breaking up with him because I was like, I can't be in a casual dating relationship anymore. I need to save myself for marriage. You know, it's my highest calling, and I want to stay pure for my husband because also your value is determined by your purity.
Okay, that's just not true. Have never believed that. Don't believe it now. Purity is important. I mean, it's valuable. But I'm already sensing here a pretty serious feministic. You see the contempt that she has, and if for those of you who've watched the video interview at Beyond the Monsters, you'll see there's a real antagonism she has towards all of these concepts, and we'll see where it goes. But I did want to point out as well that she seemed to be implying, if not clearly stating, that it was my teachings that inspired her to break up. When I remember vividly her describing, I can't remember if it was Paul Washer or Vodi Bakum. I'm pretty sure it was Vodi Bakum. How she talked about how when she heard this thing or read this thing, I think it was a video by Vodi Bakum, maybe Paul Washer. I think it was Vodi Bakum. Once she heard that, she knew she had to break up with this guy. She was really clear about that. It was like a bolt of lightning for her. So I just thought I'd clarify that way. I didn't tell her to do that.
Sexual purity.
Okay.
So they say.
Right.
So I began kind of I don't want to say that I adopted them as my own, because you can't do that when you're being coerced into it.
Right.
The threat of hell is a very...
Okay. I want to pause before we see where this hell thing goes. Here's the first sort of tremor, like something to keep score on. Accountability. You hear now, she's not really responsible. She's claiming to be coerced into believing things. We'll just mark that for what it is, and we'll see where this goes in the future.
Convincing coercion tactic.
Right.
It's pretty intimidating.
This is where we would call it grooming, right?
Yes.
They started grooming.
I don't know how that's... I guess we're going to call it grooming. Okay. Now, hell, she mentioned hell there. And wow, if I was writing something or sharing like a formal presentation, you certainly could talk about what hell is and what it means. But I'm not one of those guys who's just in conversations with people using hell as a battering ram that way. I mean, at all. That's just not what I do. I know there are people out there who do that. I'm just not one of them. So just thought that ought to be clarified. And maybe they'll do this, but like grooming is what has been covered up to or discussed up to here. Is that what grooming is? I don't know.
Yes, religious grooming first.
Right.
And it morphed into more.
Okay.
So when I was 17, it became more religious grooming. But he began to push into my social circles. So it just went from, I saw him at class. I talked to him as Mr. Such and such. Mm-hmm. And that was that. Like, I
don't understand the Mr. Such and such. She's using my name and is announced as such in the video. So all the defamatory things that are probably going to be coming out here, she's doing it all really publicly. And as far as pushing my way into things, when I came back for the second, I was there in sort of two different periods there. I met her and was in that class the first time when she was 16. And then when I came back a year later, her two families, her family and their close friend family, they were so glad I was back. They invited me to come down and participate. They wanted me they were really keen on having me get involved with this Christian coffee house ministry thing that they had going on there. A lot of kids and young adults would gather at this. It was pretty impressive. And so they invited me down, and I went down there several times, and I was invited. They were excited about that, and I didn't push anything that way.
Was the entire relationship very normal. Just didn't think about him,
Right.
He was 22 years older than me.
Oh.
I never thought of him in any other way than just Mr. So-and-so who teaches that class.
Right.
Or
This will be, I know I'm pausing a lot here early on because I'm seeing things for the first time, and I want to get at least my thoughts out there on them as the 2-hour thing rolls on. The biggest thing that they've used, Holly, Tim Yarborough types, and all the people involved, one of the big attacks or ways of trying to undermine me preemptively is to highlight the age difference. This older man and this younger girl, she was 17 when they were engaged and 18 when they were married. And I totally understand that is going to be something many people don't like. And while I also believe, and I'm assuming we're going to be able to get into this more as the subject comes up, probably. If we're starting here, it's probably going to come up again. I totally believe that most of the time there's a massive age difference. You need to really pay close attention. There could be a problem there, bad motives, that sort of thing. And at the same time, again, going back to that idea of not thinking of things purely statistically, but as individuals, it's not inherently wrong. It's not inherently wrong. Now, just because it's not wrong to have a serious age gap in those ages is not me saying everybody should go for that. That's not what I mean. I'm just saying it's not wrong. But what I think we'll find, and I know I've experienced, this is presented as a way of immediately throwing it out there in a way with a certain look and in a certain tone with certain other lies attached to it that's intended for you, the listener, then to just fill in all the blanks with the worst things you can imagine. And that, I think, is what's happening here. We'll see.
substitute taught the class. So, but he pushed himself into my social circles. He got to know my friends. He got to know my mom and her friends.
How did he do this?
He's very charming.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he's funny. He does have a very quick sense of humor. He's charming, and he will study you to learn what your preferences are. He studies you and he gets to know you to know how to manipulate you.
Right.
So
okay, two things. First, we'll start with the truth thing she said. Okay, great. I must have some kind of fantastic sense of humor and all those nice, I'll accept the compliments. Thank you. But this idea of studying for the sake of manipulation, he'll really get to know, what you're all about and into. This is actually one of my weaker points with people, unless I do focus, like with my children, and I'm very aware of and into them to where I know what they each like as individuals, and I really work at that. I love it. But one of my glaring weaknesses is that when I'm just out there interacting with people generally, I have to force myself to remember basic things. Like, I'm not going to quickly pick up on what someone's favorite color is, even if they've told me a couple times maybe. Or, remembering names. I'm bad at that generally. I have to work at it. So I'm just not, I'm not the guy that she's starting to describe here as far as being really good at just getting everybody's details down for the sake of manipulation.
he didn't just do that to me. He did it to my social circles.
Wow.
As well. And then he first approached my mom with this idea of potentially starting a courtship with me. And, that's the phrase that they use. They always have to baptize their language,
For sure.
So courtship, and he made all these grand promises of providing stability and, financial security, love as...
Whoa. Now, a couple things. Courtship. I was a proponent of courtship. A certain kind, not a... Courtship to me then and now, in a healthy way, only means a more serious alternative to casual dating. All I mean by that is that when you enter into a courtship, you're being you're conscious that the idea is to treat each other in a way and pursue it in a way that you're aiming for marriage. It does not mean you're locking in, because part of courtship, like good dating, there can be good dating where you are good moral people and you're doing it for the right reasons, and the idea is, well, I see courtship as just a more serious thing where you're like, I want to be married and that's why I'm doing this, but I understand that it's not necessarily gotta end at that point. To be a successful courtship can be like you get to know each other enough and things become clear to where you realize you're not a good fit, and that's that idea. But what it is really important, and this is where my situation was kind of weird and unique, in that usually when there's a major age gap involved, especially when it's an older man and a younger woman, the man is providing financial stability, and there's nothing wrong with that. Again, there are all kinds of examples of wrong versions of it. The gold digger and some 80-year-old, I think Anna Nicole Smith back in the day, that she's a Playboy centerfold who married some 80-year-old, whatever. Okay, there's that. But there's nothing inherently wrong with that being a factor in why a young woman would marry an old man, and vice versa, or an older man. Now with me though, and this is something I went to great trouble to make very clear to Holly and her mother, here's where I have to explain a little bit of background. I had been married. I had a first wife who passed away very young after a 4-year struggle with metastasized breast cancer. We were married for just over 10 years. When she passed away, the last 4, obviously great struggle and challenge, she passed away. And when she passed away, I knew I wanted children. We didn't have any children, and one day would want to get married. And so I always was thinking that, well, since I was in my 30s when that happened, I thought, well, I'll probably end up marrying someone younger, 10 years younger or so is what I thought, just generally. But I wasn't locked into that. I was even open to marrying, at the time, I was open to marrying women who already had children, and all those things were options in my mind back then. But then one thing that unfolded in the years, like from around 2008 on to 2010, 11, after the financial crisis that unfolded in around 2008, I had several things go wrong for me financially. And then I also had some old medical debt part of it related to experimental medical treatments, and it unexpectedly came back on me at the same time these other things were happening, and I was financially wrecked. I was just crushed. And then it was during that, crushing is when a whole other story, but I made a major transition from conventional jobs and work that I have throughout, on and off. There's definitely been gaps, but I've had many amazing, high-paying, awesome jobs on and off throughout my life up to that point. I really did. It was incredible as I look back. But once I made a switch to a more formal Christian ministry, and I started writing and working with video productions and going on to radio shows to do interviews and speaking with great clarity on some issues like homosexuality, for example, once my views on things like homosexuality and public schools, that I had serious concerns about what public schools were doing, now most of those concerns are recognized by the broader public, but that's neither here nor there. As I was sharing these things and becoming known for these things, I found myself, of course, less and less able to get anywhere in the hiring process for the kind of good job I used to have a very easy time getting. And this is as the age of woke began and then launched into the stratosphere, where it got to a point where I ended up having to take, in my 30s and 40s, I took jobs then. I'm not
exaggerating. I'm not being hyperbolic. I took jobs in my 30s and early 40s that I would not have taken at 19. I did. I took them to support myself and then Holly and our children. But it was a dramatic change. And so I made very clear with Holly's mother and Holly that I don't have the assets that would be normal in a situation like this. We're going to probably struggle financially. I hope we can build something that way. But going into this, let everyone be clear. We're going to be stretching every dollar. And so that was made plain. And so as Holly starts to make these claims that I was promising something the opposite of that, it's just a flat out lie.
Christ loves the church, and he was promising all those things. And every single time anyone came up with the concern about the age gap, he would say, well, age is just a number, and society values things that the Bible doesn't value. Mary was probably 13 or 14 when she was pregnant with Jesus.
Okay, let's tackle those three before I forget them. I've never, ever used that first line, the whole age is just a number. That is one of my biggest pet peeves. I hate that phrase. I've never believed it. I believe just the opposite. Now, I don't believe it's a fatalistic thing. I do believe, being one person at 30 years old can be very different, seemingly much younger or much older than another person at 30. But I hate that line. Age is just a number. It's a crock. It's a major pet peeve of mine. And then this idea of, Mary, the idea of Mary, I do believe Mary was probably very young. I don't know for certain how young. And while it's true that's a historical fact and that it wasn't wrong, again, to what I said earlier, it's just not wrong. It definitely does not mean, and I have never used that as an argument to encourage anyone else to do that same thing necessarily. That's not how I think. And Holly knows that. She's lying. And what was the third thing? There was a third thing in the middle there. Let me back up and try to go through that again.
Learn about the age gap, he would say, well, age is just a number, and society values things that the Bible doesn't value. Mary.
Well, I may have said society doesn't value the things valued in the Bible. I mean, I could have said that. I don't mean it, though, in any way as she's shoehorning it in between these other ideas. I don't believe the first thing she attributed to me at all. I hate it. And then the last thing she put in there with Mary, it just, the way she's trying to make it fit here, it just doesn't.
It was probably 13 or 14 when she was pregnant with Jesus. If you look through history, church fathers of our faith married wives that are 20 years younger, 15 years younger. Martin Luther did. So many fathers of our faith.
He had all the right answers
to the Bible, to history, every single time. And he would exhaust you with those explanations.
So he's going to your...
I didn't make those explanations in that context. And as I heard that again, it just occurred to me, I think that the new press secretary, wonderful woman hired by President Trump, I think her husband is 20 or 30 years older. I don't know. I just thought I'd throw that out there. And I don't think I guess I should mention, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Other people could not like it. Anyone listening, I'm all for people having preferences. I'm not saying what I am trying to make the point here on is that we need to recognize the difference between our preferences, however strong those preferences might be, and something being wrong, like objectively wrong. And one last thing that occurs to me on this subject of 17, and I mean, you can already tell Holly's going to absolve herself of any responsibility for anything, and she's talking about grooming. It occurred to me that when our sons are groomed by movies, every form of media, they're groomed to view joining the military and going and killing people for Uncle Scam. They're really encouraged, they're groomed that way to such an extent that it's routinely put forth that if you hear these stories of back in World War II, how so-and-so, or any war in American history, like, well, so-and-so, when they were 15 or 16, they lied about their age and they signed up and went to fight whoever. And this is portrayed as virtuous, and that's part of the grooming process for young men. And I'm talking about these are young men, whether the government says 18 is when they become, I'm just saying these are young men. And I wonder about how the grooming is viewed there and whether it's all treated the same way. Now, do we think that can a 17-year-old young man who did these things we call heroic, and we sort of laugh about how he lied to get into the military, or maybe he was 16 and he did in years past, that's celebrated. It's just a thought that came up as she was going through this. I thought that was noteworthy.
Mom, and talking about this, you know nothing at this point, like that's being talked about.
Right.
How do you find out? Like
So
that they're having these conversations.
He's having these conversations with me without actually mentioning me. Like he's religiously grooming me and all of that.
Right.
So that by the time he approached my mom, I was already pretty damn brainwashed.
Right.
And so then when my mom said, hey, Mr. So-and-so brought this up.
I'm going to assume the brainwash thing is going to be a theme here used to absolve herself of any responsibility for anything. We'll see.
And I was going to talk to you about it. We were both pretty brainwashed. I personally don't fault my mom. I think that
didn't take long.
There was similar naivete that I had, that I carried.
Well, and that's probably all she knew if you guys were so involved with the church.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
A lot of religious background that laid the groundwork for him. So, anyways.
So I'd like to know more about what that means. A lot of religious background, because just to be clear, I didn't go to church where they went to church. I believe they went to, I'm not sure, but I think it was a generic, vanilla, non-denominational sort of thing. And so somehow it sounds like to her now, in her new Yarborough-y kind of vibe, it sounds like Christianity and taking it seriously at all is brainwashing. And that her having been raised by a homeschooling mom who took Christianity seriously, it laid the groundwork for me. And that seems to be what's being pitched here.
At first I was just like, what?
Right.
What? But then again, he would go back to the Bible, and he was so good at, when you brought up a concern, he would validate it. Oh, I know. This is so strange. In today's world, it's weird. And when people have that gut reaction, I get it. It's so bizarre. So he would validate your concerns.
So smooth.
And then explain them away. And then he'd crack a joke or two along the way. And he'd be like, take your time to just think it through. He's
making you think, oh, it's your idea too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Giving that pause, and wow.
That's how it came about. So we officially declared our courtship when I was 17 and he was 39.
And mom and dad at this point have to give their blessing? Or
my mom did. My dad was not in the picture. I didn't have a relationship with him.
Okay.
My parents were divorced. That also laid a lot of groundwork too, as far as leaving me feeling vulnerable.
Right.
Absolutely. That's just what.
I definitely think that Holly's relationship with her father, and she hated him. So the daddy issues angle is deep in this story, no doubt about it. And one of the things too, I was always trying to encourage, while recognizing that her father had done things that justified serious concern. And so you never want to gloss over or dismiss that sort of thing at all. And at the same time, encouraging Holly to try to have what we can have with her father. She wouldn't want to invite him over for any holidays or things like that. I had to encourage that. And when I say encourage, I guess I should really be clear. I did not issue commands or orders, like, ever. This is important now that it occurs to me. I never barked orders or commands. So this patriarchal thing that she's going to present,
I never did those things. The only times we would talk about orders and like the patriarchal stuff in a thick way was in the context of joking, like making a joke about how she would get me a sandwich or pour me a beer or something. It would be very tongue-in-cheek and funny. I never ordered her to do things. It just did it. That's not how I view things or operated with her at all. And so, but the daddy issues were very real, and it's a shame. I wish it could have been different. But another part of that I think is going to be important and fits in with why I think this new feminist worldview, where she gets to be the victim all the time, responsible for nothing herself, and everybody else, especially the men, they're the evil ones. Is this idea that the new religion, the Yarborough religion, as I've come to really understand it in great detail, one of its core tenets is you do not repent. Although, if you have to, make it about something small and periphery, you never repent of the big stuff. Never, ever, ever. And Holly's been that way. She's really struggled, and especially when it came to, hatred of her father, things related to that. Repentance was not something she really was into. And now I think it's totally out the window thanks to the guidance from what I've seen of Tim Yarbrough and Sil Brady and others. But Tim Yarbrough is like the tip of the spear guiding to hell in this context, as I understand it.
What happens
right
in those situations. That also left my mom pretty vulnerable.
I'm sure. And then you were probably even looking maybe at him, and I could be wrong, as like a father figure.
I think subconsciously I was. I wasn't I wasn't consciously doing that. Mm-hmm. But trauma has a way of coming out in your subconscious mind where you have these needs that you don't know you have.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Though I wasn't aware of it.
Yeah.
And before
you're 17 right now.
Yes, and before him, my boyfriend I had before that was my age. Like, I never had a thing for older people.
Right.
Like, it never even occurred to me.
Yeah.
I had a fun, he was a great boyfriend, super sweet, respectful. Right. We had a fun relationship. And yeah, we were the same age. There was I didn't ever. And like I said, when
you were being a normal teenager then.
Yeah. And when I met Mr. So-and-so for the first time, it never occurred to me. Like, it was just not even on the radar at all. So anyways, we began courting when I was 17, September. I turned 18 in December.
What does that courting look like at 17?
It means
what kind of things did you guys do together? Was it like, even when
we would read the Bible together, we would pray together, we would do all the religious things together. We were visiting churches together. We just all of that.
Okay.
So
not really normal teenage couple.
There's nothing normal about it.
Yes.
Nothing.
Okay. Another flat out major lie, because she's got a narrative to pitch. We went to movies. We went to zoos. We went on road trips. We went out eating a lot. We went bowling. We did all the normal things. We did those things. And for her, it's creepy to watch someone lie like this. And yet, it is the new normal for the Yarborough reimagined Holly. I mean, this is where we're at. I don't want to over attribute things to Yarborough, but I do see him as the major point of, like, his involvement signaled a radical shift, and he's funded and encouraged all sorts of evil things, all going in the same direction, that are promoted through this kind of lying in support of this kind of narrative. But man, we did all kinds of normal things and had a blast.
Okay. Do you remember?
I should note, we did read the Bible and we did go to church, but it was like a healthy part of our time with all those other things happening as well. Just saying.
Forever thinking, like, what is going on here? Or you were already so
Oh no,
in your head.
During the courtship, and then so we started courting in September. I turned 18 in December. January was when he proposed. So this is moving fast. That's the other thing,
Yes.
is there's a lot of pressure to move it fast from him. He was like, we got to get this done. If we know we belong together, if we know this is the Lord's will, why wait?
Okay.
So there's a lot of pressure to make it happen fast.
No. I mean, it was many, many months, but it sounds like if I was the guy she's claiming now, we would have eloped or gotten married in a few weeks, maybe a month or two. But it was many months, and it was a planned out wedding, and people were invited and came from far and wide. And so, yeah, didn't quite go that way.
There were moments along the way when I truly questioned myself if I was doing the right thing, to the point where I would break down in a panic. There was one time I talked to him when we were engaged, and I said, I don't know. I feel like when I say things, you don't listen, and I feel like you dismiss a lot of my concerns. And he has a way of explaining you right out of your own feelings and thoughts.
Right.
And so there was that moment when I really, really questioned myself, but I was so invested at this point that I just kept going, hoping it would, believing it would get better.
Right.
Because this is a strong Christian man. Like,
Yeah. And this is what you were taught.
Yes. So,
Sorry, I know I keep doing my little interruptions.
No, you're fine.
I'm just trying to get the full picture, and so everybody else can know exactly what the heck is going on during this.
The full picture, as I would understand, if you're pursuing the full picture, you would push back and ask more probing questions, and maybe offering some resistance, challenging a little bit. You don't have to go overboard with it, but if you, and I wonder if any of that'll happen here, because so far, all this woman seems to be adding is elaborating more and assuming more in the negative direction. I don't know. I've never heard of this show before, this Beyond the Monsters podcast thing. I don't know this person, but it sounds like very garden variety, typical feminist, anti-Christian stuff. And so that's why it seems like hand in glove with that she's just sort of pushing things, assuming all the worst, pushing things in the worst direction. Maybe that's just what they do here all the time. But like I said, I've never seen this channel before, but it kind of seems like their approach to finding the truth is like just pushing the narrative and ignoring anything that is contrary to the narrative.
This time.
Grooming it's so hard. It's, unless you've gone through it, it's hard to understand.
Right.
It's hard to understand how someone can strip you of your agency so thoroughly.
Absolutely. Outsiders looking in would be like, well, why didn't she know better? Why didn't her mom know better?
Exactly.
That's not.
I just want to note again here, we're seeing the theme of she had no agency. She's not responsible for anything. And now that's just being reinforced. No accountability, the total victim card. I don't know if maybe there'll be a change and an acknowledgement and she'll own up to things. We'll see, but so far it's a solid streak of dodging responsibility and blaming everybody else.
The reality you were in
Right.
at that point. There was no knowing better.
Right. And there was never just one moment when I was groomed. Grooming is the death of 1,000 cuts.
Yes.
There are little things that stack up and paint a picture before you know what's happening.
Right.
And one day you look around and your head's almost under the water, So
Right.
that's what grooming is. And it is hard for people to understand, because it's like, well, didn't you see the red flags? Yes,
Right.
I did. And I brought them up and I was concerned. And he had 1,000 explanations for every damn red flag he had.
He knew exactly what to say and what to do.
Exactly.
Always.
Yes. So
See this woman's comments going on like there's no challenging or questioning things at all. It's just the narrative. It is what it is, but here we go.
So, then after I turned 18, actually it was 2 weeks after I graduated high school, we got married.
Okay.
And my signature on that marriage certificate was the bolt on my door. It sealed the deal. Now, by state definition, I was 18 and I was an adult.
Right.
But I wasn't. Because that's what grooming does to you. It stunts you.
Emotional.
And for those keeping score, here we are, still not responsible for anything.
Keeps you vulnerable. Keeps you vulnerable. So even though I was growing in years, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, no. I was just as vulnerable as I was at 16.
Right.
So
you were right where he wanted you to be.
Exactly. And that's the other thing when you think of like, oh, well, she was 18, she consented to it. The necessary component for consent is that you have all the facts in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Over the span of our 10-year marriage, I learned so much that he never told me. He intentionally withheld a lot of information about his life that had I known, I know I would not have chosen that.
Of course he did.
But when you
of course.
What they
hold
do.
information.
Of course he did. That's what they do. This woman's classic.
I shared anything Holly wanted to know about, I was happy to share. And I told her, because I was so much older and had experienced so many things already, one of the points I made to her and her mom was like, I'm not going to get into all kinds of details about things. You know the basics. If you have a question about anything, just ask and I'm happy to share. You just ask. And so there's never been anything Holly ever asked me about that I wouldn't talk about with her or share. Never. And so if she learned something later, I would have been happy to talk about any of that. I don't know what she's talking about here necessarily, but whatever it is, just ask. I'm happy to get into any of that. So I was never concealing, details. Not at all. I encourage her. And I specifically said, because, when you've experienced some of the things that I've experienced, there's so much there, and it's been such an interesting path that I didn't want to just go through. It'd be easy to just be like talking about yourself all the time, like, and telling your stories about all these things and getting into all these details. And I didn't want to be that guy. That was something I was kind of sensitive to with the age difference. I didn't want to do all that. So my approach was like, encourage Holly to ask any question about anything, anytime. So if she ever wanted to know something, just ask.
You're removing someone's right to consent.
Right.
So, no, I did not consent.
Right.
I did not.
So she's not responsible again.
Have all the facts.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, once you sign that marriage certificate, it's over.
It's done.
It's over. Not only do you have I call it legal shackles, but then for me, I had also, which were much stronger, the religious shackles of God hates divorce.
Mm-hmm.
And there's never a reason for divorce. He taught something called the permanency view of marriage, which says even if your spouse is abusing you, you're allowed to separate if you're being physically harmed, but you can't divorce. Marriage is...
I believe you can divorce in certain situations involving actual abuse. Actual being the key word there. So that's what I actually believe.
Forever. And you should just hope and pray and have faith that God will work things out. And always give the opportunity for change to happen. That's why you don't get divorced.
Mm.
So yeah, it really, that religious grooming was more powerful, more secure. It was more of a dungeon than even a legal document binding me to him.
Way more scary.
Yes. So we got married. On our honeymoon, I knew right away that the person who convinced me to marry him was not the person I married. It was like his work was done. He was a totally different person on our honeymoon. And I fell into severe depression. I knew I had made a horrible mistake, but in
what
my
kind of
mind,
behaviors did you see, like the switch, that change in him, if you can recall some of them.
Oh, yeah. He went from lavishing me with attention to not even wanting to acknowledge me as a person.
That fast.
That fast. He's a workaholic. He loves games.
Okay, before we get into the workaholic game stuff, anyone who's listening to this who knew Holly and I back when we got married, before we got married, and then after those years and decade, anyone who knew us, she's saying this thing happened abruptly, huge. Like, those of you who were at our house hanging out with us, playing games, doing things, going to church, whatever, does that sound like what you saw, the way I treated her? I'm just curious, because this didn't happen. This is part of a narrative that's just a whole lot of lies.
He just shut down. And all of a sudden I knew I had no emotional or mental access to him. He was cold. He wasn't mean. Mean as in, like, he didn't yell. He didn't physically threaten me or harm me that way. But the shutdown, the coldness,
which is complete mental abuse.
Mental, spiritual, and emotional.
Yes.
I mean, it's, it's a wound that you can't see, but it...
Mental, spiritual, and abuse. The way abuse is used here, again, I think we all kind of saw this coming, but vaguely defined. She's never responsible for anything. Okay, I mean, this is a theme. Just wanted to make note of it.
Goes far deeper than a physical wound ever could.
I believe that too.
And you can't really verbalize it too well because it's hard to verbalize it.
Right.
And it also creates a situation where you think, what did I do wrong?
Right.
So you're struggling with trying to figure out what you did wrong to cause
Well,
this.
you've been brainwashed this whole time. This is what I'm supposed to do. This is how I'm supposed to live. And you're... You think you're just doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Just out of curiosity, for people who share this feminist-ish, whatever this worldview is that these women clearly share, why is that not brainwashing? It seems like their one-trick pony way of labeling any worldview they don't like is like, oh, that was brainwashing. You were raised to think a certain thing. That was brainwashing. Could these people not have been brainwashed? Could Tim Yarborough and his ilk, the kinds of people who do the kinds of things he does, are they not brainwashing people? What does brainwashing mean exactly here, and why does it not apply to them? I guess probably for the same reasons responsibility and accountability don't apply to them.
Yeah. So
you must have felt so, just so alone.
It was incredibly lonely because by marrying him, I sacrificed friendships and family because a lot of people did have a lot of concerns. A lot of people tried to talk to me, but by the time we went public with our courtship, the brainwashing was done.
Okay.
And he also, part of the brainwashing is causing me to doubt my friends and family because they don't have true Christian faith like we have.
Yeah.
They're being influenced by the world. So
Okay. First of all, one thing I want to mention before I forget as we roll on here, she's saying a lot. When we were engaged, one of the things that I encouraged Holly to do, and she loved the idea and ran with it, was we ended up making like a tour and visited friend groups and family members here and there and scattered around, and we made it a point because we knew there would be reasonable concerns, very healthy concerns. I mean, there were other kinds of concerns too that were like, okay, but generally I thought people with the age gap, people are reasonable to be wondering and want to know more, or even be suspicious or hostile at first. And so we went on this tour to meet with people in small groups and living rooms and in that coffee shop that I mentioned earlier. We went and talked with people, and it wasn't about like arguing them into believing. It was just sharing
listening to them, sharing where we're coming from, and letting, the chips fall where they may. But going to pay attention to hear. First of all, one reason to kind of take that approach in general is you want to listen because you want to know if you're wrong. It's like, what if they share something I hadn't thought of? That idea. It's one of the main reasons you want to have adult conversations with people who you encourage to push back, is because they may come up with something you hadn't thought of. And so, but we did that tour. And on that tour, for lack of a better term, Holly did the overwhelming majority of the talking. That was intentional. I wanted to be really encouraging about that. Now, if people asked me something, I engaged and I would talk. But she did most of the talking. She explained in detail and passionately why we were doing what we were doing. And not with like me holding a marionette string or winking or giving the evil eye if she didn't say something, patriarchal enough or whatever. But she honestly, passionately believed things. Now, in the Yarborough narrative, having flipped her worldview pretty much entirely, now all of that was just brainwashing. So you see, she's not accountable for any of that. You see, it wasn't really her. And I don't know about you, but I know I believed some silly, stupid things and made mistakes when I was, before 17, 16, 15, 14. And I was responsible. I am responsible for those things. I don't think of it as like, it is relative. You're like, when you're 12 or 13, it's not the same kind of responsibility. But by the time you're 14, 15, 16, things count. You don't have the excuse of, just because I didn't know everything and couldn't make a completely informed decision, I'm still responsible, even at 15, 16, 17. And it's a totally different way of looking at things when you throw all that out the window and now, apparently, for Holly, it's way beyond 18. She's never I'm curious to see, does she ever become responsible for anything?
He spreaded those seeds of doubt, nourished that soil, and by the time anyone could set the alarm, I was gone.
Well, that's, the way it goes a lot of times in any abusive relationships. They do keep you from your friends, keep you from your families. They're the ones with the problem. It's not,
Okay. I was always encouraging. We were very social people. Now, sometimes geographic limitations and other things like there were periods of time where we only had one car. Those things factored in. But generally, we were super social, and I always encouraged her to go hang out with friends, which she would do. She'd go stay up late, past midnight with people, even after we had kids. Even up until very recently, when we had 5 kids, I'd watch the kids so she could go out sometimes to meet at a club or a bar with a girlfriend of hers. Now, that may have been stupid in other ways, but that's how much I trusted her and was not controlling her. And we were also, when we had the opportunity, we loved having people over, and there were times when, geographical location permitting, we were the hub. We would have tons of people coming over. Holly would host book clubs with lots of people filling up a very large, like a 1,000 square foot part of the house we were in. Filled up with people coming to socialize with us and at Holly's book club just in case anybody's wondering, the whole patriarchal control thing, I was not managing that book club. I wasn't like checking in and controlling it. She just did this. So what they're saying now isn't kind of off a little. It's total BS, but it's their narrative of lies that this woman running the show here, just believes and promotes it all as if it's truth, doesn't care what the truth is, or is just automatically convinced. I would say maybe she's been brainwashed.
It's just a vicious cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh,
so
you were just so
I
young.
lost a lot, and then we got married, and it was incredibly lonely. We had one car. I never left the house. When he went to work, I I didn't go anywhere. I was just at home alone.
Were you not allowed to work? Like, was that a thing?
Oh, no, that was not an option.
Okay.
I was not to work outside the home. I was...
The way that's presented here by her, she was all about, her mother was all about, and she was all about. And look, her mother homeschooled her, obviously, before I ever came along. Right? So her mother instilled this in her, and she wanted to do it emphatically, like passionately. She hosted, one of the book clubs she hosted was Charlotte Mason. She became a zealot, I learned from her on many homeschooling related things. And so, I'll pause there. You get the picture.
To be a homemaker and raise kids, which I did. In fact, I have 5 of them.
Okay.
So
when did that start where you're like, okay, now I have to have kids with this guy?
Right away. Our first was born 9 months.
I think it's important to note, and based on the way she's behaved for the last 2 years and what I anticipate will be coming here later, is you hear the way she even talks about the kids. She's traded all of that fantastic situation for the children in for money for herself and abandoning the children to public schools, daycares, whatever. So it is, I just wanted to note that. I won't belabor the point right now.
It's in 3 weeks after our marriage.
Okay.
So, right away. Now, I want to say this.
For those listening, you can't see how the host of the show just shook her head in disgust, like, oh my. The married couple had a baby shortly after getting married. That's so horrible, so sad. You were young. That's terrible. This is, man.
After marriage and after the honeymoon, I fell into such severe depression that for me, and this is pretty vulnerable to say, I thought that death was my only escape. And I used to fantasize about it. But the problem with that was, if I actually committed the act, then I would go to hell.
Right.
Which is apparently a scarier place than the one I was already in, or so I was taught.
Right.
Okay. 2 heavy points here. First, on the hell thing, before I forget it, I don't know who she may have heard from this idea of hell, you go to hell if you commit suicide. I don't believe that. I've never believed it. My understanding of things is just never, that's not how I view that. I mean, suicide is a sin. It's wrong, but it's not going to just instantly send people necessarily to hell. So I don't buy that at all. And she knows I have never believed that. And what was the other that she, just before that, I want to be sure I get it right. Let me check here.
Our first was born 9 months and 3 weeks after our marriage.
Okay.
So, right away. Now, I want to say this. After marriage and after the honeymoon, I fell into such severe depression that for me, and this is pretty vulnerable to say, I thought that death was my only escape. And I used to fantasize about it. But the problem with that was, if I actually committed the act, then I would go...
Okay, so and this is super heavy, and while I want to be careful not to dismiss this as more Holly BS retrofitted for the new narrative that she came up with after, connecting with the Alabama crew, I don't want to say that she couldn't have had some dark thoughts at that time. I can say she never expressed any of this for 8 years at least. And based on the flagrant lies she's willing to tell about things like the sexual abuse of children, I have to be suspicious. But I do want to be careful not to just dismiss and assume. But wow, it sounds really shady based on everything else she's doing here. And then I do feel like when you're talking about suicidal thoughts, I touched on this earlier, I think, but when women like Holly lie about things like the sexual abuse of children,
She's definitely doing something to someone that often produces suicidal thoughts and actions in the men targeted with those lies. And she knows damn well that's how that works. She knows it. Tim Yarborough knows it. And he is aware that this was a part of what was going on through the whole thing. They don't. One of the themes is with Yarborough, as I've observed the way he operates and encourages others like Holly to operate, is you provoke, you push, you do things to produce a reaction, and then you use the reaction as justification for your false claims about the character of the person. It's kind of like if you kicked a dog and wanting to get a rise out of them, but they wouldn't do it. So then you start poking them with a stick. They still won't do it. And so you start whipping them. And then eventually you ratchet this up and like, what's with this? And then, because you want to get that reaction. You want to be able to call the dog a bad dog, so you can justify killing the dog. So eventually you do enough to the dog and it bites you. And then you're like, aha, see, I knew it all along. This is what Yarborough and Holly do. And so for her, the irony of her now talking about these suicidal thoughts that I'm very suspicious of, didn't come up for 8 years, only came up now as a part of this narrative. Okay, doesn't mean it's not true. But that she's doing this at the same time that she's spreading the kinds of lies that literally kill people, whether they commit suicide or they end up going to prison or jail because someone in law enforcement believes the BS that people like Holly peddle, and then prisoners do them in there. The irony is pretty thick, and we need to realize that's the character of the woman telling this tale. Anyway, keeping all that in mind, I think, is important as we hear this production.
Go to hell.
Right.
Which is apparently a scarier place than the one I was already in, or so I was taught.
Right.
So, talk about a prison. There's truly no escape.
In every way.
And it's all it's a mental and religious and spiritual prison.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but I got pregnant right away, and that baby pretty much saved my life because I knew nothing was going to harm that baby. I would not let myself harm that baby, ever. And so, I just proceeded to have a child.
I should probably hear, and I hope there are a lot more interruptions coming in the earlier part of this, because I want to share things as they come up for the first time during this 2-hour deal. When I was kind of triggered, to use a term, it's part of these kinds of conversations. When Holly talks about she would never hurt a child, well, this is important because one of the things I'm sure people who know Holly and me, or you don't know us, but you're hearing this story and you're hearing my response and description of things. And one of the first questions that probably pops into people's minds is like, what happened to make her go down this route? What made the Yarborough religion so appealing when it came into the picture? What was it? And there is one crystal clear, very sound explanation. I don't know for certain, so I'm not claiming certainty here, but I do know I'm not the only one who believes this, and I'm not the only one who's heard Holly. I won't get ahead of myself, because here first I'll share what it is. This is a huge part of the story. Back in the earlier years, the first half of our marriage, and we believed as a part, and I still believe, corporal punishment is legitimate. Now, you have to be very careful with that. I'm not talking about anything that would harm a child or leave anything resembling lingering damage of any kind. So, I mean, very reasonable. For me, it was spanking on the bottom a certain particular way that would just cause a sting. And that's it. That's what spanking was to me. I never was a fan of like people who would swat or somewhere else on the body. I'm not down with that. Anything more than a sting, just a registered sting, and that's it. No bruising, of course. Nothing like that. So that's what we did. And it generally worked very well. Now, with Holly, there were several instances, and these were, I want to say, a total of 5, maybe 4, maybe 6, anyway, around 5 times over the course of several years, where she lost it with our oldest son. I mean, lost it. A real dark side of Holly came out on that boy, like none of the others. There were episodes with the some of the others as well, but he really bore the brunt. She would go way beyond. Now, I don't want to overstate it here, and I want to be clear. I'm not talking about bloody whatever, but she would leave deep bruise marks, multiple. And I would, when this would happen, and these are like total exceptions to the way she would conduct herself with the children. She was a fantastic mother in all but these instances, as far as I know. And when they would occur, she would be remorseful right after. She would come crying oftentimes to me. I would console her. Then I would go to our son. And we would work forward from there. And there would be months between these episodes. Like I said, 4 or 5 total over the course of several years. So anything but frequent, but they did recur. And while I look back, I think of how could we have handled that differently. So I'm just sharing the history. I don't want to get into coulda, woulda, shoulda now. And I also do want to be clear, I never did anything like that to any of the children at all. At all. Holly did several times. And so then later, when we'd come out of a very abusive church situation that, man, there's a whole long story there. And when we made our move out of that, and I instigated that, I'm the one. Holly resisted leaving that. I'm the one. Boy, there are several layers here now, especially in light of the way Holly is presenting me, that I probably should pause and focus on. Number one, I'm the one who pointed out significant problems in the church that we were in, and they had to do with the way many people were treated in the church. And I'm the one who then, realizing how bad and unfixable it was, realized we have to leave. And Holly did not want to do those things. Initially, she was resistant to confronting the church. And even though she knew all the details, she was convinced of the problems, but not convinced to take it to the group. And then once things advanced past that stage, and she did come to agree, then she didn't want to leave when I said we have to move. And in both of those instances, this is super important. Even then, I didn't say to her, woman, learn your place. I've said we have to do A, we're going to do A. That's not how she came alongside me and ended up agreeing and going forward. We had conversations. I listened to her disagreement. We talked it through. And then when we were on the same page, she came along and we did the confrontation of the church, and then we left. So that's how that all unfolded. But it was when after we had moved out of that environment, and man, so many crazy, awful things had happened at the same time. We're going through all this nightmare scenario with that church, which is much more of a cult than a church. And we move out we find this home that we have to find on short notice. I have to find a new job. It's a horror show of a situation. And then while all this is unfolding, we're reading books, and like The Body Keeps the Score is one. And there are several others, but that was one that really kind of gripped us. And it was after Holly and I read that and some other similar books that she came to realize and was broken over the realization that, in her words, she came to me and shared on multiple occasions. She shared with me the thought clearly that, and the words she used was, I think that I caused, she used our oldest son's name, I think I may have harmed him so much I caused a psychotic break, maybe even twice. So she was talking about having caused potentially more than one psychotic breaks in our son by virtue of the way she physically abused him. And she's realizing all this, and she's broken up, she's weeping, and I'm consoling her. Oh man. it was horrible, but it was beautiful to see her acknowledging and wrestling with this. And so now, though, as I look back and see, and others who were privy to similar comments by Holly, so they heard the same sorts of things from Holly on that subject. Now looking back, it seems very clear that as she wrestled with that, she realized that she was admitting she's an abuser, like a literal physical abuser. She was technically and actually a child abuser, you could say. Now, you want to be careful how you're couching that, but yeah, that's what she was realizing and saying out loud. And sometime in there, I think she came to as she's exposed to Yarborough around that time, and he's giving her this worldview that gives you an out completely. You're always a victim, and therefore you're never really to blame for anything. And so it seems obvious now in hindsight, she decided that I either have to admit I was an abuser, or I can claim this victim card, be responsible for nothing, and move forward that way. That's what she's done. And as me and other people, and I'll end up, anyway, this will be presented in more detail elsewhere, but that is the reasonable explanation that fits with everything, that addresses how this woman made this radical turn into this woke, feministic, I'm to blame for nothing, I'm always the victim, I can't be responsible for anything worldview. And it is the worldview pimped by the likes of Yarborough and Sil Brady, where they've totally bought into this mentality of, and this is my vivid, detailed experience with these guys, believe all women, Me Too. They've taken that vibe, that secular woke thing, and they've rebranded it in a Christian way that I label like believe all weaker vessels, because they like to use the theonomic-y sort of Reformed Christian lingo. So they take this rank, unjust, anti-Christian concept of believe all women, they transform it into this like believe all weaker vessels version, and they run with it and promote it. And Holly, I believe, is the perfectly predictable and intended fruit of that religion. So that's a lot to throw in there at this point, but I keep that in mind. See if it makes any sense the more you think about it and the more we listen to this whole production.
About every 2 years. That's just how it happened, because you weren't to practice any sort of conception control or anything like that. You were to always bring children into your life, and if you didn't have the financial resources to support them, then you should just trust and have faith in God that He will provide. If you're tired, have faith, He will provide. If you're overwhelmed, maybe you're being selfish, or maybe you lack faith that God's going to get you through this. But children are a blessing from the Lord. Therefore, you should have as many as you possibly can.
And even...
No, but I will say children are a blessing from the Lord. And the tone and the way children are viewed and treated as a result of this worldview, this Yarborough-ish thing, it all seems to point in one bad direction. But it is the most popular direction in the culture, and certainly with feminists who do basically define our culture.
The act of conceiving for you is probably disgusting. At this point.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Awful. So, I lived like that for 10 years.
Did you like I'm trying to just like picture all this. Like, it's just horrific. Did you just like put in your head to concentrate on your kids?
Yes.
Is that what kept you going?
Yes.
100%. Yeah.
100%. And they were worth every bit of effort, and they still are.
Right.
Because none of this is their fault. It's not like they asked to be born in this situation. They didn't. Mm-hmm. None of the, their life circumstances are what they are.
Wasn't your fault either.
They didn't choose it. And I was a kid when it started too. I really was a child having children.
Yes.
Okay, again, absolved of everything. The host has said you're not to blame. Nobody's there. These women are never responsible for anything.
But part of this whole grooming is you are to present yourself as a happy, lovely, hardworking, faithful wife who trusts in her husband's leadership and authority. So you better smile. So nobody knew how tired I was. In fact, I was afraid to admit to myself how tired and overwhelmed and unhappy and miserable I was. I would deny it because I thought it was just selfishness rising up in me, or laziness or something like that. So it was not only a battle that the entire worldview was heaping on my shoulders, but it was also a battle within myself.
Right.
And so it was a vicious cycle of always picking myself up, showing up, doing the work, smiling, and then eventually crashing hard. And it just kept repeating itself. And I'd have these moments when the pain would be so unbearable that I couldn't deny it anymore. And I would break apart and I would try to talk to him about it. I remember after baby number 4, I spent about 3 weeks trying to convince him we should not have any more kids, at least for a while. And it was fruitless.
What would he say? Like, what was his response to that?
At that point, non-response. He would just glaze over. His eyes would just glaze over.
So, like, truly deaf ears. You're just
truly
begging and pleading.
Yeah, truly deaf. The coldness and vacancy that would fill his eyes whenever I did something that made him unhappy was overwhelming and terrifying. It's very terrifying to face something so cold and vacant. Like, there's just no one there.
Right.
There's a body there, but there's no one there. Whoever lived in this body must have died a long time ago because there's no damn soul in this person.
Right.
And no matter what I do to try to find that soul, it's not there.
Did you have any outside friends throughout this time?
I was
or were you
involved in
allowed?
a religious community. So my friends were part of a church that we attended for 7 years. And they were just as brainwashed as I was. It's a cult-like church in existence. So, the same. I was in the cult of my ex. Like, I was in his little personal cult. I was his faithful subservient who smiled. Mm-hmm. But then I was also a member of a cult.
Right.
And it's the same thing. The same manipulation, gaslighting, the same intimidation, the same religious intimidation, and the threats of hell, and being labeled rebellious and outcast from your friend group and all those things. And then when you are in conformity, the way they bring you in and just lavish on the approval, it's the same thing, same tactics, same manipulations. And that's why we were there, because that's a comfortable environment for someone like my ex to be in.
Right.
So
how was he with the children?
During the marriage, he was just emotionally absent. From the children. I did everything. I raised the kids. I gave birth to them. I cared for them.
No. I mean, I was very involved. We play together. We do all sorts of things together. I'm the one, for example, man, I mean, I helped to homeschool them. They loved being with me when I was working on projects and mimicking and learning and sharing as we went. We would read together. We'd go through the Bible and many other works together. We would draw. We loved to draw together. Drawing was great. Building things, like whether it's Legos, Lincoln Logs, whatever. I'm the one. This is pretty disgusting what she's saying here. And going back to the whole vacant, blank stare. This whole vibe is not what I was or am. And when I'm thinking of what she's saying about the children here, I'm the one who will play the board games that they love to play. And I know which games which children love and are good at. And I would go seek them out to play those things and play. We ride bikes. We do lightsaber duels. We go play with all sorts of, football, frisbees, all sorts of different things outside. We get on the trampoline. The back to the board game things, that really sticks in my mind now. It's like, I know our middle son is fantastic, like weirdly good at Monopoly for someone that young, like really good. And the youngest son loves Battleship, but he makes up his own rules as he goes along, and it's awesome. It's a blast. And he also really loves Yahtzee. They all like Yahtzee, but the two youngest like it the most. We played a lot of Uno and Skippo. They love that. They're good at that. My oldest like a lot, or we're getting into the card games that we like to play, other card games besides things like Skippo and Uno. And I'm the one who would play these things with them. I'm the one. I don't want to say it never happened, because it could have, but I don't ever remember Holly being in on one of these Monopoly games that I played with the kids, or the Yahtzee, or the other things. I think she played Uno and some card games, but I'm the one who did that stuff with the kids. She would, especially once Yarbrough got his hooks in, she would so ignore the children that she'd be glued to her phone, like texting, I'm pretty sure now, with these people who were blowing up the family with lies, texting so obsessively and zoned in on her phone in such a weird, focused way that literally our youngest son one day was jumping up and down right next to her on the couch she was sitting on. And I pointed out that he's trying to get your attention. And she looked at me and was mad at me for pointing it out. And I don't mean yelling or cursing, but like, man, he's really trying to get your attention. And she didn't care. And so that's how life actually was once she started down this path of viewing children as more of a burden than a blessing, and an obstacle to her personal inner self-centered peace, whatever that means.
I did everything. I homeschooled him as I was supposed to do. He worked.
Okay.
And when he wasn't at his day job, he was working on his websites, and he was trying to build a social media presence to promote his worldview as well. Like, he wrote books and has a blog and all that stuff.
Okay.
And
Scary.
so, yeah. And so that's what he would do. And I remember I could count on one hand how many times he took the boys out to play ball or toss a football.
Oh.
I could count.
Total lie. What a shameless, evil thing to say. I shouldn't be surprised, but it's how these people operate. I just covered this sort of earlier. Man, I won't repeat it. You get the picture.
That on one hand, you know.
Were they allowed to play sports or be involved in anything?
No, they went to church and then they stayed home. I would do play dates with other church friends and their kids, but that was pretty much their social life.
Bullshit. The home we lived in when Yarbrough did his thing, came in, and Holly went that route. Beautiful suburban home, great neighborhood, like unexpectedly awesome where other families are concerned, particularly children of the same ages. I wish I had grown up in a situation where I had so many great kids to play with around the same age within like a 2 or 3 block radius. Our immediate neighbors had children. Their 2 children were the same ages as our oldest 2, same genders too, daughters first, sons second, best of friends. And then there were other kids in the same ages as our other children all throughout the neighborhood. Had a fantastic social opportunities here. Would go to the library regularly. We would go to the zoo. We would go out and do all sorts of things. We had as vibrant a social life as we could, sometimes finances dictating that. But yeah, it's so sad to see how comprehensively she lies now about reality.
So.
Wow. You're probably dealing with everything inside your own head, and then now you have your children that you're like, look what they're going through.
Yes.
Wow.
So.
I give you so much credit. Just the fact that you are still here. And, because most people that would make you crack. to where,
Yes.
yeah.
And like I said, that was a vicious cycle.
Mm-hmm.
I would crack. I would have moments of absolute breakdown. But then the religious grooming would kick in, and I would need to pick myself back up
Right.
and honor the Lord and smile while I'm doing it.
Right.
And so the cycle kept going. So then in 2021, my ex had a dust up with the elders of the church we were at over a financial agreement that they had verbalized. And I still will never know to this day what actually happened.
Okay.
But a rift happened and we left the church.
Whoa. She knows exactly what happened and was involved in detail. This is one of those things that's so easy to prove. And that's why I'll have the website. I'll post the receipts, so to speak. But she was deeply involved in email threads and conversations that we hosted. This is another thing you got to cover multiple layers of, because it's so exactly the opposite of what she's painting me to be. As this episode unfolded that led to us leaving the church, we asked for meetings like with the church elders and deacons. We wanted to have a meeting, and this is like totally contrary to what I'm supposed to be. I insisted, I assumed, and we had Holly involved in those meetings, and like, whoa, a woman. To me, it was a given, but I included her in that. And she was an active, engaged participant who knew all the details. So she's just lying about that completely.
In 2021.
Yes.
Okay.
The same month we left the church, my mother died of cancer.
Oh, no.
She was my support. Like, she would babysit for me. She was there for the births. She was everything a mom and a grandmother should be.
Right.
Perfect, wonderful, just,
Amen to those comments. And this is an important thing. I think it explains, it's a significant piece of the puzzle. Her mother, fantastic woman here on earth. And she was the hub of that family. So it was a bigger deal than most mothers. It's always hard to lose a mom, but this was a bigger deal than most situations. And she died relatively young, in her 50s. And so it was hard. I won't get into all of it now, but it was brutal and difficult. And I'm convinced that this did something to these sisters, because 1 year after their mother, right at the 1 year mark after their mother died, they're both concocting these plans, including lying about the sexual abuse of children, to blow up their families and pillage the system, destroy the men. And they both had 5 young children around the same ages. It's really weird. It's the kind of thing that if you wrote in fiction that these two sisters would both do this evil thing at the same time in such similar situations, you wouldn't believe it in a work of fiction. So truth is stranger than fiction. But they both, for whatever reason, I don't know, but they have said things, and I've had many people share with me, and I've heard directly comments from these women after their mother died about how kind of viciously they've repudiated what she raised them to be. And again, that all happened way before I came along. So they ended up really resenting her profoundly. And I don't know how much of a role that played in them becoming willing to lie about sexual abuse and do what they've done. But I know they have both just completely, they've repudiated completely her legacy, and they seem to be enjoying that. From, I don't follow Chelsea as much now, but her actions, like, wow. And she's as cold and vicious a liar as Holly. And it's weird to watch this all happen starting a year after the death of their mother. So it was a big, big deal. And the mother was wonderful, wonderful woman.
So she was my safe place that way. Now, I never told her how miserable the marriage was. I never told her about the problems. Literally never. I never said a word to her. because for one, you're not supposed to
That's-
dishonor your husband.
Right.
And two, I really did not want to disappoint her, because if I had told her, she would have had to face that she was lied to and fooled just as much as I was.
Wow.
And so I never said a word to her, and she died. And she doesn't know now that I'm, single.
Right.
Like nothing. And so she passed away. We left the church all in October of 2021. We moved. We were actually living on the church property, which is pretty crazy. We were right next door to the elders. Our home's connected with a sidewalk.
Okay.
We moved out. And so we moved in February of 2022. I got my hand on a book called The Body Keeps a Score. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Yeah.
I thought so. And that's really what broke me from the religious grooming. That's what made me.
That's so interesting. It broke her, and now the way she's pitching it is from the religious grooming, because, as I speculated earlier, she made that decision and she was encouraged to choose a certain path where you claim the victim card and absolve yourself of being an actual child abuser, which she is. That's what she, or was, however you want to put it. She actually abused her children physically. That happened. And so, yeah, everything I was saying earlier, this is interesting.
Me feel like, okay, these cracks I'm having, this vicious cycle is real.
Right.
The trauma is real, and that's what really just changed the game for me. So
That's incredible.
I read that in February of 2022. I did try to have conversations with him about, like, hopefully somehow trying to fix our relationship, though you can't fix something that was never good to begin with. But the reality of divorce is hard to face, and you would rather do anything than that, than raise 5 kids.
Yeah.
And I didn't have work experience. Like the all the things and all the changes that would have to happen, it's kind of like last resort.
And so much unknown, and you've lost your support person.
Yes. So those conversations, though, confirmed to me that everything I had felt and thought was even more real than I realized, because those conversations went so bad. So,
Like, give us an example, if you don't mind. Just, like, when you're talking to him and trying to plead with him and, you're asking him for change. Was it just that
really
stare that he would give you? Yeah.
A lot of blank staring.
Right.
Just a lot
Which
of
is scary if anybody does that, let alone.
non-response.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain.
One theme I'm picking up on here is anything I do, whether it's saying something or nothing or just looking at someone, like staring, it's always evil and bad. Always evil and bad. And the conversations she's mentioning about us having in light of that book, The Body Keeps the Score, the main conversations had to do with her weeping and acknowledging that she realized or suspected that she may have caused a psychotic break more than once in our son by physically abusing him. I can't get over that.
But like when someone just checks out, and they're just,
Yeah.
and it's such a vacant coldness. They're dead eyes. There's just nothing there.
Right.
Because you're showing vulnerability and pain, and they don't know how to handle that.
Right.
So they check out. They can't face their own vulnerability and pain, so they sure as hell can't face yours.
Right.
I'm sensing a lot of projection here in light of what I've shared about her physical abuse of the children and refusal to accept that and deal with it. You have to deal. Whatever it is we do wrong, however we sin, so to speak, we have to repent. We have to own it, repent of it, and struggle and wrestle and work to do better. But you can't get to those later stages of that without repenting. You have to own it. And that's at the heart of this perverted religion that I've witnessed people like Yarborough and So Brady apparently pitch is the you just don't repent. You do not repent. You can maybe repent about some peripheral stuff or little things here or there if you have to, but on the big things, you never own your sin and repent of it as your own. You double down if you have to. You triple down. You get so far as to where rather than own your BS, you start lying
about the other people sexually abusing children. So repentance is something that she just doesn't do. And how can you when you're not even responsible for anything ever? You find a million different ways to make every bad decision you've ever made other people's fault. It's never your responsibility. So obviously, when that's how you operate, you can't get to repentance. You have nothing to repent of.
Right.
And so then the thing that really changed was I started highlighting his actions. Hey, you're doing X, Y, Z, but you say this and it's not matching up.
Oh.
That's when the problem started. That's when he went from just kind of like, he would never like call me a bitch or anything like that. Like he never screamed. He did not have any alcohol issues. When you think of abuser, you kind of have this image in your head of like a man who's out of control and swinging fists.
Yes.
Not
someone who's actually abusive, like for real.
Not him. And I've never claimed otherwise. But that's when he really started calling me crazy. That was the first time he started calling me crazy.
Like, how dare you question him or tell him anything?
Or it wasn't even that. He would just be like, that's crazy.
I know one time I said something like that was in response to Holly sharing some of when she was this is after the Yarborough stuff has started, now I know the timeline. After she's diving deep into that crap, that worldview, she starts sharing with me these revelations of suicidal thoughts in the context of she told me she was having these ideas of driving the van load of kids into oncoming traffic. And I just reflexively, I did this. I'm not saying it's the right way to handle this, but I said some version of that's crazy or that sounds crazy. And I probably had a look on my face like, what? Because I'd never heard anything like that. All this suicidal talk has only come up since she started down this new religious path of Yarboroughism, for lack of a better term. Although it's a pretty good term in this context. So yeah, I thought that was pretty crazy. And so yeah, at that point, we're in a bad place, obviously. And I always would encourage, look, if my actions are not lining up with what I say, that's life. I screw up regularly and don't live up to many standards regularly. And I need to have that confrontation. I need to own it, and so that I can repent and try to do better. Even if I make the same mistake 100 times in a row, to keep trying and at least first own it. I am screwing up this way. Yeah, you mentioned this and you're right. So I've not generally been a guy who's resistant to that sort of thing. I'm definitely not saying I've always handled it perfectly, but generally, I want to know when I'm wrong because it happens a lot. I've been wrong in life about a lot of things, big things, small things, and in between. But when I was calling her crazy or saying she's acting crazy, it was when she was saying things like that about driving the kids into oncoming traffic.
All calm like that?
Very calm.
Ugh.
His voice was so controlled and cold.
It's almost like it would have made more sense if he was like irrational or like yelling a little.
Yes.
But
this is the theme too I've experienced way before watching this video. With these the religion of feminism, the Yarboroughism, anything I do, or guys like me, the patriarchs, anything you do is evil. Now, they want to provoke you to a point where you will throw something. They're dying for you to do that. Throw a punch. Oh, game over. Let them frustrate you to the point where you throw something at them or hit somebody or start screaming. Then, of course, that's horrible. And they really resent when you don't do that because you're really failing to live down to their caricature and narrative. And it's so ridiculous with these people, these women and the womanly feminist males that work with them, is how even then, so then when you actually do have self-control and you're very disciplined and you don't bite on all the provocations the way they want you to, then that's even bad. Like, oh, he is controlled. He's not even cursing. He's not yelling or doing any of this other stuff. And it's like, wow, you cannot win. And that's the point, literally. You can't win. They're never wrong. You're always wrong. And that's just how it is with these people.
But no, the
That's
calmness.
just creepy.
Very calm and cold. And the disbelief of, what are you talking about? Holly, that's crazy. Where did you get those ideas?
Major gaslighting.
Yeah, like, he would never yell. It was always that way. And so it's unnerving. It's hard to explain how unnerving it is.
Right.
But anyways, I started secretly planning a way out. I remember the first time I called an attorney. I was in my closet, literally having a breakdown while I was trying, because I've never done anything like this before.
Yeah.
The overwhelm, the shaking, my body's reacting uncontrollably, but I actually called an attorney. And I hired her, and I filed for divorce in October of 2022.
Okay.
And nothing.
So how did you hire her, though? Like, how did you get access to, like, money or...
I did have help.
Okay.
Yeah, she had help. I think I mentioned this earlier, but if I haven't, this has to be covered because this act alone clearly reveals Tim Yarborough to be an evil, counterfeit, pathetic little worm of a phony Christian leader. Because he, without ever talking with me or reaching out for one single comment or thought or response to any of Holly's accusations, many of which you can just point to clear evidence of her lying. It's like really obvious. I won't give examples now. I'll get into that later. But so he does none of that, just funds the divorce, puts thousands of dollars. When I say funds the divorce, I don't mean all of it necessarily, but he writes them thousands of dollars, puts thousands of dollars into it by writing a check without ever even talking with me. Now that is indefensible. And if he was part of an actual Christian organization that took the Bible seriously in the ways they impose on other people, that man, for his course of action that started really before that, but definitely highlighted by that point, he should either have to repent and make restitution of the evil he's done, for the evil he's done, or he should be publicly excommunicated from the visible church of Jesus. And that terminology, those approaches, that's what these denominations are supposed to believe, and they do that to other people. But in reality, they platform guys like Yarborough, who literally can just write checks for divorces and blow up families without following the most basic biblical protocols about involving things like the 9th commandment, which is you shall not bear false witness, which specifically is aimed at court settings. You cannot lie in court. And he financed a lot of lies in court. Doesn't care. You also, in bearing false witness, when you read through what the Presbyterians have, detailed books that are great and documents that they claim this is what we mean by this. When you read through what they claim and enforce on other people as it relates to the 9th commandment, and you see how he just shits all over it, does not care, it gives you a real sense of what you're dealing with here in that context. I don't want to chase that rabbit too far here, but I had to mention that that's where she got her help, from this feminist, woke, phony Christian leader.
Had help.
Thankfully.
I contacted a few different abuse organizations and hotlines. I had a good friend that I could confide in. I had 2 good friends that I confided in. And between the ministries and my friends, we were able to make this happen where I could retain an attorney. So because he was never overtly physically or verbally abusive to the children, he was fine. He was, pretty emotionally absent. But once...
Total bullshit. Those kids adore being with me, and we were with each other. And anyway, this is so evil.
In a while, we had a family game night. He did love watching movies. He's a big movie gamer guy. So as long as the kids could do that with him, So I filed for 50-50 custody, thinking, you know what, maybe he'll step up and actually connect with the kids, because he's being forced to now that he's going to be parenting them 50-50.
Right.
And that gives me time to go to school, because I've got to get in the workplace. And I have no idea what even I'm going to do. I did secure a job at a daycare where I was going to be a first grade teacher.
Okay.
So the kids were going to attend there, and I was going to work there, offering me discounts. It was like this amazing situation I was able to find. Filed for 50-50 custody, and nothing in heaven above or hell below could have prepared me for how he responded. The first thing he did, because me and the kids left the house, and then he was served the divorce papers, just because I didn't know how that was going to go.
Right.
The first thing he did was drain the bank account. He didn't even call me. He drained the bank account.
Of course he did. Control.
Yes, and money is his god. He doesn't say that, but money is his god.
Right.
And then we came back home the next day, and it became, the narrative shifted. Children, your mother is dangerous.
Oh, no.
Okay, we're going to pause and cover a few things here. This is huge. All right, so, man, I should have backed up and hit a couple of these things as they were unfolding. Maybe I need to do that. I just want to, I don't want to jump around too much, but I have to do it this time.
Pretty emotionally absent, but once in a while, we had a family game night. He did love watching movies. He's a big movie.
Let's move forward.
And nothing in heaven.
He did. Control.
Yes, and money is his god. He doesn't say that, but money is his god.
Right.
Okay.
And nothing in heaven above.
Okay, the money, sorry to skip around like that. I'm trying to find the different things she mentioned. Money is his god. As I think I've touched on earlier, I gave up to pursue what I ended up doing. I gave up 80% of my income, my normal income, to do the things I was doing because I believed in them. And I took jobs in my 40s that I wouldn't have taken as a teenager because of my commitment and desire to do certain things and support my family. So this is a really egregious lie. It's typical at this point. But this idea of he drained the bank account. This is a biggie. This is one of those things that one of the stories that she's told from the beginning that when people hear it, it's one of the big bullet points in the beginning when she is first launching all this BS that really shocks people. And it's part of the way she's demonstrating that I was just a controlling, evil guy, is that I drained the bank account. What she doesn't say is that, oh man, and yeah, there is one point before the draining of the bank account. She talks about how she took off with the kids and then had me served, and she didn't want to be there because she didn't know how it would go. And so I come home from work at night, I see the house is empty, and then I get the guy comes to the door, serves me with the papers, and then I end up going upstairs and seeing that she's taken out of our safe all the cash that was there. And we had $4,000 in the safe. She's also taken she'll claim half. She took most of, but let's just say half of the silver, which was a lot of silver. And it's easy to liquidate, and it was worth a lot of money. So she took that stuff, and gold too, and all the cash, and she never says anything about that. And why then I went out to and ended up draining the bank account. But before I drained the bank account, another thing she lied about that was so easy to disprove is one of the things, in keeping with this theme that we've already heard in this video of how he didn't really care much about the kids. He's detached. He didn't care. One of the things she claimed in court documents is that I was so not, I didn't care so much about the kids that I didn't even try to find out where they were or what was going on when she did that night, which is so the opposite of the truth. I flipped out. I was like, where the hell are my children? What is this crazy woman? I'm thinking in my mind after what she's been telling me about driving the kids into traffic and how she's becoming this totally other creature after the Yarborough intervention. And so I'm calling. I call, and the first time I call, someone maybe accidentally answered the phone. Maybe it was one of the kids. I don't know. But you could tell it was like an accidental thing because I'm just hearing background noise. And so I'm listening to it sounds like the kids, and then it hangs up. And then shortly after it hangs up, I get a text from her saying, I'm sorry, it must have just been the kids, or something like that. This is one of the text message receipts that I have. And then the other receipt in this context is I have the Verizon wireless cell phone record. So it's easy to see that when she claims I never even tried to find out what was up with the kids, you can see my calls. And I also dialed 911 as I'm calling the police and trying to figure out what's going on. And so it's all right there. She just lies about these things. And while I was, anyway, even if you can easily disprove her lies, she doesn't care and never acknowledges it. Like, you can show her that document, show her what she said. Doesn't matter. That is total Yarborough. The truth doesn't matter. The contradiction you're holding in front of my face doesn't count. I cannot be held responsible. You're just evil, because that's my narrative. That's Yarborough, and like Yarborough, like Holly. It's kind of how it is now. So while I'm running around out there and I'm realizing, oh my gosh, I have no cash and we have to pay the rent. And we don't have enough money in the bank to cover the rent. Close, but not quite. Not to mention any other bills. So since she's just done this, I'm thinking, because she has a debit card, she could drive by the bank and get the rest of the money. Why not? So I go get the cash out of the bank. That's now what she would repeatedly talk about as draining the bank account as a form of financial abuse. Every time I share that additional major bit of details in response to Holly's, the way she presents it, when it comes to draining the bank account, everyone who hears that I know of, who I've shared that with, they then acknowledge openly, like, she's a liar. She is a liar. And so, yeah, she's a liar, but if no one will ever hold her accountable, and she never owns any of the lies, well, what does it matter? What does it matter? Especially when you have a character like Yarborough, paying her to move forward, financially incentivizing all of it. I have to be destroyed. The target, the patriarch, has to be destroyed at any cost. You lie any way you want to, any way you need to get that job done. That's the evil brainwashing religion that I've been having to combat here. So,
or hell below could have prepared me for how he responded. The first thing he did, because me and the kids left the house, and then he was served the divorce papers, just because I didn't know how that was going to go.
Right.
The first thing he did was drain the bank account. He didn't even call me. He drained the bank account.
Of course he did. Control.
Yes, and money is his God. He doesn't say that, but money is his God.
Right.
One lie after another. Didn't even call me. You catch that in there. And she later in the court documents made a big point of that, when you just have to look at the Verizon receipt. She's that level of crazy. And it is crazy. I don't have to mean clinically insane, and I don't have to have a degree. When you're lying like that, it's effing crazy, right? Y'all get what that means. When you were going to lie that way, and here's the receipt showing you're lying, doesn't matter. That is crazy.
And then we came back home the next day, and it became, the narrative shifted. Children, your mother is dangerous.
Oh, no.
She's lost her mind. You're going to live with me now. and your lives are going to be better once she's gone. And he stopped calling me mom, and he started calling me by my first name to the kids. And
I never said those things that way at all. Anything like that to the children. I did on at least 2 occasions that I recalled, and I owned up to this always. Like, I did say Holly a couple times instead of mommy, but 99% of the time I would refer, and with the kids, I was real conscious of this most of the time, slipped a couple as far as the Holly mommy thing, but I would correct myself then if I said Holly, I would say mommy, and I was always encouraging the kids to be good for mommy. And the way that's that.
Started buying them every fucking thing they wanted. He would buy my daughter sushi every night, chocolate, snacking.
Oh God, this guy.
Games, movies, second Nintendo Switch, just lavishing on the attention
how
he
old
had
are they?
deprived.
No. Now, I was in the month or so leading up to when she was starting to go sideways, I was bringing her home sushi. And then as I was doing that regularly, I started occasionally bringing some for our oldest daughter as well. And so that's how that unfolded. And as far as buying things for the kids, it was just pretty normal, the same way we've been doing it for years. Birthdays, Christmas time, things like that. There was a time when I would go to Ross and find these incredible deals on toys and get some stuff, some of it for the kids and some to try and anyway, that's a side thing. You can sell that stuff and do pretty well. A lot of people do really well with that, but no, this was not. Oh, and the second Nintendo Switch thing comes up later in our story in a significant way when I have to flee basically a home invasion by one of these Yarborough disciples. I flee with the kids, with 4 of the kids, the oldest ones, and I'm sure this is going to come up later, so I'm sorry to be redundant with the story I'm going to have to tell later, but before I forget the second Nintendo Switch thing, while we were out and for a while there, I'm like, I don't know when we're going to be able to be back home. So I bought a second Nintendo Switch so that the kids could have something to do while we were suddenly and unexpectedly away from home. We didn't have, I don't think we had the first Nintendo Switch with us. But that's where that came up. That'll come up later. I just don't want to forget to address it later since she's bringing it up here.
Them of their entire lives.
Right.
So for children, it's like, oh my gosh, I have a dad.
Yeah, look how cool he is, and he gets us all these things. And the kids are young.
Very
They're young.
Very. My oldest is 11.
Oh.
So at this time, she was 9.
Yeah.
And I was breastfeeding full time. And that's what happened. And not nothing. And it became, he would make intentional, because we were still living in the same household. I didn't have the resources I needed to move out before filing.
Right.
I couldn't move out. I was going to have 2 to 4 months where I would start work, the children would start school, and I could find a place to go. I needed a transitional period. And he used that time to make life hell. He would make mass messes around the house and then just be like, so when are you going to clean that up?
In front of...
No. I'm a very clean, organized guy. And anyone who knows me and our home knows that. That's, oh man, this is amazing that I have to. And as things were getting weirder, once you start to see what Holly's doing, who she's getting connected with, and what their aims are. And so along the way there, I had to start kind of recording everything. I'd always be walking around with a spare cell phone in my pocket, recording audio. This is a pathetic way to live. And then I'd have to, at night, I'd take pictures of the way the place was left. Then I'd clean up while I'm having to work, clean up late at night, take pictures of how I cleaned it up, how I got it cleaned, and had to do those sorts of things because of some of the stuff she was saying, like this. And there's video, there are pictures, it's all there, but this is what I was dealing with.
Of the kids too.
Everything was in front of the kids. Everything. you're lazy. It was awful. We had holidays because I filed in October. Thanksgiving Day, I made a turkey at home. We were supposed to go to family, but we got the flu, so we had to stay and just have it there. So I was cooking the turkey, and he was like, he made some sides, and he was like, children, I made these sides. We're gonna, and we had 2 tables, and I was just setting the table where we always had dinner. No, and he took everything and put it on the formal dining room table. And then it was like, kids, I'm taking over your education. I'm going to homeschool you now, and we're starting math today. Thanksgiving Day. And I'm like...
No, this is not at all how these...
Oh, man. I do remember I make this one particular side dish that the kids love. It's like a family tradition thing that came from my grandmother. And so 2 things actually. Yeah. 2 different dishes that I make. And it's just kind of like all what I contribute to holiday meals, at least. So that happened. But beyond that, what she's saying is just more BS Yarborough style narrative stuff.
Like everything he could to stress us out.
It sounds like he was starting to lose it, like lose control of even himself at this point.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it kept going that way to where I was just trying to get out of the house. It was the intentional sleep deprivation. He would keep the kids up late. Bedtime routines were gone. And every time I told the children something, he was behind them saying, no, don't do that. So he was training them to disregard me as a parent.
Yes.
No, I literally have many, many recordings of me with the children talking about how repeatedly, obey mommy, be good for mommy, wherever you're at, with mommy, make it better, see how you... That's what I was teaching to the children. All right, since sleep deprivation is being mentioned here, and that is a big point that Holly tries to ride and paint in a certain light and use, and effectively used it in the court process because, as we'll cover later, I could not afford a lawyer. She was totally well provided for in that regard. I had to work almost the equivalent of 2 full-time jobs while sleepwalking through trial. So I didn't get a lot accomplished in court. I couldn't do anything there. But so this idea of sleep deprivation, this requires me to slowly go through the numerous police calls and visits that were made to our home during this time. And this is also an example of how Holly can throw a line out there like sleep deprivation, or like earlier when she said, he drained the bank account, and then she gives this mocking look and delivers it in this derisive tone, but it just takes a few seconds and she's done the damage. She's planted the seeds and painted the picture, even though she knows what the details I shared earlier, and that every time I share those details with anyone who heard her line on that, they come to believe and understand, well, she's a liar, a very manipulative liar. And so this kind of thing, she does these targeted little comments that then require a long explanation. And when I'm done giving the explanation, you'll understand why. And then she'll also paint the fact that I give the explanation as a problem, as like evidence. Well, she'll use phrases like, well, he'll just wear you out with these explanations or such. So I'll leave that all to the listener to determine whether what I'm saying here is relevant and impacts significantly the point being made, like with the draining the bank account thing after she took all the wealth. So with this, there were 4 total calls made to police. 3 of those calls were made by Holly or one of Yarborough's disciples, a woman named Heidi. One of the calls was made by me. And interestingly enough, during those visits from the police, the 3 claims they made to the police with their calls, the police investigated, quote unquote, by talking with everybody, myself included, and then did not do anything because there was nothing to do. What had been claimed didn't happen. And there's that. Yet when I called the police, they acted on the thing I called them out for.
And I hope I remember to get into that one later. But when it comes to sleep deprivation, the only 2 nights that there was a serious issue with sleep deprivation are 2 nights that well, I shouldn't say that, because during these police visits, the first one, and I'll just start there. I'll start with the first one. This is Black Friday. And the kids did end up being up very late because of the police call that was made. And let me now explain why that happened. So the kids and I had been out that day, and things are already super weird. Holly's totally detached and zoned into her phone and coordinating with her new friends in Alabama how to do this, that, and the other. The kids are loving being with me, as always. We went out for Black Friday, and we had fun. I mean, we went to McDonald's. We went to places like Ross and McKay's. We didn't buy much of anything, but I'm sure anything we did buy will be painted as, oh, the materialistic dad thing, whatever. We just had a normal good time. This is the kind of stuff we would always do every year, this kind of activity. So we went out and did that, and I could tell that the fact that we just were always having a good time together, and that the kids were noticing how much more tense things are around her, because part of their thing, their MO is to create an atmosphere of tension and really horror that they then blame their target for. So, and that seemed to be amplified. The agitation Holly would feel would seem to be made much worse the more just happy the kids and I were together. And so that night, now we're skipping through, we did our Black Friday stuff. We came home, we're at home, and it's getting late. I put the boys in their bedroom to bed. And now this is important for me to explain for future parts of the tale here. Our bedrooms are on the second floor of our home. The super huge master bedroom is at one end of a long hallway on the second floor, and the other 2 bedrooms on the second floor are at the other end of the hallway. And early in the process, I had offered for Holly to have the master bedroom as her space, and I would just sleep on the couch. She ended up refusing that and choosing instead to move herself into our oldest daughter's room. And of course, take then our youngest daughter along with. So it kind of became the girls' room. And our oldest daughter kind of resented this in a way. She basically lost her room. And this is another thing that when Holly did that and then our daughter reacted that way at all, I'm somehow blamed for that. So every bad thing that happens, everything is Scott is evil. Scott is bad. So there's one thing, I think we've already seen a lot of it in this video. I anticipate it to continue. Holly is responsible for nothing. There is no accountability. None of it. And so that even permeates this part of the story. So Holly's growing more and more frustrated, more and more detached and zoned in on her phone and her new Alabama friends. And that night, I am getting ready to go to bed. It's getting close to bedtime. I put the boys to sleep in their room, turned out the lights, and I was always very good. The kids will go to bed for me very well almost all the time. Almost, not always. And then our oldest daughter, she usually would stay up an hour beyond when the other kids would go to sleep. And so she asked if she could play her Nintendo game in my room with me. And so she sat, and it's a huge room. Like, it is probably the biggest room in the house. That was actually like one of the complaints about the layout of the place. It's like so much square footage seemed to be wasted on this massive master bedroom. But in this scenario, it worked out really well. Our oldest daughter sat in this corner, this big fluffy corner chair in the corner of the room, while I laid on my bed reading a book. And it was starting to get late. It's getting close to time where she's going to have to go to bed too. And then I hear some commotion coming from down the hall. Sounds like Holly's yelling. And one thing to her credit that I can say is very rarely did I ever hear her yell or scream or anything. That was not something she was known for at all. But man, in this instance, she was yelling at the boys. It was pretty dramatic. And so I got up, came to the door of my bedroom, looked down the hall, and as I looked down the hall, apparently what had happened is the boys had gotten up and were making noise, and it bothered Holly. And so she was really yelling and going a bit, I'll use that word, a bit crazy on them. Now, I didn't say that then, but it was crazy. So crazy that our youngest son was terrified, and he came running from behind. Ran around her in the hallway and came running down towards me when he saw me standing at the other end of the hallway, ran right past me into my room and went and jumped into the big fluffy chair with our oldest daughter, who was still sitting there and kind of in shock at all that was going on. She's just sitting there. He gets in the chair with her, and he's holding his knees up under his chin and just looking forward like wide-eyed and scared. And I totally understood why. I didn't know what had happened, but something Holly said or did flipped that boy out in ways like I'd never seen that in him before. So I'm standing in the hallway there, and Holly then, after the son runs away from her and into my room, she's coming down the hall and she's calling out to both of them by name. And I'm trying to remember not to use names. I may slip up here. It's probably inevitable, but I'm trying. So she's calling out, and it is creepy. It is creepy. She's calling out. I stay standing in the door. The door is open. She sees the two kids sitting in the chair, because it's a straight shot to see the chair from the door. I, though, won't let her into the room as she tries to come into the room. And so she then is calling for them to come out to her right now. And I let them know that you all can stay there. You can stay right there very calmly, which me talking in a calm voice apparently is creepy to people like this. But she was clearly creeping the kids out. And this would be an example. I know Holly has said he was always telling the kids not to do what I told them. No, not at all. My drumbeat theme with the children was be good for mommy, obey mommy. And that was what I just repeated again and again and again. Now, the exceptions were situations like this, where, yes, absolutely, but based on what had just happened, I did tell them after she said, come to her, I said, you don't have to do that. You can stay in here. They stayed there. That made her even more enraged. So then she threatens to call the police. And I say, and this is when I start recording, and all of this from this point on, and I think a little earlier, is recorded. I have it all. Audio, I mean. So Holly calls the police. And she calls the police. The police come out. And now it's getting late. Pretty late. The police, for the first time, I've never had anything like this happen in my life, of course. So the police come out to the house. The kids are terrified. Up to this point, and Holly and her friends created much worse events in the future, but up to this point, this was the most horrifying experience of the children's lives. They're screaming and crying. They can't believe what's going on. And the police come in. They ask about things. I explain what I've explained to you here. All of this is recorded. They hear it all, and they realize there's nothing that wrong here. There's nothing that we're going to be doing about anything here. And what they had called, or what Holly had claimed, the reason she gave for the police to come out, she said, I was holding the children hostage. That's what they came out for. That's why the night was made into a chaotic hell. And this went on for a while. The police come out, and of course, it's late at night.
multiple police cars with the lights on in the front yard. I mean, the kids, I've provided a very happy, stable, safe home and childhood. And Holly likes to make this claim. She repeats it like a mantra of how she protects the children's childhood. It's exactly the opposite. She's willing to lie and destroy and abuse and shatter peace and innocence in any way she needs to pursue the narrative that she and these kooks from Alabama are advocating. So that was an early night of sleep deprivation. I don't think that's one she's really talking about. We're going to get into those in a minute, but I had to go chronologically with the police visits because that was the first one. And so, again, that night you realize as Holly's ratcheting up the craziness, like it's getting, put yourself in my position as this is happening. Like, wow, just when you think she's hit another high level of lunacy and deceit, and you think, well, it can't get worse. Oh, it just keeps going and going and going. So then after, after the Black Friday episode, then there's a period where, and I should mention here, one of the key claims made by Holly and in the initial wave of Yarborough-funded legal action, one of the key claims was a key claim because it's about keys. It was this idea that I was so controlling that I kept keys in my grip all the time, not just the keys to the van, which at the time was our only vehicle, but also keys to the room where the food was kept. This is what was claimed, and I'll elaborate on that later. But these keys that I supposedly had my iron grip on to control everybody and everything, somehow, some way, after this Black Friday thing, and things weren't going, Holly couldn't get what she wanted when she made the bogus police call about me holding the children hostage. So what she did is she took off with the van, which you have to have the keys to do that, just in case that's not being noted here, took off with the kids and just disappeared for about a week, just disappeared. And this was over the course of our youngest son's birthday. And she seemed to we were texting back and forth, and I was like pleading, and I have all of these texts. It's brutal and sad to go back and read, explaining how I'm hoping you'll be back, or please, and then when it becomes clear she's not even going to bring them back for this birthday celebration, knowing I always do great birthday party stuff for the kids. And so I text her. She just won't. I mean, she's just gone. She just took off with the kids. And these creepy, weird exchanges in the text. I'll have to show those later. I'm going to build pages. I won't get into all that right now. But yeah, the receipts are there to cover all this stuff. And so she finally comes back, and she explains when she comes back that, okay, she'll come back home with the kids. And the kids then will stay there with me, but at night, she's going to go stay somewhere where she feels safer. This whole theme of safety, the line, they have to manufacture and then foment and provoke all these things to create a difficult environment that then they just use as part of their narrative of how you, in this case me, are making things unsafe. It's all about, because once these abuse advocates, the dishonest ones, I'm sure there are legitimate ones out there. These ain't it. But they use these terms to justify all sorts of things in court and elsewhere. And so she's going to go spend the nights elsewhere with our youngest, who is still breastfeeding. And the kids, though, would stay and live normally or normal-ish with me. And they loved, again, being home with dad, back home with dad, and all the things I do with them and for them. Things that increasingly Holly just had no interest in doing. So the plan that was supposed to be the plan as we're moving forward through the divorce process. She was going to stay living that way, and the kids would be living in that way. But 2 days in, it was the second day. We had one full day of that approach that Holly announced as the new normal, and then 1 day into the new normal, Holly announces that there's a friend of hers, and she announces this late in the day. It's like a sudden announcement to me while this person's on their way to our house. She announces that a dear good friend of hers, who is this Heidi woman that I mentioned earlier, another woman who's willing to lie in the most ridiculous, egregious ways, and is a devotee, one of Tim Yarbrough's passionate followers, because like Holly, as I've come to observe, in my opinion, based on a whole lot of experience and evidence, Yarbrough builds this, quote, ministry that then has these women adoring him and lavishing him. And they're like, it's the classic Jude out of the Bible or false teacher thing where you're bringing followers to yourself. You're building this thing. And these women who he empowers to destroy by manipulating the legal system and having the cover of a so-called Christian ministry, they love him for it. They know what he's done for them. He's allowed them to be responsible for nothing, accountable for nothing, and able to make fortunes abusing the system in the name of Jesus. So that's what this false teacher has done in my experience. So this Heidi person is announced as coming out to the house to stay with us overnight. That's what Holly, in this really creepy, like matter of fact, like a robotic tone of like, she's come in and she announces this, and she texts me to that effect as well. And I express like, whoa, wait, I don't know this person at all. She's coming to the house, and that's pretty creepy. And of course, Holly is using the pretext of, I just want someone here to help me feel safe. So I suggest, well, we have figuratively 1 million friends and family are really close by. And apparently this chick was coming up from Alabama. Well, I suggested, look, just let's reach out to any of these friends and family, have them come and stay. If you think something's unsafe here and you need someone here, well, it should be someone like that, because that just keeps the peace. Whereas if we bring in a stranger that I know is hostile, well, that makes things worse. And from my perspective, very unsafe. But you see, that's always the goal, to actually make things unsafe for the target of your abuse of the system, of everything, to actually create an unsafe environment for them while claiming that's what they're doing as justification for your bringing in this stranger from Alabama. And then when we were sitting down for dinner in the minutes before this stranger is supposed to come to our home and stay overnight, this is one thing, men and others who are listening to this and you're wondering, well, how did this happen? Can't you just say no? Oh, no. These abuse advocates, quote unquote, and the likes of Yarbrough, they know how to manipulate and work the system, which the first step is you have to know the system, and they know it backwards and forwards. They know that if Holly invites someone to stay in the house, that's it. I have to let them stay. Doesn't matter who they are. They're coming and staying in the home. Think about that. And again, keep in mind, I suggested friends and family that the kids know, I know well, we'd all be cool with. We'd have fun. Oh no, because actual safety and peace is never the goal with these people. It's to create chaos, then blame the target for the chaos and use the chaos they've created to destroy the target, blow up the family, and rape everyone financially along the way. That's the MO of this ministry and its advocates. So in the minutes leading, as around dinner time, our oldest daughter tells me, she's hearing this calm but awkward conversation where I'm asking these questions in a way around the children that I don't want to
agitate the kids at all, but I'm asking and I'm mentioning, how long have you known this person who's coming to live in our home or stay in our home overnight? And that's when our oldest daughter just chimed in and informed me that Holly had told her that Holly had just met this person either days ago or a week earlier. So she just met this person from Alabama who is connected with Yarborough. Now I'm getting a very clear picture of what's going on here. And talk about creepy and scary. And when you realize you can't stop them from coming and staying, you can't. So that is and this is following the week where Holly just took off with the kids in the van and everything. Now this is happening a day after she had announced this new normal plan that didn't last 2 days. So this person arrives and she is every bit the hostile, like seriously weird religious views and hostility towards Christianity. The conversation we'd had was interesting that way. I did talk with her and was trying to get to know this person who's in the house and staying there apparently. And so as the night went on, I didn't want her to feel comfortable in the home. And so this is one of the things that I did that comes up later that did happen, is I would play a loud music when down in her part of the house where this woman was sleeping. I would stay up and clean. While I was cleaning, I'd have music going loud in this downstairs part of the house where this woman was sleeping. I know it's like it's a silly thing to do. But that's where the loud music being played late at night comes in. That happened. And, everybody sleeps upstairs. In our upstairs rooms, you can sleep through all this sort of thing. But I didn't want this woman who's sleeping on a couch in the living room and is there to do harm to me and my family. If all I could do is make it difficult for her to sleep, well, that was something. So I cleaned the house downstairs, like vacuuming and stuff. And I had music going while I did that. So yeah, that was a thing. And then after the next day, I realized this woman had said she's going to stay that next full day. And so I took the 4 oldest children with me, and we were going to go out shopping that day together. And so the 4 of us went out shopping, and while we were out looking around, and I need to be careful when I describe shopping. We didn't go buy a bunch of stuff. We just went around looking around at things. It was Christmas time, and you go to the mall a lot. One of the things when I say shopping, let me be clear here, because I know Holly will always want to paint that as, see, he's just going out and buying them stuff. That's not what I mean. This time, and even for most of Black Friday, it was mainly socializing and going around. But like the kids love to go to the Cool Springs Mall, and they're at an age where all of them seem to really love riding escalators. And we would just go up and down these escalators. And there are 2 main ones that we would go to in this mall. And we did it a lot, and it was a blast. They had a lot of fun. And we would get things like Pop Rocks candy. There's a candy store that has those at the top of one of the escalators. And we would walk around and look at things and all the Christmas stuff. And we would go look at Christmas decorations and things like that. So that's what we would go out and do. And while we were out this day, I had a conversation. I can't remember who it was with. I think it was Holly's stepfather, who then told me, there was a conversation with him, and because the plan was to go back that evening or night. And when I was talking with him, he shared with me, for the first time I was hearing, I mentioned with him, and we were talking about how bizarre it was, the things that Chelsea was saying about her husband as she started to blow up their family at the same time, including the accusations of child sexual abuse. Oh, he's a pedophile, she's saying. She was talking about how he might be gay, he might be, or he's a womanizer, or he's a pedophile, or all of the above, or any mix. Literally throwing anything, all of the things. If there's a bad deviant category that exists, she was throwing them all out there. And Holly's stepfather and I were marveling at it. He's sharing with me what he's heard. He was sharing and going on, and nobody believes any of it who knows Chelsea and knows the situation. And then later, when these things were actually looked into at all, as they had to be, there's zero to it. But this is what she's doing. And it's what Holly did too. The same kind of thing. But this was the first time I learned that she was telling people these things about me. Her stepfather told me, and I was stunned. Put yourself in that position. The cold chill that went down my spine. Not just as you hear normally that news alone, that revelation that this is what your wife, how crazy and evil and manipulative and destructive she's become, that she would be doing this about you, sharing these things. I had no idea. But what made it 10 times worse was this was happening in the context of all this other stuff she's doing. And you get a real sense for the first time of, oh, it's even much worse than I thought. She's going to do everything and anything possible to accomplish whatever she's aiming to accomplish. That was terrifying inside. But you don't have the luxury as a man to just sort of roll up in a ball and go cry in the corner. You have to figure out what do I do next? So I decided then for that night anyway, I'm not going to take the kids back to the house with this Heidi zealot nutcase in the house. So I'll stay here. I went and stayed with that night the stepfather at the family property south of where we lived. Stayed there, and that's when I got the second Nintendo Switch, because in that moment I'm still trying to piece things together and figure out what the plan is. Could we be gone for days? I don't know. I don't think so. I bought a second Switch to give the kids something to do in this scenario, because suddenly we're not going home as I planned that weekend, because in my mind it became much more dangerous. For me specifically, but for anyone who would get in Holly's way. She'd already demonstrated she doesn't care about doing damage to the children at all. If it gets her what she wants, whatever. Any collateral damage is acceptable. So I'm trying to figure that out. So what we end up doing is I stay there overnight. We stay there overnight, and I come home the next morning with the kids. So we're not gone a full day. We come back, and I'm assuming at least, hopefully, this Heidi nut is gone and not in the home. Sure enough, we got home, and nobody was there. Nobody was there. Holly, our youngest daughter, who was still with her, and this Heidi chick, they're all gone. And I don't know what's up. I'm texting to see about where Holly is. In the days that follow, she ends up being gone, just disappeared. For days, about a week. She's just gone. And I'm texting, and we're home. Less than 24 hours after we left, we're back home. And I take the opportunity to just enjoy the peace. It was awesome. Had no trouble doing my job. I have one adult friend close by who would, as needed, keep an eye on the kids when I could not keep an eye on the kids in certain ways. But overall, I'm on hand, I'm on site, I'm working from home. And I keep the house meticulously clean without stressing out over it all. It's like a new world now that the chaos of Holly and the Yarborough crew is not in the home. It's peaceful. It's awesome. The kids and I are homeschooling. They love it. We play. We ride bikes. We have a week, this oasis of awesomeness. They go to bed well at a set time every night. They sleep well. We're happy. We have meals together. It's like, oh, yeah. it was fantastic. Then, and it's ramping up to our second son's birthday. Now, Holly robbed me and the kids of celebrating our youngest son's birthday together because she just took them away without saying anything about what's going on and where they're at for a week. Now, I made up that birthday to that son. I mean, I still celebrated later with the kids for him. That's very important to me. And she knows that. She takes real glee in denying us those times together. She really does. And so now we're ramping up to our second oldest sons. I shouldn't say second. I mean, they're not ranked, but our second born son. They're all 100% awesome. And he's excited. And I've got specific plans. I know what we're going to do. It's going to be super cool. And the day of his birthday, Holly shows up with the police. 2 police officers. And I invite them all to come on in. This is cool. They see the kids are playing and having a blast. They say hi. But interestingly, after she's been gone for about a week, nobody knows what the hell was going on there. The kids don't really seem to miss her very much. They just don't. I mean, they're glad to see her, and I'm glad they're glad to see her. In a way, I'm glad to see her. I'm always hoping for a positive shift, hoping for a positive change that never comes. And so she's there, and she explains that she's there to take our second oldest son and the rest of the kids out to celebrate his birthday. And that's when I have to explain, no, Holly, you can't leave with the kids. You just took off with them for a week. You've now just been disappeared for a week with our youngest daughter, who she didn't have with her when she came with the police. I don't ever get to be with that daughter, which is a whole nother story. Holly has uniquely worked to sever my ties with our youngest daughter. It's failed miserably because our youngest daughter adores me, loves me. It's just the same story. She tried, though. She's tried hard to wreck that. So I explained very calmly, no, I can't let you do that for these reasons. And so we're just going to, and we have plans for tonight to celebrate. And she pushes again and again, can I just take him out? No, you can't take any of the kids away after what you just did. You just can't. And all of this is recorded. As soon as she shows up, I have to start recording again, of course. And so I have the recording of the conversation with the police where I explain, and they're great. They're great. They see the kids are awesome and happy and having fun. We're playing games. And then I explain what's happened. And then when Holly pushes it and keeps advocating for that, I make plain, like, Holly, you just took off with I tell the story again. And you can tell she's very bothered, and she ends up leaving without any of the kids. And so I'm hoping we get to go on with the day, and we're making plans to celebrate the birthday. And then after dark, as we're getting ready to start doing the birthday stuff, Holly and 3 of the Yarborough crew in different vehicles, they show up suddenly, surround my van in our front yard, in the driveway, parking in the yard. I mean, they're there to surround the van. Very suddenly showing up, parking that way, surrounding, and then coming into the house because I can't stop them. Holly has invited them as guests. And even though, once again, I suggest, hey, if you want peace and stability for the children and everybody else, let's just have some friends and family come and be in the house here. But oh no, obviously for reasons we've already covered, that doesn't fit with the agenda of this ministry and its newest convert, Holly. So, and as they're coming into the home, they announce that they're going to just live there. Literally live in the home until we get to the court stuff resolved. That's what I'm told. And Yarborough is one of the people. He's the one who announces that. So back to this theme of provocation. This is the kind of thing they do. Create an environment and put yourself in that spot. if you're ever inclined to lose it, for example, the way Holly loses it and beats children to the point where she thinks later she caused a psychotic break. If you're the kind of person who's ever going to lose it, it's shit like this and people like Yarborough who are going to provoke you to lose it. And they want to. It's why they do these things. So I have now Heidi, who I'm very acquainted with and know her game. Yarborough, the guy who covertly funded the divorce without ever speaking with me, is, and clearly by all evidence, is deeply involved in this evil mission and what's being done to the family. Deeply invested, including financially, obviously. Now he's here at the home announcing that he's going to live in the home, in my home, for an extended period of time. And as he's walking in, then he gets out this little dice game to start in this sick, phony, creepy appeal to, trying to suck the kids in and play a little, I forget what the game was, this little dice game. He was going to play with the kids and he's going to get the kids to be his buddies. And he's going to, and it's like, it's when you know what's going on, it's like watching the pervert clown with the lollipop walk out of the creeper van and into your living room and announce, hey, I'm going to be living here with you now. That's what the vibe. So that's what was happening up to that point. So as the creeper clown and his posse is rolling into my living room, announcing they're going to be living there for a while, in the minutes shortly after that, things are really in an agitated state. A couple things happen. I confront, not yelling, not physically or anything like that, Yarborough in my living room, asking him, why did you never reach out to me at all before you funded the divorce? Those sorts of things. He never, ever answers those questions. Yarborough's MO, like Holly and his disciples, this alternative gospel and religion that it sure seems like he's created for himself, where there is no repentance, there is no truth, there is no justice, there's just winning by any means necessary. And he would never engage with any of those questions, which is obviously very frustrating to me. And so you could surely sense a tension in the conversation, which, while not over the top, it got a little loud at points. Just imagine the scenario there. And the kids then, of course, they're going to be picking up on things like that. And one of the things that our birthday boy was, you can hear it in the audio recordings, is he's roaming around the house every now and then, just bemoaning the loss of his birthday. He's saying, what was the phrase he had used? Oh, my birthday is ruined. My birthday is ruined. Oh, talk about a heartbreaking thing to hear. Just heartbreaking. And like I said, you can hear it in the recording. And anyway, that's going on. And so then seeing how they've parked in the yard, it's a rental home. And the reason why I make mention of that is, like, it's not even my property they're ruining by parking in the yard to surround the van. So I call the police. This is the one and only time that I called the police out to the home, because I'm like, you can't keep me hemmed in you cannot prevent me from being able to leave my home, which is what they were doing. And so the police do come out, and this is the one and only time where the reason the police were called out, they acknowledged, understood, and agreed, I cannot be kept in the house that way, hemmed in that way. Can't do that. And so there's that. So then as this, evening rolls on, and I'm in this scenario now with 3 of these cultists. Well, if you count Holly, it's 4. 1 total stranger, 2 that I know are evil, one of whom, Yarborough, the ringleader, the guy who's built this little following around himself, he's one of them. So I'm like, what do I do? And the two things I'm trying to think of how to possibly accomplish, since of course Holly has rejected the idea again of, could we bring out some actual friends and family that would stabilize things instead of making them go to level 11 chaos? No, because level 11 chaos is the goal of these people. And of course, then they blame me for it. So what I decide is the two things I'm trying to accomplish is keep the kids safe from these people, including a total stranger that's now living in the home. Living in the home after that arrival. And then also trying to keep the kids having as good a time as they can. Just make it as enjoyable a day and a night as possible. So what I come up with is I encourage them, why don't, we've talked about this before and we've done smaller versions of it before, but why don't you guys get your mattresses and pillows and blankets and any fluffy thing you can find, bring it into my massive master bedroom, and we'll build forts and teepees and stuff, and we'll make all the things and we'll play. Oh man, they loved that. Loved it. So they were all about it, this opportunity. Normally I keep up the house really clean and neat and enjoyable that way. And so it made it even cooler and more fun in a way to go get the cushions off of a chair and the mattress off of this or that and the pillows off the couch or whatever. It was fun. And I tried to make it as fun as possible. Talk about living in a dark dystopian Twilight Zone episode. But this is what I came up with, and we did. Kids had a blast, and I helped them go gather some stuff up along those lines. Brought it all in and into my master bedroom, and they were having a lot of fun and getting set up. Their forts and stuff, and it was going really well that way. And as the evening progressed into the night, they were starting to calm down in the room, still enjoying it. We were watching some movies in the room and playing with the forts and the pillows and all that jazz. And at some point in the early night, or sometime in the night, Holly, once again, very displeased with the fact that the children are with me having such a great time. And so she comes to my bedroom door, which I have shut, and I open the door, and she says she wants to come in and be with us, and I said, no, I'd rather you not be in here. This is my place, my safe. She would talk about safe spaces and private places, and it was super duper important, of course, that when she moved down into our girls' room and took over that room, basically as hers with the girls kind of along for the ride, and she took over that bathroom near that bedroom, which I was fine with, making that's her space, but I could not go in and disturb that. And that's fine. That's reasonable to me. Okay, fine. We'll do that. But now I'm saying, no, I want my space. As you can see, the kids are fine. They're having a blast. You stay out here. She pushes her way into the room, and she's holding our youngest daughter. She pushes her way in, which kind of was shocking at first. And so I stiffened and tried to maintain my position in the doorway, but she really leaned into it and pushed me back at least a step or two, maybe. And then I firmed up and like, no, we're not doing this. And I explained, this is my space. You can't do this. If I did this to you, it'd be a crime against humanity. You'd be calling the United Nations along with your cultist buddies here and the police again, I'm sure, for some reason. But so instead of leaving or respecting my space the way she demands that I respect her, and again, this is the theme, zero accountability or responsibility for her ever, and total entitlement to do whatever she wants. This is Yarborough religion in action. It's how that religion works. It's what it creates. So she slid. It was really weird and creepy. We're like chest to chest now. I'm not moving. She's pushing. And instead of backing up at all, she slides down, straight down, sits on the floor in the corner of my bedroom and won't move. And so we have a conversation back and forth. It's a super awkward spot to be in. And it ends up where I just relent. If I touch her, you know what she'll say. If I even try to gently move her out of the room, you know what that means. Especially with people like this, that's the kind of thing they want. They're creating hell for you, hoping you'll react in a way that gives them something real to point to. And I wouldn't do that. So she ended up migrating her way across the room and camping out on one of the mattresses that was on the floor on the other side of my bed, and was just staying there in the room, and made it plain she's just going to stay and sleep in my room next to my bed. And again, if the roles were reversed, that's just totally unacceptable. But this is how Yarborough logic works. And so Holly is just employing that. And so this is where the sleep deprivation kicks in. What caused the sleep deprivation? Of course, she never shares any of these details. She just says there was sleep deprivation, and the kids were up until 3 a.m. Let me tell you why the kids were up till almost 3 a.m. And again, all of this is recorded. All of it's recorded. One of the things the concerns I expressed to her as to why she shouldn't be sleeping in this room, after explaining, this is my space, you're not supposed to be in here, you ought, but it was obvious that she does not care. And so I said, well, could you at least put our youngest daughter to bed in the room, another room, so that she would wake up every now and then and cry. This is what babies do. Young ones do. Toddlers. She'd wake up and cry. And there was no way the boys were going to go to sleep and stay asleep with her in the room. And sure enough, our youngest erupted spontaneously late at night, crying right after I had gotten the boys to go to sleep, or be on the verge of it. It's quiet in the room. They've burnt off a ton of energy, jumping around in their forts and stuff. And then the crying happens and everybody's up. And oh man, it's like hell. And I tell her, and this is all recorded, I tell Holly, we can't do this. We can't sleep this way. But she doesn't care. She won't relent. She has to stay there with the intermittently crying child. She doesn't care about anybody but herself. And I think self-centeredness, you're going to see, you've already seen, I think, in some of the things she said, her worldview now is all about anything you do is valid. Anything you do is fine. Anything you do is legitimate. It's all about her. It's looking to yourself for every answer to every question. And so this went on and on and on. And I finally got the kids to go to sleep after what I would do is I would try to whisper stories for them. And I would talk with them in a whisper and tell them stories or about just whatever. And it worked after going through several waves of this being woken up by Holly's decisions. Finally got the kids to be asleep by about 3 o'clock. And so there's another thing, really crazy, interesting thing that happened after that. But I'll pause this part of the story there because it covers the sleep deprivation part. So when you hear her talk about sleep deprivation, now you know the 2 nights that the sleep deprivation happened, and you know why. And so I think that's a good place for me to maybe now resume the video, finally come back to the video as we move forward.
Training them to view me with the disgust that he has. And my children became people I didn't even know anymore. And that right there is by far the hardest thing. It was like I was watching them die too.
She didn't know them because she knew this new way. She used to be a super attentive mom who not only was homeschooling, and certainly not because she was forced to, she loved it. She's the one who taught the children enthusiastically
about why we don't do public schools, why it's so awesome to homeschool and the things we get to do. And she was a massive Charlotte Mason advocate. She would host big parties and gatherings of women in our home and talk about Charlotte Mason stuff. I learned a lot from Holly and these books that she introduced. I learned a lot about homeschooling. The kids did too, why it's so important, why the alternatives are so terrible. The kids learned these things over years from Holly. And what I think's happening here when she talks about the kids, it's like they're dying. No, it's much more like Holly, the Holly they knew and we all knew and loved, was dying and had changed radically into something else that was incredibly destructive. But as with all the other destructive things this woman does after converting to Yarbroughism, none of she's not accountable for everything. There's not even the contemplation that she might be the problem. Just maybe.
The back talking, they started treating me as he treated me. You disgust that he has, and my children became people I didn't even know anymore.
The video just skipped
and that
there
right
for
there
some
is
reason.
by far the hardest thing. It was like I was watching them die too. The back talking, they started treating me as he treated me. And in turn, he would just lavish on the approval and oh yes, he took all of our wedding photos off the wall. Every photo of mom in the house he took down and replaced with photos of him and the kids.
Holly expressed in a very angry way prior to me taking down our wedding pictures, which now she's complaining about. She made it very clear she hated them and wanted them down. And so I thought, well, all right, I'll take those down.
And he decked out their bedrooms. He bought them posters, blankets, new bedding, everything, the superhero bedding, and meanwhile, I can't buy.
All of the things that we got were just the normal sorts of things we bought throughout normal life. I did nothing other than that second Nintendo Switch, which was a weird situation when we got that. Other than that, it was normal stuff.
Face cream, because I have no access to our money.
Right.
Oh, okay. This ties in with the what I explained earlier about how she had much more access to much more money than I had throughout all of this, often by a wide margin, because she took most of our precious metals, all of the cash out of the safe, and I'm the one who had to maintain the home, her cell phone, the van insurance. I had to pay all the bills. She just took all the money, all the silver, and she had access to that all the time. And this is, again, one of the things where there's a detailed text message history where I would implore her to, if she believed she needed something, use the money that you took or liquidate the silver that you took. Either or both, whatever. And she would inform me in this tone that now we're all very familiar with from Holly, that in no way, shape, or form was she going to do anything with that silver until the court made a ruling on what could be done with it. And the court was supposed to do that. But she abruptly changed that approach by urgently liquidating it and getting really ripped off. She just suddenly sold off all the silver to give a small fortune to a lawyer, to hire a lawyer. So she didn't want to spend the silver on the kids while complaining about me and the way I'm handling things. But she'd sell it all for a lawyer. That's what happened here. This woman, pretty damned evil. And she was just not like this at all. This is not, talk about someone becoming something opposite of what you married into. When she talks about things like the horrible suicidal thoughts, I have a hard time just saying, no, that's total BS. I think it's total BS because none of this came up before at all. The way she acted and behaved, the great times we had for years and years and years. And there are always rough moments, but overall it was we were doing very, very well. But now she is this totally other creature. And of course, the kids are going to notice that. I don't need to tell them that.
And I would ask him to get some of this stuff at the stores. No, you have to get that. I'll buy groceries, but if you need anything, you just have to get it. We had a single vehicle that he kept the keys in his pocket. I couldn't use it without his. It was a living hell.
Okay. Total BS on the van key thing. And I should explain that for a moment here, so you just have the details in hand as she maybe will repeat this claim. This was a big claim made in the Yarborough-financed initial divorce wave of activity of divorce-related stuff. All right. The fact here with the van keys is that Holly not only had access to the van anytime she wanted it, other than you could say, well, like when I was literally away to work. Well, obviously, you don't have access to the van then. But on any day during this time when Yarborough's doing his thing and they're plotting and planning and financing a divorce without telling me or asking me any questions about it, even when I would go into the office to work, if Holly wanted the van that day, it was very logistically difficult thing to do, but we would all get in the van and drop me off at the office, and then they would all come in the van and pick me up afterward. So if she wanted the van during a day I would, quote, need, end quote, the van at work, okay, that's fine too. And then beyond that, she always had access, usually had the keys. She usually had the keys because she was on a daily basis. She was at least as likely as me to use the van. She took the kids all kinds of places. She went and visited all kinds of friends. She would go out till late, all hours. She'd go out overnight adventures. She'd go out for weekend-long adventures, often with family. She drove, other than me going to work, when I had to drive to work, Holly drove the van 70 to 80% of the time that the van was driven. I mean, that's just how it was. And when I say she had access, I'm not saying she had to come to me to get the keys. Like, oh, anytime she wanted the keys, she could come and ask me and I would give them out of my pocket where I always keep them. No, she just always had access. And as occurred when she just went off with the kids unannounced for a week, wouldn't tell me where they were, she was able to do that because she just had the keys to the van. That's how it normally was. Now, another big thing in the keys, a big claim about the keys, and this is where things get so weird, and yet it's another great example of this cult, of this woke feminist cult coming in and having a playbook that's run. So and what they do is they find anything maybe odd about life for you in that moment, and then they find a way to spin it into the abuse control narrative in this case. So everything became about abuse and control. And so with the other keys, it had to do with, this requires a lot of explanation. I apologize in a sense, but it's necessary. So you know what's going on and the things she doesn't want you to know about what she's spinning here. When we abruptly left our previous residence and we had to move suddenly and we found the house we were living in during the divorce and where I'm at now, at the place we were leaving, we had a big room or part of the house that was like a deep pantry where you could have like a lot of food supplies. And we had them. And we enjoyed in a fun way, kind of the prepper thing, so we had a bunch of stuff, not, just a bunch of food supplies. I don't need to elaborate. So when we came back, or when we moved out to this new place for us, there was no real space for all of that food from the deep pantry. And so what we ended up doing is I set up shelves in the garage. And since we moved out in the wintertime, I put a portable heater in the garage to keep it at a good temperature for all of this stored food. It was a ton of food, which I'm really glad we had. It was helpful, all of that. So we had that. Now, this is a very traumatic time. We've just had a horrible church experience
that caused a lot of trouble. We left suddenly, an unexpected major residential move, new home. I have to find a new job. So it's turmoil. It's very chaotic. And these are the kinds of environments that operators like Yarborough thrive on. They do. It's a target-rich environment for creeps like that guy. And so that's what's going on. I'm struggling to find a job. I finally find an excellent job. An excellent job. And then as the seasons are beginning to change, as we're settling into the house, the younger boys are they're acting much more rowdy than usual. As Holly becomes less and less attentive, and also, look, keep in mind, we've just gone through a lot. I'm stressed and stretched beyond the breaking point, it feels like, but as a man who's not looking to blame everyone else for everything, and I have to do what I can do, I'm just continuing to function as best I can. So that's happening. But as she becomes more and more detached and disinterested in the children, the way she had been for all of her life previously, the kids are getting more and more rowdy and out of control. And one of the big problems we ended up having is that the youngest boys, the two of them, were getting into things in the house that they should not be getting into, including the food in the deep pantry. And normally when something like that would come up, I would just have to talk with a child once, maybe twice, and then it's just not going to happen after that. Generally, the problem, whatever it is. But this kept going on, and it wasn't just that they were getting into that room, the garage. They were also getting into the normal pantry. We had a small normal pantry. It's still like a walk-in closet pantry, so a pantry with food in it, and they would get into that too and make a mess and it was bad. They would also get into our girls' room, and this is back when it was just our oldest daughter's room. So it was just her. She had that room there of her own. And the youngest boys would get in there and mess with her toys, and sometimes take a lot of the toys out of the room, and it really caused a lot of, drama. And so what we decided, and I floated the idea, we decided on this together, is we decided what we'll do is, and they're also getting into my office room, and sometimes they'd come barging in. They were generally pretty good about, if they barged in while I was working, they would suddenly stop. They wouldn't stay crazy when they realized I was in there and working, but they'd barge into the room, and it would cause trouble when I'm doing my job. And so with all this going on, we thought, well, for a while, why don't we replace a few doorknobs, the key doors that these two boys mainly, are causing trouble by getting into and not obeying. They're not obeying right now. And rather than stress out in ways and try to tackle that more thoroughly right then in this crazy chaotic moment or season in our lives, I'll just put lockable doorknobs on those doors, the kinds that require a key, and we'll have keys. Holly will have a key, and since one of the doors that we needed to secure was our oldest daughter's door, she would have a key as well, and I would have a key. And I bought this set of 8, because at Amazon, it was a doorknob set of 8, and there were these lanyards I got and these little things. So we went all out. I had these things we could just put around our necks, so we'd have keys, each of us, our oldest daughter, Holly, and me. And so if you wanted to wear them around your neck, you'd have them handy. That way, now usually, frankly, we're just not locking the doors much, so you just don't normally need the keys. But if you do, that's how we handled it. And the extra keys, because it was a set of 8 keys, they're all the same. The same key would work on all the doorknobs. Those extra keys were put in a vase in a high place in the living room that Holly knew about. I don't know that I told our oldest daughter. I don't know if she knew where those keys were or not. It didn't matter. She had her own key, and she loved that thing. It was like, really, I'm a big person, that kind of thing. And also the boys, one of the things unexpectedly that we were able to sort of use as a lure in a good direction was the boys, seeing now that these keys were being used this way, they wanted to know, well, when are we going to get ours? When are we going to get ours? And so our oldest son was on the verge, I think, of getting his own key. And I know, see, this is super weird. And I know this is weird, but this is what was happening. All right. And that's why you need to know these weird details. And here's where the next step was, as the seasons were changing, and this is, now we're in the time, because we moved out here and it was during those months that things are getting more and more chaotic as Yarboroughism is becoming more embedded in Holly's head and soul. The seasons end up changing, and rather than, I don't want to really keep the garage air conditioned the same way I had to heat it to keep all this food down there. And we had used some of the food just enough, I thought, to where we could take the food, put it in a temperature controlled closet because inside the house, because the master bedroom walk-in closet is gigantic. And so I thought, well, why don't we, for a little while, I'll move some of the shelves up there. We'll put the extra food in there. And again, the pantry would still have food. The kitchen cabinets are all filled with the normal food stuff you find in kitchen cabinets. And so the kitchen's a fully loaded with food kitchen, but all this deep pantry extra food stuff was moved up into this closet. And the boys had a blast helping me move. I still remember that fondly. It was very fun. We made it fun. We made organizing things and doing things together around the house and the yard and stuff. We made it fun. They would ask to help with things. And I don't mean just when they saw something was being done, do they come and ask, can I help with that? That's a fairly typical thing, I think, for children. They would sometimes just come up to me out of the blue and ask me if there's anything they could help with. It was that's our relationship in reality. So then when we got all the stuff moved up into the deep pantry stuff into this closet, it was after that all happened. The moving of that stuff happened before we realized the problem and bought these locks and keys and stuff. And so that's the context. One of the rooms that was locked was the master bedroom door, because that kept the kids from getting into the new closet location of the deep pantry food, which they were getting into and messing with. And so that's how then what Holly claimed, as Yarborough's supporting financially in massive ways and encouraging all of this, Holly then claimed in court that not only was I controlling the van key, but I was the only one with a key to the food. So this is so dishonest on so many levels. So I hope I don't miss any, but I'll try to rattle off a few here. First of all, as I mentioned earlier, the kitchen downstairs, fully loaded with food, like full to the brim. We kept it packed almost all the time. Secondly, and the most important part is, Holly had her own key. She agreed to this plan, this approach, for the reasons I've explained. She had a key. Our oldest daughter had a key. Our kids knew there were all these keys. And when I asked for our oldest children to be able to testify, one of the two experts involved in the case, and there are only two, this is important and you'll understand why later, one that was chosen by Team Holly Burrow, whatever they are, that so-called expert, and there'll be a lot to say about her later, that expert, no doubt in my mind, in coordination with Team Holly, because she was always totally on that team, she put the kibosh on that, saying, no, we shouldn't allow. I'll have to go back and find the reasoning she gave, which is goofy, but she wouldn't allow, didn't think it was a good idea to have the oldest daughter testify at all. Whereas if I would be happy just to have asked her, or have anyone else ask her. The one question, was Dad the only one with a key to those locks? Because this is I can't emphasize how huge she made this point. Team Yarborough made this point that this is how controlling I was, because I controlled the flow of the house through my sole possession of the key to all these locked doors, including the door behind which the food was kept. It was really spun as if I'm controlling the food that way. This is what her lying lawyer, another one of these so-called Reformed Christians, they just made that claim, moved forward, and that was it. So that's the other part of the key in the controlling thing here that I just want to get down there, so that as this comes up in the future, which it probably will in this video, I'm not sure, but these are the ways she lies, and this is the way she's encouraged to approach or obliterate justice for selfish financial gain at the cost of her own children. So there's that. Now we can get into a little bit more of this video.
That proceeded, I lived like that from October to December 9th.
It's just mind-blowing too. It's just how impressionable kids are too, and it's not their fault, but how quickly he was able to do this.
It's not their fault.
No, it's just so scary.
So after Thanksgiving, things took a turn for the worse. The police were in our home with like 5 times within 2 weeks. And every time they would come, I would explain, this is what's happening. Is he hitting me? No, I have no damn bruises to show, but let me tell you what is going on.
Right.
I think you're going to see, if you ever watched the presentation, you're going to see and hear the kind of woman who I don't have a lot of trouble. Well, of course I experienced it, so I'm biased that way, but you can see how she can lose it on people and she just doesn't have control.
Well, ma'am, the courts haven't decided you both have full legal custody. Like, there's nothing we can do. And there's not. It's not their...
Remember what I've just shared there. She calls the police out for things like holding the children hostage. This is what she's talking about. This is the Thanksgiving aftermath that I just described in detail. Here's how she's conveying the story.
It's not their fault.
Right.
Legally, there's nothing they can do. It kept getting worse and worse and worse to where I was not sleeping at all. He was keeping the kids up till 3 a.m. Sometimes I ended up, a ministry sent out a lady.
There's the 3 a.m. that I just covered.
To stay with me. And she witnessed.
The ministry, Yarborough's ridiculously unchristian ministry, and Heidi, the person I referenced earlier.
The psychotic behaviors. And she was like...
So he didn't care that she was there.
Oh, he did. She, when she came over, she's like, hi. And I said, hi, my friend's coming over just to stay with me. Because at this point, I'm...
Oh, that reminds me when she refers to her friend. As I mentioned earlier, this Heidi person was made plain. Holly had just met her very recently, and now I know through the Yarborough gang down there in Alabama. And as I've covered, I encouraged, instead of bringing in some stranger related to a group that I know is hostile to the health of our family, let's just have actual friends or family come and stay with us. But oh no. But the creepy thing, and why I butted in here again when she said friend, is because she texted me and would refer to this Heidi woman as her dear sweet friend who she just met. But there was this weird robotic culty sounding thing to the way she would heap on those descriptors like my dear sweet precious friend. It is really creepy.
I'm scared of 2 things. And I talked about this with the domestic abuse ministries that I had contact with. He's never physically harmed me, but his behaviors are getting so erratic that when he crosses the line, I'm afraid he's going to go all the way. Because he's smart enough to know that when he crosses the line, law can do something. Mm-hmm. So if he's going to do it, he's going to go big. That's why he hasn't harmed me, because he...
And this is a lot of what I was alluding to a moment ago, where everything is set up and agitated and stirred to where you're just anticipating at any moment this guy who's not done any of these things that are wrong. It's just because he's calculating and is extra diabolical. And so he may murder someone at any second.
ultimately when he really snaps. That's what I've been dealing with here, and trying to keep your cool and simultaneously keep the kids having some sort of a good time or some peace and stability. It's hell on earth when this Yarborough religion thing comes in. And this is where, too, one of the themes, and it's been all through what I've been sharing already, but when we're considering that this Tim Yarborough character and others who operate with him, he's branded and marketed as a Reformed Presbyterian elder. So he's an elder in a Reformed Presbyterian church, and they have a lot of specific beliefs, and supposedly, I mean, it's what they claim so they can have this platform, but in practice, this guy goes in exactly the opposite direction. One of the biggies is the idea of the ninth commandment, which is about bearing false witness, and the Presbyterians have elaborations on the ninth commandment and what it means, what we mean by this exactly, and what are the things you can do and can't do to be in harmony with the ninth commandment. And these are the rules and the details they seek to promote and enforce, even at times, impose on others. And one of the big themes with the ninth commandment and the Presbyterian specific elaborations on it have to do with always erring on the side of assuming the best about a person. Grace, grace, grace. Assume the best. And definitely don't presume the worst. And definitely don't presume the worst and then act in a way that harms someone, ruining someone's reputation, undermining their character deceitfully. Definitely don't do that. And absolutely the worst thing to do is to do any of those negative things that you're not supposed to do in the context of a court-related situation. And yet, Yarborough just unashamedly rockets completely in the anti-Christian direction on all of those things. And you see where it ends up. Now this path, as far as I can tell from all I've observed, has produced in Holly this spirit of projecting all the worst onto me while being responsible for nothing herself. None of the chaos she's actually repeatedly bringing into the children's lives is her fault at all.
Studies the law to get around it, to cause harms in ways that won't get him in trouble.
Right.
That's why he never hit me. So.
That's why he never hit me. Let that sink in. This is what happens when you hang around a guy like Yarborough the way she has, and his other disciples, his little gang of adoring fans.
Plus, you put that on top of the sleep deprivation. I'm breastfeeding a baby. We have 5 kids. He'll come and...
Breastfeeding the baby that she used to keep the children up, causing the sleep deprivation that she's now blaming me for.
Cause all the chaos and then go work in his office, and I'm left with the pieces of it and the messes he used to leave around the house.
Right.
I had no secure sleeping arrangements. I was sleeping on the couch.
I had no secure sleeping arrangements, as we just discussed. She insisted on secure sleeping arrangements and had them.
With the baby. And things got very concerning between him and my oldest. And so the night he insisted she sleep with him in his room was the first time I called the cops. And I said, just let the child sleep in her bed and let her go to bed at her bedtime. Stop keeping her up till 12, 1, 2 o'clock. Stop.
What she's talking about here is the situation I just described in detail, where this daughter was sitting in the chair playing the game when Holly erupted in a crazy rage, scared the hell out of all the children, one of whom then came running into my room, and I would not let Holly come in and chase after them. I kept them safe from that. That's when she called the police and told the police I was holding the children hostage, which they saw as BS and left.
Stop. And he just would not. And the entire time, through every single interaction, he maintained the calm, cold voice. Never raised his voice. So...
the host is shaking her head like, oh. So you see, this is another classic example of how you can never win. They want you to do the thing, the big negative thing, hit somebody, throw something, kill somebody, whatever. At least yell or scream. But no, and I wouldn't do those things. And they're so bothered by it that then they're reduced to, well, we have to then paint his failure to do those things as in and of itself a sign of evil. So when I say from their perspective, this Yarborough perspective, the exact opposite of what real Presbyterians teach and believe, the exact opposite is where literally nothing I do, not only is none of it good, it's all evil, even if you do nothing. Even if you're quiet, even if you talk in a calm, controlled voice in a very stressful situation, that is a stressful situation because of what they're doing to you. This is where we were at.
On December 9th, I had not only the woman who came to stay with me to offer support, but 2 other men came because it was getting so volatile.
Those 2 would be Yarborough and the stranger that I mentioned earlier when I elaborated on this event she's about to get into.
And concerning. And so they came, and of course he had a cow, but legally I said, I'm inviting friends over. And that's when his behavior became the most erratic.
I can't believe he still showed his ass.
Oh, absolutely.
With people there.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, he did.
And that makes it more scary because now he could just snap.
Right. Although
You see, she maps it all out here. When you have the context and you understand how they have a playbook and they're going to run that playbook, they're going to lie about anything when the people who they bring over, instead of friends and family that would provide with their presence, not only a nice, peaceful experience, but fun. We would have fun. But instead you bring these people in who are liars and manipulators and abusers there with an agenda. It's amazing. I'm creeped out again just hearing her describe it this way.
There was times my friend, the gentleman who came, had a backpack with a little laptop in it, and he set it on the chair, and my ex threw it on the floor. He was walking by.
No, just BS.
My friend, Heidi, he was walking by Heidi in the kitchen, and he,
Like checked her?
Yeah, just shoved her as walking.
No.
By, but not making it look like it was an accident.
Right.
Nobody accidentally does.
And here too, first of all, these people were recording everything, video, audio, doing all sorts of things. And so I already know, obviously, at this point, that anything I do, I just have to be very, very careful. I have to be, because they're liars looking for anything to manipulate and anyone to manipulate with the lies. And so if they don't have it on video or audio, any of these claims, I gotta wonder, what is going on here? But I just didn't do these things. And I think that really frustrated them. I don't know how many other people they've done this sort of thing to, but you really get the sense with Yarborough and who knows whatever else Heidi's been involved in. But they really, I think, couldn't believe that I wasn't, and this is why I kept getting ratcheted up and up and up and up and up. I mean, I described earlier how they showed up abruptly on my son's birthday, knowing we have birthday plans, surround the van and announce as they're coming in, they're going to live in the house with me. If that doesn't provoke you to snap and do something crazy, you have some serious stability and strength. And these people hate that.
Like that. So that night just got worse and worse and worse, to the point where about 3:30 a.m. I called the cops. At this point, I'm recording and videoing everything I can. I see on his computer screen text history between me and him open in Photoshop, which I documented. The kids.
Of course, I had told her, and going through all of these things that demonstrate she's a liar. I don't know why she would think that's incriminating, but when you're in Hollyland, I guess that makes sense.
Kids are still up. It's 3 a.m. He's blasting music.
This 3 a.m. night she's talking about is the one I just described, and I have all of the audio for how she had the crying baby, keeping the boys up every time I'd settle them down to sleep for hours into the late night and early morning. That's why we're up at 3. That's why.
He took all their mattresses from their beds and brought them into his room, telling them that there's strangers in the house and they're dangerous people, that my kids have met these people before. And
the kids are probably bleeding. I mean...
Yes. Meanwhile, he's got a toy stash in his closet that it's like Christmas.
It was literally Christmas in my office closet, not in the... I can't remember which closet this would have been in. It's not important. But yeah, literally Christmas. We had Christmas gifts for 5 children because we have 5 children and it's Christmas time. See how that works? And then also the Ross trips with the finding some super bargains on some stuff at Ross. So some of that was in there too. That's it. That is it. Very, very normal that way.
It's like Christmas. And that's how he keeps the kids in his room.
Sure.
Let's watch TV. Here are new toys. Here's candy. Here's your new
Just a big
Switch.
free for all.
Oh, yeah. Let's build forts, And so it was, that night was awful. It was awful.
So what did the police say?
Well, when the cops got there that time, at this point, it was probably the 6th time police were at my home. And that night they said, ma'am, it's got to stop. I want you to go to the magistrate's office tonight and file for an order of protection. Just do it.
This is what she claims they told her. Now, when I talked with the police, and every time she brought the police out, this was the 3rd time she or one of her friends had called them out, and I had called them once. 4 times total. And the only time they actually believed the claim and enforced the claim made by the people calling them out to the house was when I called them, informing the Yarborough gang, you can't surround the van that way. You cannot prevent him from leaving. You can't do that. So there's that. And now this idea of this is where we really do need to, because a very critical part of this story is the first order of protection involved. And it's when Holly does what she's about to do. But the claims here about what the police told her, they may well, when they get you off separately, because they talk with everyone separately, when I explained what all had happened, everyone was like, there's nothing wrong, nothing we're going to do. And she then, as she's feeding them the kinds of stories that she's feeding you all in this video, and she's sharing these things this way, and who knows what else, she'll lie about anything, including the sexual abuse of children, which is about to come in play. And so since we're at this, one of the heaviest moments, the subject of, or the heaviest aspects of this whole incredibly sad, chaotic story, orders of protection, as I've come to learn the hard way, but surely these operators knew exactly what they were doing. They're incredibly easy to get. They really are. You're more likely to get them. If I could distill it down, and I know there's more to it, but basically if you can take a credible sounding person, in other words, someone like without a criminal history or any kind of history that would make them suspicious, and if they can present things in a clear, compelling manner, and that combined with just massively concerning claims like if you could lie about something like suspected child abuse, sexual abuse especially, that's even better. If you take that sort of thing, you're almost all to a magistrate to get one of these orders. You're going to get the order almost every time, probably every time, because they're going to err. It's a temporary order, which means they're issuing it immediately and erring on the side of caution, like just in case what this person's saying is true, and we seem to think that could be the case,
we're going to issue this temporary order. And then the idea is that 2 weeks or so later, you have a court date, and that's where they have to prove it in some meaningful way, at least some kind of a way. But you can go get the temporary order easily. It is so easy to get. I know because I later went through the process of getting one on Holly successfully. Now, everything I said in my filing was totally true, but what Holly did, and I'm going to explain what happened here. We'll see what her take ends up being. But this is where she she cited a lot of the lies I've already described in some detail or addressed in some detail, but this is where she dropped the bomb of making 4 or 5 serious, creepy innuendos, like without actually saying that I had done something sexually inappropriate with our oldest daughter. Just saying that out loud. It's simultaneously heartbreaking, sad, and it does make me want to hit somebody, but I don't do that kind of thing. So at least not in this context. So she includes in this petition for this order of protection these claims, and then she finishes, I think it's the last one, but one of the things that really was a linchpin is then she refers to how I would allow the children to be around their uncle, who her sister was doing the same thing to, and her sister had claimed had sexually abused one of their children. He didn't at all. I mean, it was such a bullshit, bogus claim. Nobody in the family believed it. Even Chelsea, after she just dropped it totally. Doesn't even want to have it brought up anymore because it's an embarrassment to her. But here's Holly in this report saying factually, their uncle, has sexually abused one of their children, and Scott is wanting the children around that man. And with all these other things I just told you about the daughter, you see what's going on here. And just to be clear, when I asked the question of one of the 2 court experts, the only one that showed up at the trial, when I asked him, as you read this, you do see this as accusations of sexual impropriety between me and my daughter, right? Well, yeah, of course. It was obvious. So and this is classic Yarbrough. Yarbrough is one of these like mid-level intellects that thinks if you make things obscure enough and you dodge enough and you make it so where you can technically weasel out of something, that you're home free. Yeah, see, I didn't technically do this thing this way. But it's super clear to everyone with more than half a brain what's going on here. And any integrity at all. So that's what she did to get the order. She lied about the sexual abuse of children. I know this is something I'm repeating a lot. It's so huge and so important. She lied about the sexual abuse of children with Yarbrough literally in tow through this process and in the house at the time. This is how she got what she wanted. And what she wanted was the whole mission. Look, when you're liars and operators like these people, they don't give a shit about the court date that's set for 2 weeks down the road where I get the opportunity to defend myself and would easily... Anyway, they don't worry about that. And here's why they don't worry about it. Because they have no intention of even letting it go there. Here's what they did. Why they did it. They lied about this way because nothing else they had tried worked. They could not provoke me to actually do anything wrong that could be acted upon. So this was the last resort nuclear lie they had to drop. And the idea was to use this to get the children out of the home. And once they did that, then it was, I don't know how long, it was maybe a day or 2 later. It was not long after they got the kids out of the house with this report, they just dropped it. They're like, they dropped it. They let it just go away because Team Yarbrough got the kids finally. The creeper
clown lunatic and his gang of liars got those kids out of the house and took them to Alabama. That's what happened here. Now, there's a lot more to share. I just thought needed to elaborate on what all of that looked like before Holly launched into her version here.
So me and Heidi left. We went to Williamson County Magistrate's office. I filed for an ex parte, and it was granted.
This is where it was granted with a little smirk and a smile, as if that's a major accomplishment. It is as part of the plan, but and she doesn't know, and I didn't know at the time, what I've just shared with you, how easy it is to get these things in general, and how if you know the playbook and you're willing to lie about anything, including sexual abuse, I don't know how you could not get it and have it granted.
We go back to the house. The sheriff, the
Immediate,
police,
like an immediate
Yes.
emergency? Okay.
Yes. The police walk in. They have him sit at the kitchen table, and they told him, "Do not say a word. You may not speak." And I was instructed.
And this, she's not adding this bit of clarification. This is how it's written out as to how they have to conduct these when they serve these orders. They always have to require you, because they're treating this as though, because Holly's lied about you basically being a child rapist, okay? How these people not only are not punished for this, but are rewarded is amazing. But the policy is, so she makes it sound almost, or it seems to imply like they're going out of their way to really put it to me. Well, they have to. This is how these processes unfold. And so, yes, literally, and she's proud of this. She loves it. Put it in the context of what I've already told you about all these details of how she's conducted herself under the influence of Yarbrough in blowing up the family and screwing the kids over. It's all about her. What does she want? She's going to get it. So this is a massive win. And she's, we'll continue with the video here. I'm sorry for jumping in so much, but I think you can probably understand why I feel compelled to.
To go get all the children, load them up in the van, and leave. Part of this.
Oh, yeah. And so this is where I could not even say anything to the children as they're being taken out of the home. That it's so evil. You cannot understand how evil. And they love it. They love it.
Was I explained to the police, like, I have nowhere to go but this ministry that is with me, and they were with me that night. They have a safe house in Alabama. I'm not to take the kids out of a 50-mile radius, right? Because I had filed for divorce. But I explained to the officers, I said, these kids, we have nowhere else to go. There is a safe house in Alabama. Do I have your permission to go to Alabama? It's outside of the 50-mile radius, but I want your permission before I go. And they granted it. I have it in writing. And I said, "Thank you so much, sir. The car seats are in the van. He has those van keys in his pocket. I can't get the keys."
Once again, the keys were not in my pocket. I got the keys to give to the officer, as you have to. You have to do these things. There's that.
Can you get them? So yes, when they detained him at the table, he made him give up the keys. And I got those kids out. I grabbed whatever shoes and clothes I could find.
Yeah.
And we left to Alabama, which I'd never lived there before. I don't know, outside of two people.
Right.
I know no one.
Right.
So we crash landed at a safe house in Alabama with nothing to our names.
And this is the kind of terminology that is used at every opportunity. Safe house. Safe house. Christian ministry. Abuse. Abuse advocates. Christianity, Presbyterianism, Jesus. They manipulate through this terminology so effortlessly and pervasively. It is so sickening.
Other than the van and some shoes and clothes.
What did you feel like, though, that night
The
when you got
relief.
there?
The drive down, it's a 2-hour drive. The relief was overwhelming.
I'm sure the relief was overwhelming. They finally got the kids. After all the lying and manipulation and prodding and poking and provoking, they finally resorted to dropping the mega lie bomb, and it got them what they wanted. That had to be a great relief. It had to.
I mean, I just sat there and bawled my eyes out because I had finally got out of that hellhole. that chaotic environment where you can't even take your shoes off because you're afraid something's going to.
The hellhole was only a hellhole when her and her Alabama friends were there. There was that, as I described earlier, first of all, just life in general was overall wonderful with the kids in our home. That's why they love me and love being with me so much in our home. But that week where she disappeared is fantastic, peaceful, awesome, fun, the antithesis of the chaotic hell that Yarborough and company orchestrated for in these children's lives and mine. Whatever they had to do to destroy me and take the kids, all the carnage was justified in their mind.
Happen. Right. You can't sleep, you can't function, and you're also caring for 5 children.
Right.
And so the relief was immense. Like, I couldn't really think of anything else. I couldn't.
You could breathe.
My body was overwhelmed with relief. My brain was like,
Right.
So yeah, we that's when me and the kids moved to Alabama. Then so he actually
did you what I didn't think of, did you even have a phone, a cell phone or anything?
I did have a phone.
Okay.
It was on his phone plan. There was always the concern that he could read my text messages, but I called Verizon and I think he could see the numbers on my phone, but he couldn't see content.
Okay. I'm surprised he didn't shut it off.
Yes. Me too. He did, drain the bank account. He rerouted his direct deposits to go to a new account. I had
drain the bank account. Keep that. She uses that. You know the context now. Drained the bank account.
No access to. So the ministry very graciously supported me through that time.
The ministry, the cult of Yarborough, shoveled money her direction any way necessary, when necessary, any way as necessary, as needed. She never wanted for money. Once Yarborough cut that first check for the divorce, before ever even talking with me, amazing. Once that happened, they're all in. I mean, they're gonna make this happen. Any dollar amount or necessity of any kind, including lying about anything, including sexually abused children, they're gonna do anything. That's the religion of Yarborough in action.
So I filed for divorce in October. He had 30 days to file an answer. So he did. He filed an answer and a counter complaint. And in his counter complaint, he was asking that he be the primary parent, raise them full time. He wanted to homeschool them while he maintained his full-time job. And
all of which I had already been doing. All of it. So this is not like it'd be some impossible transition. As a matter of fact, later at trial, the one expert that testified was so hostile to the homeschooling proposition. I mean, went down the list with all the cliched, wrong assumptions. Well, you have to be formally teaching the kids for 8 hours a day. You have to. You have to be trained as a teacher to teach. And when I pointed out, it was so ridiculous that when I pointed out how I can be on site with the children while working my job. I can have some people come and help with things as needed, but I can work from home and be there all the time. I can be there, and I had done it. As I write this or I record this now, I've been doing this for years. The expert would not accept that. He would talk about how, well, those kinds of jobs, you just can't be that productive. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. This is my job. It's not theoretical or something I'd have to do. I am doing, never would accept that. It was kind of crazy. No, I am in this position. And the kids all knew it, which is why they loved homeschooling with me. That week we had where she had disappeared, we did home education. It was part of the weekdays. So yeah, this is what Yarborough religion took those children from and drug them to. By lying about child sex abuse.
Because I'm so crazy and a threat to their safety, should only have very limited supervised parenting time. So he began a legal attack that took me 2 years to get through. Numerous court dates, expert witnesses, the cost. No money.
Okay, we've already covered. She had most of the wealth. I had to, by court order, continue paying all of the bills. She at this point had solicited a healthy 5 figures on top of the silver she had and liquidated to hand her lawyer a small fortune. The 4,000, and then later another 500 that she took out of the house, 4,500 in cash, 15 to 20,000 worth, well, about $25,000 worth of silver or more, but she really she held it, claiming she was never going to spend it until the court approved it. She didn't wait for that at all. Decided to liquidate it abruptly at a very bad price, including there were collectibles in there that she could have gotten a lot more for. But she just liquidated it, gave the money to her lawyer, had that money, plus all this money she's raising online by lying, using pictures of the kids, including, of course, the son that she physically abused, and the daughter that she falsely accused of having been sexually abused, to get all of this stuff to happen. That she was swimming in it, and all of that happening while she knew that there were people who were just going to give her whatever she needed because they bought the lie and the narrative. And when I say swimming in it, I am sure they were living humbly in many ways. That has to be part of the narrative. It's not like you're drowning in wealth. But she had everything taken care of, and she had access more often than not to much more disposable cash or wealth than I did. I blew through what I had very early on and could not afford to keep a lawyer. I didn't have a lawyer through most of these 2+ years she's describing. She had a lawyer. I did not. This made it nearly impossible for me to be productive in the court setting at all. I mean, this is huge, a huge part of it. The most basic things. I could not overcome objections raised against evidence that I needed to enter into the process. I couldn't do that. I didn't know how to do that properly. Things like that. Basic things that you imagine, like if you're coming into this situation and hearing these things, and you're imagining that the world works like a Matlock show or something, whatever online or TV lawyer production you watch, it's not necessarily that way. You know, there are certain specific procedures, and when you go in without anything, I had no money to spend on a lawyer, I was dead. And I was working almost double time, almost 2 full-time jobs worth of work to try to pay for what I had to pay for to keep things going. So I was dead tired. I was sleepwalking through the whole thing. I mean, it was really a horror show. And so to hear, this is the way she presents it, though. So thought I would give a little context.
The cost of that alone almost drowned me. Had it not been for amazing people in my life, I would not be here. I would have lost those kids, because when he claims those things, I didn't have the financial resources for representation. I couldn't hire
Yes, you did. From the moment you took what you took out of the safe, you had the money for legal representation. More than I was able to put towards it.
Expert witnesses, the psychologist and the therapist. It was just me.
Right.
Had other people not come alongside.
Okay. The experts. There were 2 experts involved here. And it was not just her at all. She had this whole team of funded, anything she needed funded in the legal process she had covered. And it wasn't just a lawyer, it's the lawyer and their staff. They're all a part of that. Yarbrough and everyone else is going to make sure she has all the money she needs. And the first expert, which they chose to introduce into the system, and there were only 2. This is really important. She's going to talk about experts. She's going to rely on people who hear this story and they hear, well, we went through this court process and the experts did this, and this was the judge then saw this, and it was all totally lopsided, and see, it's all legit, and what I've done is right. All right, so we have to go slow and go through these things in some detail. The first expert in question is a woman named Angie Johnson.
Now, Angie Johnson, by the end of this process, was so discredited in the eyes of the other expert. So not just what I have to say about Angie Johnson, which you'll hear in a second. The other expert, one of the two, and he was the higher ranking one in every way, he was so disgusted by her approach to things that he described her as unreliable. He was hard on her, so much so that they didn't even bother bringing her in at the end to contribute. She wasn't even involved that way. It was so bad. Now, here's just some of why. Man, there's so much to this. Angie Johnson played a vital role. She was brought in to sort of meet with the kids and be a therapist and get to know. And, she's basically the first court-appointed expert that plays a role in determining where the kids are going to be and how this is going to go. Total feminist. You walk into her office and you see the books and you're like, oh my gosh, where this chick is at, where things are going. But it was much worse than that. She ended up, as the children, we got to a point where we had, in the interim stage, the first interim stage of this eternal process, I was to have the children with me every other weekend. And of course, they loved being with me. We had a blast, a great time together. And they went to bed on time and they ate well. I fed them. They would have some chips and we would have some pizza and we would have those things. But we were super heavy and primarily focused on tons of fruit, for example, as snacks. I'd have these giant bowls of fruit, various fruits, and a lot of healthy stuff. I'm not one of those people. I love junk food. I love that kind of food as part of what you're eating, And so this is part of why over the course of several years, I lost a lot of weight by working out and eating, just adjusting my diet. But with the kids, we had they loved having cantaloupe, watermelon. We'd always have bananas, apples, oranges, grapes, all of it. And in large enough quantity, we'd keep around so that the neighbor kids, they had so many neighborhood friends that would come and hang out. I'd be able to give fruit to them too. We'd have this giant bowl and a platter and a banana hanging rack thing. And it was an awesome display. So they'd play, we'd do all kinds of great stuff. They were well behaved, never had problems with them. It was amazing. And yet, when they would have, and I gotta emphasize this because all the time they're with me, because I know what the MO here is now of Holly and her group. They want it to go poorly so they can make it stop. And so I'm just encouraging the kids, and all throughout their time with me, I'll remind them, remember, always be good for mommy, obey mommy, look for ways to help mommy, look for ways to make wherever you're at, make it better. I would also talk with them about how I had been in public school back in the day, and you should find those good people and good friends and make that as great as it can possibly be. You're probably gonna find some amazing people, build good friendships. These are the kinds of things I'm sharing with them all the time. And that's it. Never a negative syllable about Holly. Now, as when the time would come to transition them back to Holly, we would meet up in a town about 20 minutes south of where I live, 30 minutes maybe south of where I live. And they so dreaded going. I can't even. With the youngest son was so dreading going back that he would start asking as our weekend would begin. He would ask the first days with me, I don't have to go back to Alabama tomorrow, do I? That's the kind of thing. That's what was going on. And so I'm trying to be encouraging in light of that without saying anything at all that could be used, and certainly would be used against me if it was known. And then when they actually had to go, it was just so somber and depressing. It was so sad with them. And I'm trying consciously then at this point to liven things up and focus them on, look, you'll be back here. You'll come back later. You have a good week or however long down in Alabama, and then you'll come back. We'll have a great time. Let's just look forward to that. It'll be awesome. Trying to do that time and time again. But when we transitioned the kids over, it was hell almost every time. I mean, hell. And the worst, the most freaked out and horrified and difficult to get to transition, they were all miserable. And this was only I should clarify, it's only the oldest four. Holly would not allow our youngest child to come because she was breastfeeding initially, but then she stopped having to be breastfed. And even while being breastfed, there are ways you can work around that. But Holly would never let me have our youngest during these visitations. Ever. This went on forever. It's just going on indefinitely. But we're down there trying to transition, and the kids, our oldest is crying. And all of these things are recorded. I have the recordings. She's talking about how, I don't want to go. And I'm trying to be encouraging. It'll be okay. Have a good time. Be good. We'll see each other soon. And, as the oldest, you could reason more with her. And then the oldest son, the one that Holly physically abused seriously. In her mind, certainly. He would be the worst by far. He could not. It was amazing and heartbreaking to watch the things she'd have to do to try to corral him and get him into that van. And I'm working with them. You can hear in the recording what I'm trying to do to encourage the kids to make this transition. But these transitions were hell every time. It got to where I was on the drive down. You got 30 minutes to sort of build everyone up. Most of the time, I thought by the time we got to the parking lot, we'd gotten everybody, because I'm focusing on, we've got to be good, got to make this easy on mommy, got to handle this well, we got to show her how good we can be, these kinds of things. And then when it would start to unfold and the reality of it happened, they just melted down. I had to try carrying them over and encouraging them. It was brutal. And then, of course, Holly used this as the basis upon which to file an emergency motion, pinning everything to Angie Johnson writing a note saying how bad this is going and assuming I'm the cause of it. And somewhere in the process around this point as well, Angie Johnson included her comments about, she was relaying on what Holly had shared with her, and she was proud, like highlighting in a positive way that Miss Buss is so concerned and so fearful for the children that if it came to it, if they can't be in either place, then she would rather the children be sent to foster care than be with their father. I'm summarizing. That is, though, the gist of it. She literally would rather have the kids go to foster care than be with me. She'd rather that happen than them be happy with their father who loves them and is able to attend to them as they're used to being loved and attended to. This is the level. And so Angie Johnson also, there came some serious concerns when the kids during some of their visitations, and I'm sure this is part of why Team Yarborough wanted to stop these visitations at all, because the kids were telling me about our oldest son, the one that Holly had abused the most. He would get so unruly and mad about the situation, and Holly couldn't control it at all, that she would call Yarborough, have him come and take away for days at a time. And one of the things that was relayed to me was that one time when our son wouldn't cooperate, he was bound and put in the truck. Now, I don't know how much of that was true or exactly what it means. There were varying degrees of serious things reported and shared that way. But these concerns were shared in court documents. And then when Angie Johnson and I spoke about these things, and this is the expert, all right? One of two, and the one that Holly's team chose. You'll see why with even more clarity here in a second. Angie Johnson, when we're talking about these concerns about, I'm here, you were told, I was confirming that she had heard what I had heard. And Angie was relaying to me that, she understood that sometimes Holly just had to call for help. It was always, as much as they spin everything I do, including just not yelling and talking in a calm manner, or being quiet, whatever, not hitting someone. Anything I do is evil and bad. Anything Holly did was just spun as wonderful and good, including binding a child and having him carted off to Yarborough's house when he's out of control. Angie Johnson shared what Holly had shared with her. So I'm hearing this secondhand through Angie Johnson, but the whole conversation's recorded. I have it all. And this really alarmed people when they learned I had it recorded, because it's horrible. Because this Angie Johnson character, the expert first chosen by Team Yarborough, she's defending, because whether they did it or not, I'm not even sure how much of this happened. But in this conversation, she relayed to me as if it had happened that my son was maybe bound up and carted off to this guy's house for a while, multiple times potentially. And it was good. Whereas if I had done any of those things, shipped my son off to someone's house for days at a time, or had him bound at all, all of this stuff, if I did any of it, it'd be at the top of the list. See? He's obviously a monster. Look what he's done. But the real monsters here are Yarborough, Holly, and experts like Angie Johnson who spin things this way. And so she used her Angie Johnson logic, and in conjunction with this idea of they're better off, Holly thinks, and I think it's neat that she said this, that the kids are better off in foster care if it comes to that. This was what was used to then, in the end of April 2023, to end the visitations that we had. That's what was used to accomplish that. So as you hear these things touched on in ways that are meant to paint a picture of see how bad and how right I was and how the system thoroughly investigated and agreed and the experts this and experts that, this is what happened. This is what happened. And Team Yarborough, of course, love this sort of thing. So, and then one thing I'll mention before I forget is that after we were separated this way, and all we got then were Zoom calls. And during the Zoom calls, the kids are asking, when can we come home? When can we come home? They're wanting me to show them around the yard and go see the neighbor kids, which I can't do. They want to see their rooms and stuff, and we talk, and we would do rock, paper, scissors. We would play games. We started a Monopoly game that we played via Zoom that I just kept set up. It was a permanent fixture in the dining room. We played Monopoly. We read Bible verses, had memory verses that we went over, and we talked about what they mean. And the kids loved it all, including our youngest daughter, who Holly would never let be with me at all, until finally we were given, as a part of this evil, destructive farce of a system. Finally, the system, as it chugged along and ground up our family while sucking all the money it could out of people along the way, the system finally allowed us to have 2 supervised visits at a McDonald's. 2 2-hour-long visits. And when we got together for those visits, they were fantastic. Of course, the kids were so thrilled. And the youngest daughter, and I was curious because of what Holly had done, so desperately trying to just sever that relationship. She was thrilled to be, she was hanging on to me for the first half hour, clinging and happy and wanting me to play with her. And we would go into the playland area, and I'd bounce her around and just thrilled. Finally, she had the father that these evil effing Presbyterians, mainly, man, these evil people had stolen from her. And of course, the other kids loved it too. And the reason I wanted to touch on this before I forgot and moved on to all the other crap that's ahead here, each of those visitations, they're supervised, as I mentioned. So there are experts there that are recording and making notes on how those meetings went. And the reports were just glowing, but they weren't just glowing. They were glowing in ways I think that really agitated Holly, because literally in both of the reports, I was described, first of all, as being I love that they're so thorough with what they notice. I'm sure they have a list or something of things to look for, but I've never gone through anything like this. But they were talking about how attentive I was and how I was able to calmly and effectively redirect the children when they were doing something wrong. But my favorite part was how while I was playing the role of a father, I was also incorporating much more of what a mother does. I think the supervisor described it as, he's even more like a mother with the children than the typical father. And I thought, there you have it. This is the reality. So those are the only expert reports that actually observed us together and record. They're the only ones ever. Those two reports, they both share the same thing. And the other thing they noted in both reports is the only bad part of the visits was when the kids had to be separated from their father. That's when it got horrible. And during and this is so heartbreaking to think of, one of the two visits, I had accidentally left behind my jean jacket on one of the little stool things at the McDonald's Playland area table. And I left it, drove off, and I was heartbroken. I'm trying to recover because you're trying to be as non-depressed as possible in the situation when the kids are around. And then, of course, as soon as I get out and into the parking lot, it's just unbelievable. Knowing this is what Christians, supposed Christians, are doing to these children. My God, justice has to come to these people. But no, they're just rewarded. And so it goes on. I get the text from the supervisor of these visits letting me know that I'd left the coat behind, but that our oldest son, the one who is the most difficult, in my mind, in part because he is the one. I don't know that he even remembers the abuse that happened, because it was when he was much younger. I don't know that he knows about that specifically at all. I don't think so, and I sure don't want to remind him of it ever. I hope he's wiped all that out. But he is the one who is making things far and away most difficult. And when he found that coat, he was clinging to it and crying out for his father. And he had cried out that way before. When I got that text, I remembered the many times he was crying out for me when this piece of shit, Tim Yarbrough, was there during the exchanges and taking the kids away as they're screaming, and horrified and all. And it's like, my God. So this is what's going on at those supervised meetings. The one great takeaway, besides some of the heartbreaking memories, is those reports. And so I thought I would touch on when Holly briefly mentions experts and all this stuff. You need to know these things to have an accurate understanding of the real picture, as opposed to this just fictional narrative that she's spinning.
Beside me, I'd have lost that war, and I'd have probably lost my kids.
Right.
And that was a loss. I had already lost a friend community. I lost my mom. I lost a household of 10 years, all my belongings. I'd already lost pretty much damn everything you could lose.
Right.
But had I lost my kids, I know right now I would not be here today. That's just a loss I wasn't going to take.
Right.
So, anyways, I ended up hiring an attorney who invested his damn heart and soul in my case.
Right after you cashed out the small fortune or larger, in silver, and gave him a ton of money that I couldn't do, just to be clear.
I don't know why, but he went to bat for me. We got a psychologist involved. We had therapists involved. We had numerous court dates, which culminated into a 3-day-long trial that took place in March of last year.
Because he was just fighting it the whole time.
Absolutely. He was sending DCS to my house. He was claiming I was abusing the kids.
I did not send DCS to anybody's house.
He even claimed that my friends were abusing the kids. He
Grasping for anything
and everything. And I mean, he was coming up with pretty damn detailed accounts of I was apparently binding my children by the wrists and they were bleeding, and I was exchanging them to my friends for money favors. And
now, I have the recording of Angie Johnson relaying to me what she said Holly told her, and it covers these things. So I didn't make this up, and I have the recording.
Like, he was coming up with insane shit. And
was the court at this point seeing through it?
Well, to a certain degree, because my kids were never taken from me.
Right.
If anyone ever believed I was actually doing those things,
yes,
they remained in my care the entire time. Through the entire legal process, they remained in my care. When we moved to Alabama, the court gave me permission to enroll them in schools. So they started public school for the first time. And all this upheaval, now my homeschool kids are in public school, which is a huge change in Alabama where they know nobody.
Right.
I'm so thankful for their teachers and their small town school that really loved on them.
And just remember, this is the woman who, more than me by far, taught the children happily and calmly and beautifully about how important and superior it was to be home with your children and educating in everyday life, home education. And she also shared with them the horrors of public school. She did that far more than I ever did. And so I can only imagine how that added to the confusion. And now she's a wholehearted supporter of all the things I guess she would just write it off to old brainwashing. I would say in favor, at least, of new brainwashing, but whatever you think of it, that's the context that the children were processing all this in. Had to be hard.
They adjusted well. From January to April of 2023, he was having every other weekend visits with them.
Mm-hmm.
And that was going so poorly that the judge ended up ceasing those by the end of April. And then
were the kids like misbehaving with you at all? Because they'd go with him and it was that. Okay.
It was unbearable. In fact, at trial, when I played the audio and video recordings of my children, the court said they were horrific. Horrific. And
yeah, 2 quick points on the recordings that the court allowed to have played. I was unable to enter many things into evidence, for one thing. I'll be sharing them elsewhere now that I'm free and clear. So that will come out. But the recordings, the one that was the jarring one, was a recording of, as they're leaving in their van after the exchange, another horrible exchange, the oldest son, the one she had physically abused, he just starts dropping the F-bomb, just in this robotic, repeated fashion. I've never heard anything like it in my life. I've never heard any of the children use any language like that at all. So hearing this recording, it's the first time I've ever heard it. It's creepy. It's weird. And but that's the context. They're driving off. He's saying those words, and they're playing it and then attributing it to me. And this is how everything gets spun. It's like, because the transition, they don't like going back, it must be me. Whereas all I can see by measuring, and it's the whole do unto others as you would have done unto you. You know, how would you want to be treated? How would you want to live? And it all makes perfect sense to me. Why, if I was in their situation, I would not be happy at all about what Holly's doing, or going back from one place where I'm lovingly attended to and engaged with on a daily basis throughout the day with their loving father, and then going down to this other scenario where maybe I'll be taken away by Tim Yarborough for a day or two if Holly loses control, that kind of thing. So That's so when she just mentions the recordings and this, that's what we're talking about here. Just thought that clarity might help.
And that the mental abuse in those audio and videos were horrific. Horrific displays of mental abuse towards the children is what the court said. So, but all of this takes time.
Sure.
We had so many hearings because I had filed another emergency motion to cease those visitations. That was heard twice before the judge did. She did cease the visitations, and it became...
Yeah, after the Angie Johnson intervention. That's what caused that. It was all Angie Johnson. I mean, I can't overstate. She was the linchpin in that happening. So that's how she effectively, Team Yarborough, their chosen expert, who later was just discarded as completely unreliable, even by other people who are hostile to my worldview anyway. But still, even for them, Angie Johnson was totally unreliable. But she served her purpose. It's kind of like with the order of protection. They never need it. It serves its purpose. You use it, you lie, you manipulate. Just get what you want and worry about the future later. Just move forward. And so Angie worked for them, even though by the end her credibility was in the sewer and she was out of the picture.
FaceTime calls, recorded FaceTime calls. And
Okay.
so then we got a psychologist involved. We were working with a therapist. All of this led up to trial in March of last year. And thankfully, everything, all of my video and audio, all of the, everything my attorney was able to put on the table at trial won the case. We proved the mental and emotional and religious abuse.
They won the case completely while I was unable to put on a case, while I had no attorney, couldn't even enter some basic evidence into the situation, and I had to work almost double time while doing trial. So I'm a zombie in there. And this is why one of the things that they really make is a part of the program, a part of the playbook, is to financially drain and destroy your opposition. While, as the way these ministries work, you create a scenario where it's all the sympathies on your person here, and oh, isn't it horrible, and what they're having to endure, and they, including financial discrepancies, when in reality they have no financial needs that won't go met, while their targeted victim, the father in this case, he's drained into oblivion, so that, I literally end up having to pay for their attorneys while after a process in which I couldn't have one. That's how this works.
We proved it. The psychologist and the therapists absolutely confirmed, yes, she was groomed at 16. This is what happened. We had the expert testimonies. After they reviewed everything, we had that. And so...
Okay, and this is where it's important, because if you hear that and you don't know the details, wow, I mean, that's pretty compelling. There were only two experts. We've already discussed Angie Johnson a lot. Now the other one, Charles Ihrig. Charles Ihrig has, and I've already mentioned some of his views on home education and the way he characterized things. It was like he directly parroted all the cliches that the Holly of old, and anyone who takes actual home education seriously, they know these are ridiculous things, like you have to have a degree to teach well, or you have to do it 8 hours or however many hours a day, and these ludicrous things. The man's a total system guy, so much so that he was obsessed out of the gate with what he called me a conspiracy theorist, and from his perspective that fit well. And the thing we talked about early on, and I don't know how we got on the subject, but it was the COVID virus. And he thought that my belief that it probably came out of a lab, was a conspiracy theory. And it really tainted. This wouldn't be noteworthy if it wasn't for the fact that in his reports, these reports now that she's citing as, this is proof of the grooming, he didn't
explain he made statements, but when it came to actually laying things out, he spent as much time explaining any of those things as just citing like my views. He meant multiple times it was mentioned my conspiracy theory, so-called, about COVID. He put that in the report. It was a big deal to him. He even went so far as to include links to articles I'd written, including one satirical article about COVID. It was literally from a satire site. I don't know if he didn't pay any attention or doesn't know what satire is, but that was included too, a satirical article about COVID. He was really bothered by the COVID thing. And of course, since he thinks he's locked into this conventional system approved mode of thought, the age difference was something he could never, that was not going to fly. And so that's what I was dealing with the other expert. But even he, two important things, of course, he thought Angie Johnson basically was awful. Here's what ultimately pushed Erig over the edge with Angie Johnson is when Angie had said some things to him, and then when I shared with him the recording I had of their conversation, and then she initially was confirming everything, then she withdrew she just took back everything she had said. And it was so ridiculous and absurd that he deemed her totally unreliable. I mean, she's just like, no. And so, well, obviously, I agree. But the other noteworthy thing for all this stuff about COVID vaccines and homeschooling is impossible, one other thing he said on the stand is he actually, when I would point out that the job I had allowed for me to be home all the time, he could not accept that. It was super weird. He would talk about how, like, theoretically or in a more general sense, how, well, work from home jobs just can't be that productive and this and that. And I was trying to remind him that I'm not talking about a theoretical or potential future thing. This is what I do, and now I've been doing it for years. And I had done it in a different similar role for years previously. But he wouldn't accept that I could provide the stability and the home and the on-site parenting all day. He just wouldn't accept it. That was noteworthy. But the big thing I thought, for all the stuff about COVID and homeschooling and those other things, and then the age difference, I mean, I basically had to be a groomer, right? I mean, how else could this happen? That he acknowledged that she had harmed our oldest son. Even Dr. Erig noted that. And when I pointed that out to him when he was testifying, he seemed a little surprised and then acknowledged that, yeah, that was there. Yeah. Because it's a big deal, and it explains so much when you let it explain what it can. So there's that. Now on to the video.
Throughout this time, I do want to say, like, when we moved to Alabama, the kids started public school. I got a job at a coffee shop. Okay, my first job. It was fun. It was just a place for me to clock in, goof off with my teenage coworkers.
Yeah, having normal conversations.
Yes, and interact with the outside world.
Right.
And my managers ended up being so gracious because of all the court days I had to take off, sick days for kids because I was their only care provider. I missed so much work. But they said basically, hey, whatever you needed. And my coworkers, if they could, they would pick up my shifts for me. So, I'm managing this legal struggle, this legal fight with the income of a barista in Decatur, Alabama.
Right.
Which isn't much.
Right.
Okay. This card she keeps playing, she would never want for anything. She's being given a home to live in. I'm sending more money in child support than we had lived on less in early years in our marriage than I was sending her. And she's got this income. And of course, and this is a big thing about ministries like these, they go out and secure all the government programs and fundings. It's a big part of the financial incentivization of encouraging women to lie, cheat, destroy. It's part of the economic pillaging. So they end up fine, well taken care of, while getting to still claim this position. And that's what we're dealing with here every time she mentions that.
Even then, I could only work 8 to 2 because I had to be home after
Yes.
school, let out. So that's how I was living through the entire court proceedings. So,
And these court proceedings are still for divorce.
Yes.
And just
and
regarding the
parent-
children.
and figuring out a parenting
Okay.
plan. But anyways,
But you're thinking, how does he even get any kind of plan with his behavior, you know?
well, the courts, it's very understandable that they want to maximize both parents' parenting time.
Right.
Because 2 parents are better than 1. That's the assumption. And there is truth to that. But an abusive parent is no good at all.
No.
And 1 healthy parent is better than 2 parents where 1 is actively
Right.
undermining not only the other parent, but society as a whole, because he was still religiously brainwashing the children. He told them that their public school teachers hated God and didn't know the Bible.
Never said anything like that to the kids at all. As a matter of fact, I would share stories. In this context, I thought it was important to try to encourage them because they knew what their mother mainly and I also had shared with them about why we homeschool, why public schools are bad. So now that they've taken this turn, I'm trying to find positives to encourage them. And that's what I was doing.
So he's still trying to isolate the children from normal society. That
And
they were
that's their
starting
dad
to
telling
do.
them, so why
Exactly.
wouldn't they believe him?
He bought
And-
them all Bibles. Like,
Oh.
This early on, I made note, I think, let's see what kind of Christian worldview, or I don't call this a Christian world now, what her worldview's approach to Christianity even is. And when you're down to where you're saying he bought them Bibles and you're laughing at it and treating it as like, see how bad he is. Well done, Yarborough religion. Good grief. This is what it comes down to. And when she's talking about the societal impact of these things and all the things she just said about isolation and how 1 non-abusive parent is better than having 2 if 1's abusive and all those things, just think about those phrases, especially that cultural thing in light of what I'm sharing with you in this video. What I've experienced of Yarborough religion and this Yarborough character and these disciples he has, including now Holly, they are the tip of the spear in destroying the culture from within the supposedly conservative, quote, good part of that culture. They're the worst of the worst. And this, you can hear a lot of why that is so right here.
yeah. So not only was the alienation from me still happening, but it was not only is your mom dangerous, but all of her friends. Please be careful around them. And in fact, the state of Alabama is not that great. And your public school teachers don't know God. They don't even know the Bible.
I have always encouraged anyone in any situation to view people as individuals. And this is where I think now is part of where Holly's at. She doesn't even think that way anymore. You're in a category or group. That's a big part of the whole woke, feminist, progressive mindset is individuals aren't. Groups and categories and statistics are. And so to me, and I know, and I would tell the stories to my children and others. I've even spoken at homeschool conferences where we're critiquing the public school system. And I would make it a point to tell about some of my fantastic public school teachers. People who to this day I remember and they've influenced me in positive ways. Because individuals are individuals and there are great people there. You can make great friends there while still recognizing the system for what it is. And this was while I'm on the subject of home education, this was one of the other things. When I went into court, is like walking into a firing squad because I know, A, I have no money, I have no representation. I'm also dead dog tired because I'm having to work all the time around this trial. But I also knew my worldview, the home education thing, the things I've written about were going to be used to destroy me, to paint me as, from their perspective, a lot of it's true. I mean, a very radically right wing, a crazy person, because one of the true religions of our land centers on public schools. It's like the golden calf. You can't touch that. you cannot critique it in some super serious way. And if you do, you're done. You're just done. And so that was a major theme, pointing out how my Christian worldview approaches, which, by the way, my understanding of education from a biblical Christian perspective is what Christians in the West held just generally for most of the time there has been a Christian West. This whole new progressive, state-run, increasingly feminist, woman-dominated system that's destroying the culture. And even most unbelievers or non-Christians or most people now just generally understand the public education system's a total nightmare overall. So much so that the Department of Education is about to be shut down as a way of improving education. Think about that. But that was the other thing Erig really hammered on, and I knew that the whole court system, because one of the first things the judge, a woman, said early on in the process is, "Oh, I'm so glad to hear the kids are in public schools." And you just know, yep, I'm at the firing squad. I am now going to stand for biblical positions, and I am going to be persecuted for it. It's gonna happen. And so you have to decide then, are you going to still stand, or are you going to become whatever these wokesters want you to be? And I stood and I defended the views that I actually have.
And then he would tell them that, he's going to homeschool them and they're going to live with him forever. One time I remember...
Are they excited about that sometimes when he says that, though? Because
it's like Candyland.
Yeah, free for all there.
The toys, the food, the candy, whatever their hearts desired.
I never said they're going to live with me forever, but I always was encouraging. I'm like, I want you guys with me as much as you possibly can be. I love you. I want to be with you all the time. That's the idea. And now when we can't be together, we have to do good with that time. Be good with that time. But yeah, I made it plain to them. I love you. I want you with me all the time. But it wasn't like, you're going to come live with me forever. No, that's not at all.
Was there. And I remember hearing about this after one of their overnight visitations where he drove them through a very wealthy neighborhood and showed them big houses with in-ground pools and told them he was going to buy one of these houses and that's where they would live forever. And the kids were so excited.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
No. All I can think of that she's getting this from is many times all of us as a family, Holly included, we would occasionally, it's not like a regular event, but we would sometimes go drive through a nice town, a nice subdivision or whatever, and look at places and talk about the places we liked and didn't like so much. And Holly and I would even laugh about, and it is funny, because a lot of times when we were doing this was when we were at our most humble as far as our existence. We're living in some tiny little house, barely getting by, but we're taking the time to just drive through and look at a nice neighborhood. And I've always thought that's valuable, just to be inspiring, like, oh, look at this, isn't it great? Instead of, some people just become jealous or bitter or things like that. But I thought it was cool. And so we talk about, like, I'd ask the kids, which one do you like and why? Tell me about that and how cool, that's what we did. And we did that, I don't know if we did any, like, once a month or so, maybe sometimes. And I don't know, it was pretty rare, but it happened several times. And I did that kind of thing once or twice with the kids myself over the course of a year or so. So that, I guess that's what she must be talking about. I'm not sure, but this idea, like, I as this is going on, I'm barely getting by. I just want to endure and survive and then get to the other side. So that.
Yep. So,
you had to be just walking around devastated inside with every.
There was
free. You felt more free, but. That
as long as I love my children,
yeah.
He knows exactly how to hurt me.
Right.
And that's all those children are to him. Pawns.
Yeah.
Because he
Oh, the irony.
doesn't know how to relate to another person. Abusers don't relate to people. They control and coerce people.
Right.
Look at all of what I've explained of how this process has unfolded. Starting with Yarborough financing a divorce. How did he relate to me? He's an abuser. The man is an abuser, inspiring other abusers to do everything they can to manipulate and control through a corrupted process that they corrupt. And the children loved to be with me precisely because I was and am the one who attends to them as they love best and have known in the past, and loves them thoroughly and deeply as individuals. And here she is, not seeing any of it anymore because she's so thoroughly converted to this new religion and worldview of hers.
That's why there's that vacancy there in their souls. There's nothing to relate to. There is only a hunger for power.
Right. Strong narcissism going on there.
Yes, in a narcissistic religion as well. That particular kind of subculture of Christianity he was into, Reformed Christian Reconstructionism, actually teaches the male dominance, authority structure that is very ego inflating to the men involved in that religion.
Right.
One of the ironies in that is that one of Yarborough's most reliable lackeys, sidekicks, partners in crime, whatever it is a guy, my understanding is, Martin Brady, who brands himself and markets himself as a part of that movement, as a big part of that movement that I'm not. So far, my experience has been, and there is a lot about the Reconstructionist movement and people involved that I love, and yet to me, my experience has been many of the most vicious, diabolical, destructive, phony Christians in the universe are in that camp. And in Reformed Christian circles in particular, I recently heard a podcast where someone who's in that camp, who I really do relate to in a lot of ways, and so we're kind of on the same pages, he said that of all the interactions he's had, the most vicious, destructive people are the people in this Reformed Christian community as far as what they do to each other. And now experiencing what I am at the hands of the likes of Yarborough and Brady. And the reason why it's so horrifying is that they do these things in stark in absolute diametrical opposition to the very biblical principles they claim to believe in and build a platform on. And that's what makes it's weird that she brought up Reconstructionism when one of the guys funding or involved in, I'm not sure how exactly involved, but the Brady character is that part of that camp as far as I understand it.
So, but throughout all this time, I was, of course, trying to process, well, okay, obviously I cannot sustain myself being a little barista. There's no job opportunities in the tiny little town I was living in Moulton. I was just trying to figure out, well, what now? As I was preparing for trial. I realized I really enjoyed the legal side of this process. I loved strategizing with my attorney. I loved the work that went into that. I enjoyed going to court. I felt very empowered whenever I was at court. And so
Probably because you felt like people were listening.
Yes,
when
and
you're
I
in court,
knew
they were listening to you.
You knew all the experts had done the Angie Johnson stuff on your behalf. The court bought into all of it. And you knew you had a lawyer and a staff around the lawyer while I had nothing. So yeah, I think you should be pretty confident when you've manipulated things that way, one thing on top of another. Hell yeah, you should be super confident.
And I knew that I knew the facts.
Yeah.
I knew the facts of my story better than anyone else in that courtroom.
Right.
No, I don't have the psychological expertise, but I know the facts in the timeline.
Right.
And I can verbalize it and communicate it. I can explain the patriarchal worldview inside.
Knows the facts, like what I told you about the Verizon receipt for what she claimed about me not calling. All the facts regarding the keys that she knows. She had the facts. The lying about child sexual abuse to get a court order that you would not otherwise get. The facts. Those are facts. So now that this farcical process is over,
Now we're going to start getting into facts. And that's my life's mission at this point.
Inside and out. And how it leaves women absolutely defenseless, emotionally, spiritually, and physically, and financially.
Right.
Listen to the victim card being claimed here in light of what I've shared about her financial situation and the support and the draining and destruction by lying. That just listen to it all in that context.
100% defenseless while caring for other vulnerable people. So it just, and the whole entire authority structure, it relies on the women staying down. Once women stand up, there is no patriarchal authority structure. Right. There's not. That's why. And
I think now you're hearing sort of the battle cry of the new feminist religion she's imbibed through Yarborough. And so Brady.
Why a strong woman is such a threat. So I like...
Strong women are not threats. Completely unethical, child-abusing women who are willing to lie about sexual abuse to manipulate a system for their own financial gain and the destruction of their family. That's the threat. I love strong, honorable women, and you're kind of on the other side of the spectrum in this regard.
I felt just very confident in it, sitting down with a psychologist or a therapist and going through the facts and the timeline and the grooming and the religious ideas. So I ended up considering the legal field. And anyways, by the time trial came around, I did get a job offer at a firm. So Yay. I do work now at a firm as a legal assistant. I have a lot to learn.
Yes, I love that.
But
well, you're so smart.
Well, I should probably just back up a little bit, because at trial, and I don't know how much of this to share, and I do need to share, because everything I worked so hard for, at the end of the day, no matter how well I could get on the stand and communicate the facts of the story, no matter how well I processed everything and was able to show up and care for my children, if I wasn't able to financially secure legal representation, things would not have ended up how they ended.
Right.
Justice.
So glad you noticed. Guess who was not able to afford legal representation? Me. Guess who had their legal representation funded from the beginning by the so-called Presbyterian Reformed Christians, and then a gang of other people online, and funds flowing in? You. So I'm glad you're acknowledging that the impossibility of justice, true victims getting justice without being able to fund a healthy position in the system. It's really neat for you to note that.
This absolutely comes with a price. Justice is served to those with the deepest pockets.
Yeah.
That's just a fact.
Yeah, it is.
And you know what? I think is it 29 in every 1,000 sexual abuse perpetrators actually face jail time? Do you know why that is? Because the victims are the ones burdened with making the justice happen, with buying the justice.
Yes.
And victims are not in that position.
Right.
They were just abused, controlled, whatever. Mm-hmm. They don't have thousands of dollars to buy the justice they need.
Right.
And so a lot of perpetrators walk free.
Or go on podcasts and reap massive financial rewards by soliciting funds online and having people give them all kinds of money by abusing and lying about it. And I have a stat for you myself here. While you're mentioning statistics, 100% of Monroe sisters, both Holly and her sister Chelsea, 100% of the girls in that family, they lie about sexual abuse for financial gain and to destroy their families in a way, destroy the targeted men in a way to benefit themselves selfishly. 1 out of 100%, or 2 for 2, I should say. There's a stat for you.
Way too many.
My case was just very unique in that I found an attorney who put his heart and soul into it.
after you paid him a small fortune.
And that absolutely saved my children's futures.
Right.
Not everyone is as blessed or lucky as I am. At the end of the day, my legal costs alone are astronomical. That does not include the costs for expert witnesses.
All of which were assigned to me. All of them. So I don't get to have or afford a lawyer in the process. And then at the end of it, I get all of the bills she's talking about now. I am assigned. Me.
Right.
The cost of taking time off my little paying job to go to court. The cost of childcare for court dates. Court reporters.
Mm-hmm.
Of the pursuit of justice is so fucking expensive.
It is.
And so...
And when it comes to legal or trials, especially trials, I mean, you're charged for every single thing, every action that's done during the trial. This attorney speaking to this person,
exactly.
Or their paralegals, or this, or like, I don't think most people wrap their head around.
No.
No, they don't. I'm the one who's charged for all of that, even though I'm paying for her attorneys while I have none. That's where it all lands at the end, for those of you who are wondering.
How much that can cost.
And I had never talked to an attorney before all this, so
Right.
I didn't know, like, what I was doing when
Right.
it started. But I was quickly realizing, the billable hours, and I was like, whatever work I can do, let me do it. I'm not going to shoot off 20 emails in a week now. I'm going to condense it into one. You learn how to manage the costs
Right.
and cut down where you can. Even then, it's immense. But the attorney costs, I don't want to throw any attorneys under the bus because they sacrificed a lot of their life to gain the expertise they have. Law school is extremely expensive.
Right.
The time that law school takes from your life, they made the sacrifice to be able to represent you.
Right.
They probably have school loans that are,
Sure.
There's a lot that goes into being able to represent someone. But you learn how to navigate the cost of it. I don't think judges are at fault. I don't think attorneys are at fault. I don't think any one individual is at fault for how expensive justice is.
Right.
I think they're all trying to navigate a system that was in place before they were even born.
Right.
That benefits the rich and starves the poor.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not...
One major factor for the bloated, destructive, abusive nature of our system that now she's absolving everyone of, responsibility for is what she, Holly, does. This whole course. This adds incredible stress, expense, and everything else to the system, which of course drives up costs. It just does. So and this approach is a big part of the problem. When you have characters and organizations like this Yarborough operation, it's going to make bad situations worse and worse and worse, including as it relates to the legal processes she's trying to engage with the idea here.
Anyone's fault.
Right.
Of course there are crooked attorneys.
I was going to say, there's definitely some shady ones out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there are shady judges. And there are shady... but I would...
In any profession, right?
Yeah,
I guess
but
it's fair to say that.
I know people are like, oh, attorneys. But, I am blessed to know some amazing attorneys.
Right.
And who are very empathetic, caring people who do put their heart and soul into representing you and who are very ethical with the way they bill their time.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean there aren't attorneys out there who take advantage...
Right.
Of extreme life circumstances.
Yes.
That absolutely happens. But women need to be empowered to know how to navigate this.
Yes.
They need to know how to represent themselves to their attorneys. Because when you can walk into your law office with confidence and say, here's the necessary facts of the story. This is how they're prioritized. And just condense your information down. That's less time the attorney has to do it.
Right.
So there, you learn how to navigate this way in a way that, the better you get at using your own voice, the more it saves you there's a financial benefit to regaining your agency and your voice.
Yes.
There is. And I want women to try to grasp that and really understand it and learn how to use that to their financial advantage. The more you heal and do your trauma work, you might think therapy is just another bill. Mm-hmm. But if you can really do your work and grow in your confidence and get your agency back and get your words back.
Mm-hmm.
All these terms, the therapy obsessions, agency, women, and then look what she's done. Just look at what she's actually done. Look at the facts and listen to her now. And you see this now passionate convert to this new worldview. And now she's a zealot for it. Now, wow, I found the way. You can rape justice. You can just look to your selfish desires and understanding of things. Anything you think inside yourself is legit. And you can get away with it all. And not just get away, but you can make a fortune and move forward from there. So yeah, so far I haven't heard anything remotely Christian, and everything sounds very self-centered. And when you take it all in conjunction with the lies and the destruction here, it's a pretty disturbing picture, at least from my perspective.
It is going to save you a lot.
Right.
And in fact, when you walk into the courtroom, you are going to command respect because you're a confident woman who, yes, you were absolutely abused, taken advantage of, but you know what? That's not your fault, because abusers, no one should bear guilt when an abuser crafts their strategy to fit you.
Yes.
When they study you to learn.
So again, nobody painting a new angle on how you're not responsible for anything. That's another theme here, ever.
And just where your vulnerabilities are, when they, it's not your fault that happens. No, you weren't naive. No, you weren't stupid or dumb, and you still aren't stupid or dumb. Someone was watching you and created a strategy and knew just where to hit you at the right time.
Right.
And which is exactly what the Yarborough types and converts like Holly, they know exactly. They have the playbook. They are watching you. They know the archetype they can shoehorn you into. They know how to work the system with things like false claims of sexual abuse, get these orders, choose an expert who will defend you binding up children if you want to, and then herald all these things, the right experts, the right system, and then just lie hard when you need to. That's the mission here. And of course, since it's paid off for her so well, you can totally understand now why she's zealous. And I'll bet she wants to now go from here, take the grift to a whole higher level. Let's get other women on down this path, and let's keep on going, make it bigger. Because the more people she can rope into this thing, this approach, the more she justifies herself that it is good and it is legitimate. Because when people record videos like I am and point out the lies and the abuses and make plain that as far as what's proven and not speculated, see, it's one thing for someone who hates my religion and thinks COVID, that my views on COVID were conspiratorial and that the age gap was indefensible. It's one thing for someone like that to then have opinions on what happened. It's another thing for me to show just the literal record of here's the Verizon receipt, that sort of thing, the history. Here is the false claim of sexual abuse. That's so huge. Here these are not speculation. This is what she did. So it's not like I'm an expert pointing something out. I'm showing you the thing directly. She is that level of evil. And you empower that level of evil. And that's, I guess, my main point here is when people like Yarborough come along and feed that, empower and encourage it, fund it even, you build real monsters. So this show called Beyond the Monsters, I don't know if they realize at all. Well, I'm pretty sure they don't realize that the monster is sitting right in front of her, being interviewed, and it's being funded and fueled and encouraged to go on being a monster and then get other people to be the same kind of monster.
knew just when to build you back up.
Yes.
To keep you in
and
a
it doesn't have
state
to
of
be your
confusion.
story. That doesn't have to be the end for you. You aren't those things.
Exactly.
People need to know you can get past that.
Exactly.
And I think that's what's so hard, I think, for people to realize when they're in those situations that, oh, I do have a voice.
Mm-hmm.
I do have capabilities of certain things because they're beat down. Like you
Mm-hmm.
were beat down to feel like nothing.
For 10 years of my life, it was never safe to use my voice.
Right.
Every time I tried to use it, I got the smackdown.
Right.
The religion.
Okay. We've covered this in some detail, but I literally involved her to participate in the discussions that are supposed to be for men only with other men who didn't even agree with that necessarily. I wanted her involved in that. When we would just have friends over and we would debate and discuss things, I encouraged and appreciated her engaging fully, and she did all the time, including disagreeing with me. And I have many friends who participated in those conversations who know that. I mean, so again, those sorts of receipts, I guess, could be provided too, but she's just lying. She's made up a fictional background for this fictional character now. Well, sadly, real character that she is now, who's championing this cause.
Religious
Right.
and mental and
Yes.
emotional smackdown.
Yes.
So you learn that your
The fear was
body
there.
learns. Your body learns it's not safe to use
Yes.
your voice. And that's when the anxiety and the freezing and the fawning, starts
Yes.
to take place.
Mm-hmm.
But you just have to understand that's what your body needed to do to survive that situation.
Right.
It was keeping you safe.
We talked just briefly about, how long you had to testify and you were on the stand for a long time. I hear a lot of people, and I did, forensic psych and addiction for almost 20 years. A lot of victims, survivors, their biggest thing for them, I don't want to testify. I don't want to go up there and be put in front of everyone. Like, I'm sure maybe you felt that at first. Because
I definitely, I did have moments of that. But when I wasn't at court, I was really trying to heal.
Okay.
And my confidence on the stand, and I'm not going to say I just walked up there all confident,
Right.
because I didn't.
Right.
Right before getting on the stand, absolutely I had the shivers,
Right.
Absolutely I was in a nerve.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I knew that what I was going to say was true.
Right.
And that's where your confidence comes in.
I think that's
you're not going
important
to
for
get up
people
there
to
and
know.
BS. You know
Yes.
what you're going to do is get up there and say the truth.
Right.
And the other party is going to get up there and BS their way through
Right.
it.
And
that's-
you knew that. He
I
had
knew
already
that.
been doing that.
100%. And I also had the documentation. That's the other thing
Yes.
that
Yeah, the documentation that you could enter into evidence, and you had a lawyer and staff. These things play a pretty big role in trials. I was sleepwalking through. I'm not trying to... They are excuses in a sense, no doubt about it, but it was a true nightmare scenario when everyone else in the room hates your worldview, and in this case, many of them have a vested interest in grinding you down and literally wanting to punish you for the things you believe at some level. And then not having an attorney and not having access, not having sleep. I mean, I'm having to work full time through the whole thing, full time plus. And so it was a nightmare time. And so, yeah, it was a total avalanche, one direction.
victims, when you've been abused, it's not like your brain is just like functioning at 100%,
Right.
documenting, remembering,
Yes, yes.
taking clear snapshots. Hell no. A lot of times your cognitive function's slow because you're in such survival mode
Yes.
that your instincts kick in,
Right.
and your actual strategic type thinking kind of slows down. And so it's so hard to overcome that, but you can with intentional healing.
Right.
And I think healing probably is different for everyone, and everyone needs to find out what heals them. For
Right.
me, it was music.
Okay.
I started listening to the music I used to listen to as a teen.
I'm taking you back. Yeah.
And I forgot a lot of it existed, but Spotify would queue up these songs, and I'd be
Yeah.
like, I forgot about that song, but I still knew every single word.
See?
But beauty, nature, anything that feeds your soul is what's going to give you confidence on the stand.
Right. I think it's important to, that people know. I don't know. Sorry. You got me all emotional, so now I can't talk. I think it's important that people know, unfortunately, in the legal system, it's all what you can prove. And, you can have expert witnesses, all the things. But the fact that you did record some things, you made sure you had some ammo there, I think is so important.
It is.
And people are like, well, if he or she, whatever, if they see it, they're going to flip out, whatever. So get that proof, send it to someone you trust, delete it, make sure it's all deleted, whatever you have to do to get ammo to protect you in a court of law, I think is a big deal.
It's huge.
Yes.
And you're not usually, when you're in it, you're not in that.
You're not thinking about that.
That's why it's so important.
Yes.
And I had those people to come alongside me and say, document, send it to me, and I'll put it on a
good.
safe,
See?
drive.
Yes.
And so that's what I was doing because I had those people. Right. I definitely would not be where I am today without my people.
Absolutely true. There is no way without you know who and you know which organization. There's no way this stuff would have happened and been accomplished this way without it all. It all really begins in the meaningful sense with a phony Christian feminist woke ministry builder building his own little religion, his own little gospel, as far as I can tell, and reaching out and funding the nuking of this family this way. And then once they're in, they're all in, and he sees it through. And everyone then associated with it sees it through. And that, there's no doubt, without them involved, would have never happened.
Absolutely. And some of my people are strangers.
Right.
There's just something that when you start living in alignment with what you know to be true, first about yourself, and then about your circumstances and environment, something happens, and I don't have words for it necessarily. But you call it good karma, I don't know, but things just start aligning and falling into place. I met exactly who I needed to meet at the right time. I had strangers who had no idea what I was going through come up and just say the sweetest things. I don't know why they did that. For example, there was one time, this is wild, there was one time I had all 5 kids with me, just crash landed in Alabama. I was trying to buy groceries, and I had all 5 kids in the store, traumatized kids,
Sure.
I'm just trying to get through
and
get back in the van. And I'm at the register, and I have about $200 worth of groceries. My card's declining. And my toddler's, I gotta go pee. And I'm just like...
Right.
What? I tell the guy at the register, I say, just a minute, I know I can fix this. Do you want to hold my driver's license while I figure out why my bank is declining the card? Because I knew that there was a balance. And so he was like, oh, no, you're good. Just go do your thing with your toddler. Take care of him, and you're good. Just go. And so I was like, are you sure? Here's my, ID. And he's like, no, just go do your thing. So I go off to the bathrooms, and they're doing their thing, and I'm checking the bank account, trying to figure out what's going on. And he comes back, and he goes, here you go, you're good. And he hands me the receipt. And I said, you don't have to do that. I'm pretty sure I know what the problem is. I can pay for these today. Like, I know you don't have to do that. Like, that's what I told him. I said, let me fix it. He goes, no, I was where you were. Here you go. You're good. I've never seen that.
This is such a beautiful story from the perspective, when we look at what this person did. I mean, I think really it's nice to highlight a positive thing here, but that kind of charity, that kind of giving, fantastic. It's so beautiful. Now, we also see how Holly's used that more aggressively in an offensive way, so to speak, like going online and soliciting funds by telling this fictional story and painting this painting this picture this way, you know? And so she's pursued and really abused people and their charity, their goodness, to support her all along the way with this. And so, man, I definitely want to laud and appreciate that the guy who did this in this case. And in many cases, the people who didn't know her at all, who gave her money online, I think of them in a similar way. Like, they're just reading this story, and boy, when you just hear her take, it's like, how could you not want to give her some money, right? But the people who know me as well, and then never even reached out to me the same way, and it's a character similarity with these people, just like Yarborough, who never needed to even touch base with me to do anything. So too, so many other people, then they just see the online stuff, they feed into the frenzy with each other, and they're shoveling money her direction. And as guys in positions like mine, we talked earlier about suicide. Holly talked about suicide, having suicidal thoughts. I expressed my skepticism, serious skepticism based on everything, the whole picture. But, okay, maybe, who knows? But I am dead certain of the fact that the kinds of abuses and these approaches that Holly's employing and Yarborough ignited in a massive way, they cause men to kill themselves. They also are designed to put men in prison, because talk about getting a legal advantage, which is what they're aiming for in a divorce or custody or whatever. If you can get the dude thrown in jail, woohoo, go team. And then those guys, some of them get killed when it's discovered that why they're there is because the lie about sexual abuse that was used for financial gain and legal advantage is why they're there, and then they're in trouble. So death, suicide, it's deadly serious, as I said earlier. And all of you who are giving, when someone like me sees a name of someone that knows me, and especially the ones who claim to be Christians, like, I know, and I'm going to name a lot of names in the future, and I'm going to use screenshots and show activity from some folks who claim to be these serious, hardcore Christians, and yet they just are little Yarborough clones. I like to think they're not completely clones, because he's so deep and dark and committed, eyes wide open to this evil path. And he confuses and deludes a lot of other people to follow along. And I'm hoping that a lot of them, the ones in this category of like, they do know me and they've somehow just bought this all without even asking me a question. And they're giving her money. When guys like me see people like that giving money that way, that's the kind of thing I'm convinced with some of these guys who do terrible things to themselves, or they just give up hope or whatever, that pushes hard in that direction. Every time you people make those kinds of donations while ignoring your Christian duty to care about the truth at all, it's heavy. And I think it's a good time now, because people are maybe wondering, some of the people listening to this, but I think it's really important for me to talk about how hard it has been to not hate Holly and hate people involved in this. And I don't hate them. And it's not been easy to stay in that spot, because sometimes it's very tempting seeing what's being done this way. But the more God has been so gracious and kind and leading me along and teaching me things and showing me my own weaknesses and and apparently, and this is the Calvinist in me cropping up, but I believe all of these things are purposeful, and that God is using these things, all of them, even the most evil act, he's ultimately using it for good purposes. And one of those things I believe is that I am being grown in ways that I otherwise would not grow. And as I learn more about grace and just how much grace God shows us and what salvation means, and how important it is to, when you're reading through those commandments, that you just don't make it a list that you go over so you can check it off and say, well, I'm a good Christian now, I know the 10 commandments. And it's not and for all these Presbyterians, as I get critical of them, as anyone should be, because I gotta say, I have low regard for Reformed Presbyterianism.
and I know there are good people there. There are good people in public schools. But that's about the level I have this at in my mind. It's not much difference, you know? And what makes the Presbyterians worse and more disappointing and much more destructive is they're the ones who claim, eyes wide open, all these specific views on the ninth commandment, just for example, and how important those things are. And they preach about it and they celebrate and brag about their liturgy and, oh, we catechize our children. And yet, what I'm seeing from a lot of them, and I'm talking about just the ones who talk the most and have the most pride and commitment to their Reformed Presbyterianism, they're the ones who shit the most on Scripture, who don't give a damn the hardest about what Jesus has actually commanded. And that's been a creepy thing. And that's another way, when I realize these things and how easy it could have been for me to spiral out and become non-Christian and just hate these groups or whatever, and have 100 different reasons to just go be another self-centered person who's just pissed off and sick of it all and the hypocrisy and the evil and just whatever. It'd be easy to go that route, but by the grace of God, I still believe harder even all of the basic things I've always believed. You know, I'm still the same kind of Christian worldview-wise, just deeper roots, much deeper roots now. And that's what brings me to the gospel and what the core, the gospel really is. It's a corny phrase. People use it all the time. It's abused and watered down because of its overuse. But the gospel is at the heart of things. And especially in this case, the gospel. And this is why I see Yarbrough as such a distinct, unique, and all of those in this camp who are the closer to him, like Sel Brady, the more eyes wide open and they know what they know about Scripture and they're still doing these things. The more like that you are, the more I view you as a part of this core gospel problem where you've substituted the gospel for this new gospel that the real gospel begins with the gospel command when Jesus is launching the kingdom. Repent and believe. The first word is repent. It's the beginning point of the gospel. Repent and believe. And it's a command. It's not a request. We've watered it down so much we act like he's asking us to do something. No, he's telling you to. And those who are saved will do it. Now, a little more Calvinism peeking out there. So for those of you who aren't on that page, it's cool. I am not, because I'm a Calvinist, I don't believe only Calvinists are Christians. And that's the irony and the beauty of it. So for those of you who know what Calvinism is, you'll understand and appreciate that. But this new Yarbrough gospel is like, no, do not repent. Oh no. If you've lied about the sexual abuse of children, do not repent. Just move along. And the next thing you need to lie about, lie away. If you need to lie harder, lie harder. Never repent about the things you need to not repent about. Feel free to repent about the things that aren't going to have an impact on your mission, your goals. And so it is really a gospel issue, and it's right in. I mean, Jude, we think of when you read Jude, warning about how he starting out writing about how he wanted to preach about, basic, core, beautiful things about Christianity, but he felt compelled instead to warn people to warn Christians about people who've crept in unnoticed and built little followings of their own, leading people away. And I see, to me, it's very clear now for 100 good reasons, but it is my opinion, but it's as close to certainty as I can have in this life as a flawed, fallen human being. So all the qualifiers there, but there's no way I could believe that Tim Yarbrough is a Christian minister. No way. I am as convinced as I think a person can be, reasonably, that he is the epitome of a false prophet leading people astray, building his own little following. While I have all kinds of speculations as to why, that's not really that important. I think what he's done to obliterate the gospel and promote this other thing speaks for itself. And so while my hope and prayer, and as this, I talked earlier about how I don't hate. And what I use now is I'm praying for people, because I know we have to pray for those who despise us and abuse us and persecute us. I mean, you have to pray. And I know that it's not enough to just say the words or pray for. Like, it's got to be real. And in this situation, it has been really hard. It's already really hard sometimes just not to hate. It's hard not to hate someone who's willing to knowingly lie about you sexually abusing your child for their own financial gain. It's really hard not to hate a piece of shit like Yarborough. And calling him a piece of shit, by the way, is entirely appropriate. It's entirely appropriate. Harsher terms are used in Scripture by Jesus and others. So we need to get off this little romper room, Fantasyland, G-rated fictional Bible talk thing that a lot of Christians, shallow Christians, tend to, gravitate towards. Tim Yarborough is a piece of shit, and then a whole lot more in that direction. It's hard not to hate a man who does these things so boldly, and he's rewarded. Holly's rewarded. He's rewarded. And yet, I have made it so the cool part on the flip side for me is like, well, I have an easy target, like a test. If I can honestly pray for the salvation of Tim Yarborough and mean it, then I feel like I've done it. I've made it on that one point for that one day. And most days I can do that. It's really been weird and cool that way. It's like, and I can't take credit for that. It ain't me. It's the grace of God and the Spirit of God supernaturally moving through me and letting me experience these things. It's incredible. And so that's one of the great silver linings that God brings about, and the growth that God brings about by using tools like Yarborough to do their evil, so that his real people are grown and strengthened in ways like that. And it's so amazing and weird. And so Yarborough is the pinnacle of evil for me, because I attribute a lot. Well, I am not going to join Holly's little club here of absolving Holly of everything. She's completely responsible for all the decisions she's made. She has to own that. Doesn't matter whether she wants to or not. Doesn't matter whether this new religion tells her she can dismiss all that by 100 different excuses. No, she has to own that. And at the same time, these two things can exist simultaneously. Yarborough has a special responsibility here. He will be held by God. The God of the Bible that Yarborough shits on all the time, that God will hold him accountable in a special way. Scripture gets into that in detail. And so those are realities that I try to keep in mind, but I'm trying to do all these things and nurture a real spirit. Like, I want Tim Yarborough to be saved. I want Holly to be saved. And the new wrinkle in this that's kind of come in and made it another level of weird for me is that all along the way, I had some hope, and I prayed and I thought, and I knew I wanted to keep myself in a place where I'm praying for Holly to wake up and repent and all of those things. And I still pray for that, and I hope it happens for the glory of God and for Holly's sake. Own the lies. Repent of lying about the sexual abuse of children. Repent of lying about the keys. Repent of these obvious lies you told to financially benefit from the destruction of your family and the abuse of your children. Own and repent of having abused our oldest son to the point where you believed you caused multiple psychotic breaks. Own it and repent it. And repent of those things. And this is so key. And this is where that anti-gospel of Yarboroughism, now she's been brainwashed into a worldview that says, don't repent of don't even think about those things as real. Just keep on going. And if that's what she does, it's the ultimate dead end. It's the worst. And so I've prayed for her to, of course, I really want her to repent. And then for the longest time, I still held out a hope. Like, if she did repent, then things would cascade. It would seem like once you broke the dam on that and you had to own one of those things,
it'd be so much easier then to just own the rest, repent, move through that phase and on to something good on the other side. And I was thinking like, well, could I be forgiving and accepting of that? Yeah. And I wanted to keep myself in a place where any miraculous, cool, gospel-fueled thing was possible. And yet now, as I watch a video like this and I see what all these people are doing, I've now gotten to a point where in my mind, for just me, Holly's just a total apostate that I wouldn't want in my life at all. You know, if I didn't have to engage with someone like that, I mean, why would you want to be around a literal child abuser who's going to lie about anything about you? Why would you ever be around someone like that again? You know, and so what's extra sad, though, is that I don't even know if she repented, whether I could stand much to be around her. I doubt I'm going to have the opportunity to find out. I really doubt it. But God is God. I'm not. I can pray for her salvation, which would require repentance. But I don't know. I don't know what it would mean after that. And maybe there's no point in thinking about it. But to me, it's really sad to have arrived at that point where she's been led so far down this path and rewarded handsomely for the deception and the evil. And and all I can do, and when I'm thinking of because all of this stuff will be shared with the kids when they're older. It'll be available to them anyway. I'm never going to push anything in their direction. It's just when they're older and they want to know something, I'm going to answer the question. And they'll come across websites like the ones I'll have built that deal with all this stuff, and they can do what they want. I'm never going to push it. But when I'm thinking about what lessons can come out of this, what good is coming out of this? Well, an appreciation for the gospel and learning how to endure the worst of deception and deceit and evil, and still find a way to at least try, and sometimes even succeed, in earnestly praying for the people who are doing the worst things to you and those that you love the most. And that's something significant. There's something real there. But the gospel component of this, man, it's huge and glaring. And I know many of the people like watching a podcast or listening to something like Beyond the Monsters. I mean, this is like foreign, crazy religious lingo stuff. But for those of you who do have a Christian perspective, I hope you get something out of that. I hope it's an encouragement to you in some way. It's all the gospel and the Spirit of God, by the grace of God, is all that's kept me alive through this. I can promise you that.
Person since, that's the only time I'll ever see that person.
Right.
Just things like that started happening all the time. I'd be at the playground with the kids, sitting on the bench, probably just processing everything, trying to figure out, I think in this particular instance, my ex had sent DCS to my house, and they had showed up on Good Friday, and they were like, so we have reports of you abusing these children. I need to examine your son's wrists. Apparently he's got wounds from being tied. Mm-hmm. I was like, yeah, come meet me and the kids.
I think I mentioned this earlier, but I did not do this. So there's that.
Sorry, there's laundry on the couch, but please come on in.
Right.
And so I was reflecting on that. She ended up leaving and saying, there's no concern here. And she told me, she said, please be careful. I understand what's going on. And she was just like, please be careful. Like, don't.
Because they have to. If someone files a complaint, they have to come out and
investigate.
Yeah.
But after talking and she even interviewed my kids privately. Like, I was like, yeah, whatever you need to do, do. I have nothing to hide.
Yeah.
Okay?
I didn't do this, and so it just occurred to me, though, but what I was thinking of is the recording of Angie Johnson relaying to me what she said Holly told her. Or she had conversations with Holly, and then what Angie told me was horrific. So if someone was to send that, and I never sent the recording anywhere, I just want to be clear, but if someone just sent Holly's own experts' recorded conversation to DCS, they'd have to go investigate. They'd have to. Just saying. I mean, it's amazing the layers of weirdness here.
And she called a friend of mine to talk about it. And then she was like, yeah, case dismissed. There's no concern. So I was like at the park thinking about all that, just feeling just so frustrated with the situation. The fact that my kids even had to go through that experience is horrible.
Yeah.
They did not have to go through that. That's going to be a memory that they have now. Remember when that lady came to our house?
Yeah.
Remember when the police came to the house the first time because you told them Dad was holding us hostage in his room? Remember when the police came the second time and didn't buy what you were doing, what you were claiming then either? Remember when and these police visits are super traumatic, like horrifying for the kids. Horrifying. Because once the first horror show happens, which is like a previously unknown evil to them that Holly initiated, then when the next one starts, they're already triggered and horrified, ready to just go into level 11 horror. And then remember when you came on our son's birthday, surrounded Dad, came in, and he called the police, and the police had to tell your people that they couldn't park that way surrounding Dad. And you remember how that night you blew up the birthday party celebrations, and you remember how the son was wandering around the house talking about how his birthday was ruined. And do you remember how then you finished off the night with false accusations of sexual abuse to take us away from where we love to be down to Alabama, where you wanted us to be for your financial benefit and a legal strategy? Remember?
Yeah.
She asked us these questions, and they're just kind of confused.
Yeah.
You know, that's now an experience they have in their childhood. They don't deserve that.
Right.
A stranger came up to me.
Oh my gosh, it's just the psychotic nature, the self-absorption. What a witchy way to approach children in reality.
At the park, and he was like, it's an older guy with probably his grandson or something. He was like, just so you know, I was watching you with your kids, and you're a great mom. You really care for them, and I can tell.
Just
and
what
then he
you
just
needed
left.
to hear.
That was that. Like, that's all that was said. So, things like...
Give me that guy's email address, and I'll give him a copy of this video. I have no doubt Holly can behave, like I said earlier, with the exceptions of when she explodes in rage and beats children into having psychotic breaks, from her understanding. She's fantastic with the kids, definitely. So that, I'm sure, did pick her up to hear that from somebody.
that keep you alive.
Right.
They keep you alive. So you find your people, you find your friends, and that's what's going to build your confidence and help you get your voice back and get your words back.
Right.
It's so easy to let your insecurities isolate you. You
Absolutely.
know, like when you're meeting new people and you're like, oh, hey, I'm a single mom of 5 and I live in a safe house. Like, what?
Right. Right.
How else
do I introduce myself? Yeah.
How
Yeah.
do you enter society when you're
Right.
a single mom of 5 little kids who
Right.
lives in a safe house?
Right.
You enter society by preparing a massive hook to pull in every bit of sympathy you can, and having this ultra exaggerated victim card. That's how when you're in this role, that's what you do to engage with society. That way they're so sympathetic, they'll do anything for you, they'll give you all the money, they do all the things. That's how you enter society, and you say it that way. I'm a single mother of 5 living in a safe house. A safe house. All this terminology, it's a racket. A racket. A formula, a playbook. They know damn well what they're doing, and they're screwing everybody. Not just the worst, the people they screw the worst, of course, are the children, and then the targets of the other abuses, the fathers who must be destroyed. Must be. But they're screwing the people they're manipulating, emotional manipulation, to get cash out of them and other things.
Right.
What?
Yeah.
And you're being dragged to court over and over
Yeah.
again, and there's just sheer chaos, and you work as a barista, and clearly, single
Right.
mom of 5 working part-time as a barista is not an ideal situation.
Right.
It's like red flag city is how I felt.
Yeah.
Like, what in the world?
But you're surviving.
Yeah, that's just, and it teaches you never to come up to someone with assumptions about their circumstances.
Right.
And so
It's real easy to judge on the outside.
so easy.
Yeah.
So easy. But
So what happened with court, like after you testified and everything, if you're allowed to share that?
Yeah, no, that was in March. My attorney nailed it. He absolutely just put all the evidence on the table. After the 3-day trial, by the way, my ex was pro se. His attorney.
Pro se is the way of saying he couldn't afford to have an attorney. So, yeah, by the way. And after talking about how wonderful it was to have your attorney putting everything out on the table. Oh, I'm sure it was.
Withdrew from the case.
Of course.
And then he never got a new one for reasons I can assume about, but...
Right.
Oh, let's not assume. Let's clearly state what you have already clearly been told, but you don't want people to know this. The withdrawal is a formal procedure that I required my attorney to do. So I'm the initiator here. If I had not pursued a course of action regarding the attorney, it wouldn't have happened. So they didn't withdraw for any other reason than I told them they needed to withdraw. They needed to withdraw. I mean, this had to happen, and I won't get into the specifics there. And then financial strains were huge at the time as well, and I could not buy or afford a new attorney. That's why I could not have an attorney. Oh man, yeah, it's so every little thing they think they can spin, they try to.
We'll just
Yeah.
there.
Yes.
So he represented himself through a 3-day trial. That went greatly in my favor. He did a lot of my work for me.
Good.
And so
How did he show up for that? Like, as far as personality, and what did he show?
Very interesting. When he had his attorney, he would show up to court with his suit coats and his slacks, and he has really long hair. He would pull it back and tuck it in.
All proper. He was all proper. Yeah.
And that's how he would go to church too.
Yeah.
That's very normal. But he showed up to trial, and he had on like casual clothes, like some black jeans and a little like sports coat, like not a sports coat, but like a zip-up blazer.
Mm-hmm.
Like
No, I didn't have a zip-up blazer, but this is important too because it fits in with the rest of what I've been sharing. One of the things I committed, as I navigating my way through this whole hellish thing, watching it all unfold, and watching so many Christians do so many evil things, and the way that's coming under those pressures that I talked about earlier, the kinds of pressures that kill people. They kill people. And one of the things I realized I needed to redouble my efforts on and recommit to was like, whatever's going on, I just need to be as productive as I possibly can. I need to be improving myself in any way that I can. And one of the things that I did is I resumed working out and walking a lot. I would walk many miles, multitasking. You know, I'd usually be working on a phone with something or sometimes a pad, but walking a lot. And I mean 10 miles a day, almost every day. And so I would do that, and into the night, like I'd be walking past midnight and just doing that, working out. And over the course of one calendar year, I lost 38 plus pounds. I was tracking it on this app, you know, and I modified my diet some. I still ate some of the garbagey stuff that I love, but in more moderation, and I paid more close attention there to what I was eating. And I just worked out. I was very active and, like I said, lost a ton of weight. And what happened was I lost so much weight that my formal stuff, most of it, I just couldn't really wear anymore. It just didn't fit well. And so I ended up having at trial, I had nice new jeans. So it wasn't like, not that she was saying this, but it wasn't like I showed up in ratty jeans and a Led Zeppelin t-shirt. But I did wear, it was a button-down shirt, but with a nice coat, but not a tie and not with the hair pulled back. And I would wear my hair down sometimes to church. And so I could have my hair down or not down in any setting, anyways. But the clothing was a big change. And because the reason I didn't go get more formal stuff to wear that would fit is at that time of the year and that time in this process, financially, I just can't go buy new suits of clothes. I just couldn't do it. So that's why I ended up, I couldn't, obviously I couldn't afford a lawyer. I couldn't even really afford a new suit of clothes. So that's that.
thing with pockets on it.
Yeah.
It's very casual, and his hair was down. And it was just very different. And he showed up with all the religious ego you could have.
Okay.
That's what did my work for me. I did not have to explain.
That's what I was curious. How did he show up? And he showed himself.
I did not have to. I did when I took the stand, but I did not have to explain his religion. He did that for me in his own words.
Right.
And he absolutely justified everything he did. And he absolutely justified his relationship with a 17-year-old.
Yeah, you've heard that in detail here already. There's nothing inherently evil or wrong about that. And she presents it here, and this was always a central theme, and one of the things Dr. Ehrig just automatically bought into, the same way he's bought into the system-approved COVID take on things and schooling thing, all of it, yeah. But it's not evil. It's not wrong.
He absolutely said, I really don't agree that the state has the authority to define what is and isn't an adult.
Oh.
So, he showed up.
No. The state can, when it must, I think, if you're going to have a line and laws where there's a distinction between a minor and an adult, well, you have to put the line somewhere. So in that sense, yeah, you have to do that. But I don't know what quote she's thinking of or might have happened, but what I would have said, or what I mean anyway, who knows? I was pretty tired during the trial. But the state doesn't define child. All the state can do, just like with everything else, is recognize and deal with what's already there. And so we have to do our best to put a line where there isn't necessarily a line. I mean, do we really believe, even if you want to say it's 18, do you really believe that when someone's 17 years and 1 day under, 1 hour under before their 18th birthday, they're a child? They're a child, and that they become an adult in that next minute or hour? No, it's absurd. But it's still something we have to do. So we have to have a line somewhere. But no, the irony in this case is that even in the state of Tennessee, you can get married at 17. 17. We were married at 18 when she was 18. And there are states that have younger options for marriage. There are countries, European countries in the West, that have 16 as the year you can get married. And I'm not arguing for any of that necessarily, the legitimacy of it or the wisdom of it. I'm just saying the states fluctuate on this stuff all the time. So they obviously haven't defined. They have rules that they put in place, and they have to put a line somewhere, but they don't define what an adult is or a child. And this was all, I think, part of her desperate attempt to make it wrong. Because ultimately she's trying to absolve herself, as with everything else, of all responsibility.
So glad he showed up in his normal form. Yeah.
Yeah, there was no filter. His previous attorney did, they filtered.
No. I was no more or less filtered. Every time I had the opportunity to share, I would share consistently the same things. The problem is that the things I actually believe about things like education, the world the system hates where I'm at on that. And I'm not gonna, and here, I guess if I just to keep it focused on one core thing that they really wanted to highlight and were so pleased that I didn't dispute. And it was the idea of something being satanic. The word, because when you use that word, oh man, we can really gin some stuff up on the word satanic. And because I have described things like public education, public schools as satanic, that they ran with that for obvious reasons. As I mentioned earlier, public schools are a religion in this land right now, which explains a lot about why we're where we're at. And then also, it's the golden calf, the untouchable. You can't say anything you say that about the golden calf, you're done. And everyone in that courtroom, this is when I was talking earlier about walking into a firing squad, that's what's happening. The sad irony, and this goes to the incredible damage of someone pretending to be a Christian minister, and this is all orchestrated ultimately by
Reformed Presbyterian, supposedly, elder Tim Yarborough and that organization, them bringing things to the point where I am led like a lamb to the slaughter to take this stand on education. And here's what I mean, and I explained when they asked, or when it came up. Satanic is not about wearing a red suit and carrying a pitchfork or murdering people or do mayhem necessarily or blood sacrifices or just any kind of those sorts of extreme things. We want to only, as people tend to, because we don't know what it is, we want to make it about that. But we know in the Bible that Satan appears as an angel of light, that idea, and that he's a deceiver and that he mimics. And so it all goes back to Genesis 3. And in Genesis in the garden, and even most non-believers in America know the basic story, Garden of Eden, Tree of Knowledge, Adam and Eve. The serpent comes along, who we conflate with and often describe as Satan. Whatever you want, whatever specific name you land on there, the serpent comes along and pitches to Eden. God has spoken directly to Adam and Eve and told them, do not eat of the tree of knowledge. Do not do it. And Satan comes along, the serpent comes along, and tells them, oh no, that's not really so. You see, you should pursue knowledge, but you set aside the word of God, and you pursue knowledge as you see fit. You want to be wise like God, don't you? And so what makes a thing satanic at its core is in other words, how are you emulating the original lie from the evil one? The original lie is, oh no. The original lie isn't go murder, go sacrifice a baby, go burn down a house. No, the original lie was pursue knowledge apart from the word of God. In other words, ignore what God has said and eat from the tree of knowledge. And the pursuit of knowledge is education. So this is so simple and so clear. And Christians in the West understood this overwhelmingly until very recently, when people who now dominate our system came into power, and here we are. But so I just shared that, and so yes, I believe that. And then I also, as I've done many times in this video, I made plain, I love a lot of people in the system there, but by the grace of God, we all need to be gracious with one another, and there really are fantastic people there. But this system is inherently evil because it does set aside the word of God as the standard. And on from there. There's a lot more I could say on that, but that's the core. That's what I mean by satanic. And when I would not shrink from that, then people like this Reformed Presbyterian funded campaign to use lies about child sex abuse to take my kids away from me and their safe, loving homeschool home down to public schools in Alabama, where the predator Yarborough has his operation based. And it ultimately leads to this, where now they're funding a court battle. Funding has been provided in every way Holly needed to do this all at the highest level while I had nothing. And this is what they do. Sometimes they'll even say it out loud. We're here to financially drain and destroy men. And this is what passes for Reformed Christianity in this denomination. I wish I had the denomination. I will be writing a lot about the specific denomination and naming the names of the men in that denomination who are aware of this. Aware of enough of it to be pieces of trash themselves until they repent, if they ever do. But there's a lot to this. Yeah, once I explained that, what satanic meant in relation to education, it's game over. Game over.
Filter hue.
Right.
That filter was gone.
Yeah.
And that went greatly in my favor.
Good.
So, then after March, we were waiting on the final order.
Okay.
And
so you didn't find out
No.
during court?
No, I was thinking maybe 2 to 3 weeks later.
Mm-hmm.
But the weeks kept going by. And I was supposed to start work. I was living in Alabama, and my job that I got was in Columbia.
Okay.
And so I was supposed to get this final order get the resources I needed to make the move up to Columbia so I could start my job April 1st.
Okay.
Well, the weeks kept going by and I don't have anything. I don't have a parenting plan. I don't have a final order. I have nothing.
Right.
And
I have no time with my children. They have no time with their father. That's good from Holly's perspective and Team Yarbrough.
he files another motion claiming a bunch of garbage about me. We go back to court in April after trial.
Okay, this is an important thing to touch on. And it has to do with more damage done to the same son that she had, by her own admission, abused multiple times to the point of probably causing a psychotic break. So this son, and there were two episodes related or very similar episodes where once after initial concerns had been expressed about Yarbrough taking Holly not being able to control the kids to the point where she had to ship them off with Yarbrough, ship this son off with Yarbrough. And this is where it got cloudy. It still seems from everything everyone said and never pushed back on that happened. It's just a matter of was the boy bound up? Was he not? Angie defended if he was, having been given the sense that he was, from what she said, being told by Holly about this. Was there bleeding or not bleeding? It doesn't seem like there. I don't know. I don't know exactly what happened, but I've never heard anyone push back on this idea of the boy being out of control to where he was shipped off to Yarbrough's place. That's just still something I think is 95% likely. With other aspects of it, less and less, but still possible. I don't really know. But if you heard what I was told by the first expert, who had conversations about all this with Holly, you'd understand why I'm still where I'm at on this. I'm confused, but still concerned. The bottom line is this: when this was visited in the earlier stages of things, Yarbrough was prohibited from having contact for a while. And then after that, apparently the same son was acting up again to a point where, since Holly couldn't shovel him off in the direction she used to, she checked him into a hospital, a terrible sort of place to send anyone, much less a child. And she did this, and this occurred the first time this occurred. I still had an attorney who reached out to see, well, boy, can Scott go visit his son or see his son? Oh no. The boy cries out for daddy, loves his daddy. There are different ways you can sacrifice a child. And Holly is engaged in a lot of them. That's been my experience in vivid detail in so many ways with this woman. And she's empowered and funded to do so by these people. So we have an initial inquiry into this. And then in the second expert's reports on this subject, he emphasizes how this sort of thing, doing this for disciplinary reasons, which is what happened. Basically, he was sent off for disciplinary reasons to a hospital to stay for a little while. He said, you can't do this way. The conversation he and I had, I won't get into the exact specifics, but what he wrote later in the reports and how he testified and discussed these things with us, he made it clear, this can't be done this way. And so when this first happened, I thought, surely this is the kind of situation where the system, if it's functional at all, will have this boy who now is becoming more and more troubled and, from my perspective, more and more abused by a mother and these partners in crime who are manipulating the system. Surely they'll just let him come stay with me. Just let him be with his father. Oh no. So that happened a first time. Then I couldn't afford to keep a lawyer. We're much later in the process. And so when I got word that something very similar had happened again,
I filed a type of motion that it was done wrong. I did not proceed properly. I didn't really know, of course, what I was doing, but I did my best. You do what you can. And I'm working double time. This is the scenario. I'm a zombie, trying to manage all this. I'm hearing these things. Put yourself in that place, think about it. These feminists claim to be all about empathy. Bullshit. They're just about whatever emotion they need you to have to get them what they want. If they need to torture someone else, abuse someone else, they have no empathy. It's just power. Ironically, it's all about power, manipulation, and control, which really, how ironic is that? So that's what this second thing, when she just runs through, is like, oh, this motion claiming a bunch of garbage about me. The boy was hospitalized again. And this is terrible. But this is what happens when you're Holly after, post Yarborough influence.
We go back to court in April after trial, and it was the same regurgitated stuff, and it was just get the resources I needed to make the move up to Columbia so I could start my job April 1st.
Okay.
Well, the weeks kept going by, and I don't have anything. I don't have a parenting plan. I don't have a final order. I have nothing.
Right.
And he files another motion claiming a bunch of garbage about me. We go back to court in April after trial, and it was the same regurgitated stuff, and it was dismissed. It was just like...
It wasn't dismissed. What was explained to me once we got to court, and it was an emergency situation. I was like Holly. I was just waiting for it all to be over. But this process is pathetic. Man, it is so... I wish it was just incompetent, but it's incredibly incompetent. But we were just waiting, but it was the emergency nature of the situation. I'm like, I can't do nothing. I can't not try. So that's why I filed this motion. Then when we get to court, the judge explains to me what it would mean. And if I proceeded, it would reopen the divorce. Everything would be reset. It literally would be a resetting of things, and we would now have many, many months ahead of us and all this extra stuff. And so that's when she, after explaining that to me, offered me the opportunity to withdraw, which I did. That's what happened. It wasn't dismissed, although I guess you could say I ended up dismissing it after that clarification was made. And that's when we learned, even more heartbreakingly, that this judge was now still months away. And keep the timeline in mind here. Holly, and through all these manipulations, managed to stop the children from being with their father. First of all, she never, from October of 2022, with our youngest daughter, she never let our youngest daughter be with me, ever.
Another motion claiming a bunch of garbage about me. We go back to court in April after trial, and it was the same regurgitated stuff, and it was dismissed. It was just like, okay, but we did ask, is there an update on the order? And she said, I'm going to need at least 60 more days.
Oh.
Because she was behind. The courts are overwhelmed.
Right.
It's not her fault.
Right.
The courts are overwhelmed. There's a lot to deal with. That's the other, plays a role in why a lot of SA abusers don't face justice too, is because of the overwhelm of the courts.
Right.
It's so many people need justice.
Right.
How much less would be going on in courts if people like Holly and people like Tim Yarborough and organizations like these Reform Presbyterian groups, how much, really just practical questions, like how much less of this crap would be going on? How much less time wasted, money wasted? Forget the much more important things, how many fewer families would be unnecessarily destroyed. And this is another theme. Cultural impact came up earlier. These Presbyterians and these feminist women, I repeat myself, they are waging war on the Lordship of Christ. God the Father is probably their biggest pet peeve. The patriarchy and all kind of starts there. They hate fathers, they hate family, they hate true justice. They're waging a war that is destroying the culture. I will not add in another 5 hours into this, I don't know, however long it'll be, 10-hour video already, cataloging the ways that single homes created this way, single mom raising children homes. It's a recipe for hell. You want a crappy culture, you want the end of the West, support this. Support this. It's something we have to be keeping in mind as you listen to stories like this. And this is where you have to be able to differentiate and simultaneously process large category thinking when you're thinking about the West and justice and culture and trends and all that. And individuals who, when you're listening to them, you're like, oh, she's so sweet. She's saying all the right trigger words. And, oh, take my money, please. We've got to be able to think of more until we learn to be able to think critically, biblically, be the image bearers of God that he made us to be, until we're thinking like true adults who care about Jesus, justice, truth, and don't dismiss it in order to pick and choose which point you're going to focus everything on and ignore all the inconvenient realities that don't fit with your narrative and play all these games that ultimately end up with just pure emotional manipulation. That's it. Until we process those things properly and grow up and submit to Jesus, it's only going to get worse.
So that's when I realized I'm going to have to make this move without the court's order, without the support. I'm just going to have to figure out how to do this. And I did.
She keeps talking about support, and I have, as much as I have already said about that, there's more to add. Not only is she fleecing mostly generous, wonderful people with this shtick online, throw me money. And then who knows how many of these feminist women in these Presbyterian churches have gotten up and pled, I'm sure emotionally, oh, let me tell you this story. Money, 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 help, help, help. She's having all of this support thrown her way, while not only do I end up having to pay for all of the legal expenses, all of them, I mean all for both of us, both sides, while I don't get an attorney. Let it sink in again if it hasn't already. And then I'm also having to all the time. She mentioned earlier, oh, I was surprised he didn't cut off the phone. I had to keep her. It's a basic part of the court order that she's aware of, but when does truth ever matter to this woman and Yarbrough? I mean, she's a disciple of a man who doesn't give a shit about the truth. And when you don't give a shit about the truth, it's because you don't give a shit about Jesus. Make no mistake. They're thoroughly connected and intertwined. And so I'm not only I have to pay make the van payments for the van she's driving. Oh, and this is on that subject. Here's another gem of Yarbroughism. You remember the story they told, or she shared, and I elaborated on how they came out and they got that order of protection. And she was so proud, and they made him give me the keys to the van, and she drove off. You know what that meant? Guess. Take a minute. Think about it. We were a how many vehicle family that she bitched about earlier? Oh, yeah. Oh, so they took the only vehicle we had. Yeah, this is Yarbrough. This is what Christian charity and Christian justice, Timothy Yarbrough, this Presbyterian denomination, this is what they think Christianity is. This is their religion. It is not Christianity at all. It's the exact opposite. So, and as we were telling the tale earlier of that one of the most horrific things a father could go through is having their children robbed from them that way. So otherwise, if it wasn't for all that, taking the van would have been a big deal. But comparatively, it was small. But actually, it's huge. Now, she has all the support of these liars, this gang of pillagers. I have no vehicle and no family in my home, and I am ordered to pay all the bills. How about that? And now keep these things in mind as this lying, manipulative woman plays her game and grifts harder. I'm sure this is going to lead up to a mega grift of some kind. It always does with these people. The Yarbrough model, the business model, one of the things this guy likes to brag about is, all his business acumen and all the things he's done. I would love for someone out there to look into whatever that means. I'm curious. What I do know is his business model in religion is all about mega grifting. Mega grifting. It doesn't mean necessarily doing that to accumulate massive amounts of wealth for himself. I don't know. That's not necessary. But the grift is totally real, and it's essential. They can't do what they do without lying in a convincing manner to encourage other people to keep shoveling money their way or donating to the ministry. And the needy women, like child abuser Holly here, who lies about the sexual abuse of children in order to get her way.
You know, I did. I moved May 30th. Me and the kids moved to Columbia. I started work 1 week later. And when I moved, I didn't even have childcare in place. So I moved to Columbia and I was scrambling to get summer care arranged for all 5 children. I was paying for it out of pocket.
I was going to say that had to be expensive.
Yes.
Yeah.
All out of pocket. She's pay. If you think she's having to personally work to pay for even most of her expenses, come on. This line, we have to learn to stop emoting long enough to think. Otherwise, we're going to be scammed and taken advantage of by grifters like this.
He did not put any towards childcare. I was bearing the cost of that alone.
I think this has already been touched on. I was sending, wow, this is amazing. I was paying child support and in an amount every month that was more alone. That one payment, forgetting everything else, more than we had lived on in the earlier, more desperate parts of our marriage. So she's getting that. I am paying for the van she's driving. I'm paying for the insurance on the van she's driving, above and beyond the child support. So that the child support's separate. These other things are tacked on. I'm keeping her cell phone going. I'm paying all the medical insurance expenses for everybody, her and all the kids, which I'm glad to do. Don't misunderstand. But I was spending more on the family that she was robbing and destroying. See, it's not just that she's robbing me of them. She's doing what she can to shit all over them, traumatize them dramatically to meet her inner needs, whatever those are. So that's what's happening there financially, but she keeps coming back to this.
Was he contributing anything, like court order?
At that time, way back in the very start of our, like right after I moved to Alabama, the court ordered a specific amount in child support.
Okay.
Considering the circumstance and the amount of children we have, it was very low.
It was not very low. It was more, it's 4 figures, and it was more. I don't remember the exact amount, but I do know it was more than we lived on in our early years. Literally, that amount alone. And here's another thing on that subject. One of the things, when I was paying that amount, I would always pay early, and I would always pay more than the court required. I would do that. And, you know, I've never thought of that as being anything but a good thing. And this may be, now that I'm thinking of it out loud, the biggest example yet, and we've had a long list of how not just fundamentally dishonest, but completely dishonest these people can be when assessing the actions of their target, while absolving themselves of everything. Of course, they're not responsible for anything. But in court documents, she one of the indicators of me being abusive. You might want to write this down, or if you record this or something, because this is how crazy Yarboroughism, Tim Yarborough, this new religion that Holly and these Presbyterians are all into, apparently. Her view of abuse includes the following: that me, by paying more and earlier, as opposed to just paying on the first of the month, which the court order said I had to pay by the first. It didn't even specify a date that you had to pay. I had to go back and look after I read this craziness from Holly. But she complained in writing to the court that because she couldn't it threw off her budgeting by getting more money earlier, that was a sign, and apparently noteworthy, in writing, in a document to the court, one of her proofs for why I'm an abuser. anyone listening, wherever you're listening to this, if there's any sort of contact option, like I'm going to try and include email links and everything, if you can make sense of that, email me something. Do it. If you don't want you to know who you are, do it anonymous. I'd love to hear anybody explain that as something other than crazy.
Oh.
Very low. So what trial was doing is we were asking for more child support and spousal support. So I did have some support, but it was not very much.
This is key too. On the grift subject and the how it's at the heart of Yarborough, the cult of Yarborough, as I understand it in great detail now. One of his main hooks and lures for these women that he lures in and cultivates as his worshipful little followers, following this new gospel of anti-repentance and obliteration of the truth, shitting all over the Bible, shitting all over Jesus. One of the main attractions, and you can see why this has appeal. He encourages, from what I've been told, and so this is secondhand, it fits in with everything I've witnessed. So I want to keep that context in though, but one of his most diligent knob polishers, his most comically, absurdly devoted followers, they told me, and this also I think is in a recorded conversation. I'm not sure though, but you got to record everything when you're dealing with these people. But he told me that as he was getting in the loop and getting up to speed on what's going on with this, the one thing that Yarborough and the gang thought was really important to them is that I keep the awesome new job that I have, that I keep that, because they were counting on massive child support and spousal support and all these other things. The financial, when you're assessing motive and opportunity and all the basics, these people, when you stop and take a minute, you notice the lies and you break through the emotional manipulations, particularly through religion when necessary, and just all sorts of emotional manipulation. Once you break through that and you see through clearly, soberly, it's so obvious so quickly how across the board, this is just such an obvious scam grift operation that one of the main motivators for people to get involved and stay involved and do what Holly's even done just in the trajectory of this video, become a more and more zealous advocate for more and more money. While, remember earlier, talking about how I thought money was God? That's what she said about me. So she's going down this path, this very Yarborough path. And what I was told is that they were all about being sure I kept that job, and so I could just shovel all the money their way. And so that's what they use to pull these women into their orbit. It's literally a massive payout. So above and beyond all of that, and I touched on it earlier, but it bears repeating, as she's making now this pleading poor when it's the exact opposite. She's the most secure, even if she's living in a humble place, and they have to play the role, right? So, she can't go buy a new car. It's not like she has so much wealth she can get anything she wants. It has to look a certain way because the grift requires you to maintain a certain image. Now, that can change later. If the grift moves on to higher levels, then you can justify other things. But the angles she's trying to play with people now really require her not to, blow the image that far apart. But the grift, people want to come in, they make a lot of money on the way in through the process, and then after they rape, pillage, and destroy the fathers. And on top of that, the big thing that's heaped on top of all of this is all the government programs. These people that's part of the playbook. Here's the index on all of the government programs we will now use to subsidize you even more. They're literally, from every angle, it's like money, help. They're just getting it. And the irony there is, in case no one's noticed this point, those of you who actually work for a living and don't just grift or do these Yarborough Holly things, you're the ones who Uncle Scam forcibly confiscates taxes from to support this. And that's a self-serving operation too. I won't take a lot of time, but you don't have to go far here. Uncle Scam comes along, the public school guy, he comes along, he takes your money by force, gives it to women, and further financially incentivizing them, along with the likes of Yarborough, that piece of shit Presbyterian dude. And then they undermine families, destroy families, brutalize families. They traumatize children who then become the next generation of easier to victimize, abuse, and control drones that go through public schools and go through all the cycles again and believe all the BS. It's a self-feeding nightmare scenario. But it's all ultimately at the heart of it, or near the heart of it. It's just money. They want to make a lot of money screwing people over.
Absolutely did not cost. It didn't even cover the cost of like I have now. When I lived in the safe house, the ministry hosted me, graciously did not charge me rent.
Okay.
So when I moved, I took on a rental.
Graciously didn't charge rent. This is how they financially incentivize these women that they lure in and encourage to lie. They reward them all along. And when you're dependent on a ministry like Tim Yarborough's, that locks you further into the lies. So you see how it all fits together. It's not hard once you just notice. It really just jumps out.
Payment and the child care expense alone. So between rent and child care, we're now looking at monthly bills in the thousands.
Right.
And my child support at the time was very, very minimal.
Okay.
So, but I managed, got through that time. I have learned that I'm really good at surviving on no money.
Right.
I know how not to spend money and only pay my bills.
Right.
But the time.
Okay. I want to throw in here too. A lot of the supposedly Christian, Presbyterian, the feminists masquerading as even like patriarchal, claiming to be in some of these conservative Presbyterian churches, their families are on welfare and state assistance in all kinds of ways. I mean, they're it's all over this scenario. It's there. And so men who are actually trying to be men and do the things, we're criticized when we fail. Oh man, couldn't keep a job. Oh, couldn't earn enough to give your kids new bikes or whatever. You're a failure. That's all we hear. And all these women get is financial incentivization to lie and destroy and pillage with the help of the Presbyterian Reformed feminist community.
Just kept going, and I didn't have a final order till September 23rd.
Wow.
So trial in March, a final order September 23rd. That season of waiting was also incredibly stressful because my work was preparing for trial. That was it. That was our.
My work was going to work 70, 80 hours a week. That's my work. And with no children. That's what this feminist brand of religion does. And they love it. I mean, they think this is great.
Fight accumulated in those 3 days. We did what we needed to do.
Right.
We fought our best, and now we're just waiting on the results.
Mm-hmm.
Fought their best with the entirely slanted playing field that they lied and manipulated to prepare for themselves. And now they're going to present themselves as having won a legitimate victory. Everything across the board is fake with these people.
The anticipation of wondering, I felt very confident in how trial went. I felt confident that we got everything on the table we needed to do.
I couldn't even enter basic exhibits oftentimes. Yeah, you should feel confident. I know I'm belaboring a lot of points. It's hard to put yourself in my spot. Listening to this new feminist convert witchy person do this thing. And now she's going to want to infect others. You can tell, I think she thinks Yarboroughism has, I'm sure, inspired her to now just want to take it to the next level, which is why I'm sure she's made this video and why I need to make the video or the recording you're listening to now.
Expert witnesses did a fantastic job. But still, I don't have anything in writing. Ultimately, it is the judge's decision, and I don't have her decision.
Right.
So, yeah, we did not
get... Is he seeing the kids during this time?
Just the once a week.
The FaceTime. Okay.
So the kids started at schools up in Tennessee.
Yeah, she'd gotten it down thanks to Angie, and then these long delays. Angie and her, a complete BS massacre of justice. She's traumatizing children on behalf of this feminist cause. So she gets the children to stop being with their father. And now we're down to weekly Zoom calls. And this will tell you, if you don't understand Holly is an evil person now, whatever, then you probably think I am for daring to point these things out. But I'm going to keep going anyway. So we're supposed to have these weekly Zoom calls. And I've been mailing them boxes of cards and books and notes and some toys. And I would draw on the boxes and write out their names. I'm mailing that stuff to them. And we have our weekly calls. And they're great on the calls, especially our youngest, who sometimes is trying to really get my attention, do little somersaults in front. It's so pathetic, beautiful and pathetic at the same time. And I don't want to miss another opportunity to say it's so Reformed Presbyterian that this is the fruit of Yarborough religion. So I have that. Then, and I've told, this is how bad the judge was in some instances. Like, I've made it plain. I know she doesn't believe anything I'm saying, maybe because, the experts, Angie Johnson and the like. But I made it plain all along. And it was highlighted by things like when Holly was saying that she'd rather have the kids in foster care than be back with me. If that's what it took, she just herself surrendered her time with the kids, get them off to foster care just so they aren't with their dad. Okay. I use that as one example of many to make the point, like, she'll do anything you let her do to keep the kids away from me as long and as completely as possible. I've made that plain. And I had low views of this system going in, and most of you listening have probably heard horror stories, unless you're in the Yarborough, you're in the business of raping the system to benefit from its horrid nature, then you probably love it. But most people know this system's pretty bad. It's so much worse than you can even imagine. So much worse. And it's not accidental. It's not accidental. It's by design. All right. So when the final order, which is huge, it's huge, nowhere in there could this judge find the time to make note that between then and when we are supposed to start the reunification therapy to get back to a normal-ish amount of time with me, ideally 50-50, something like that. I mean, even the better of the two experts was like, yeah, it'll end up. It's reasonable for, if that therapy goes well, for it to end up. Oh, I think because at the time of the trial, since Holly was living in Alabama, the thought was we could end up at like 60-40 with anyway. But now that she lives close by, why not 50-50? That's not really the point here. But she releases this monster order, and since Holly was not required to continue the Zoom calls, she stopped. She just cut them off. It's just her decision. It's her decision, her choice to do that. Her approach, and this is totally Yarborough, anything you can get away with to make it worse for your opponent. There's no ethic involved other than selfishness. You just do it. So the default position for Holly, if the judge doesn't put in writing, you have to maintain at least what we've been doing or something like that. And then what happened next is there's a whole nother episode or event that came along that it caused things to drag on and on and on. So the next thing you know, it's months and months and months of no contact with the kids at all. None at all. And when she moves to Columbia, she won't even give me the address to keep sending the things I've been sending to the kids. So that's how all her talk about valuing the children and how she accuses others of using them as pawns. You need to know all of this about what this woman actually is when she says those sorts of things. It's truly horrific.
I started work. We're just waiting. But we did. We got the final order on September 23rd. So as of September 23rd, I'm officially divorced.
Congratulations.
Thank you. That's a huge one.
Yes, that's a big one.
Huge one. The order was so well done. My judge was a very just and honorable. I know that she really did pay attention to everything that was presented to her. And I feel very blessed that I was assigned her as a judge. She, I think she had, I think I have friends who are also going through legal struggles. And they are...
She's going to find herself, I'm sure, if the plan I'm imagining is in place, she's going to want to be really involved in these friends who do the same thing. And this is where I see the grift ramping up, the cultural carnage ramping up, the family destruction ramping up, so people like her can make money and build a name.
Often faced with biases in the courtroom that are completely unjust. The bias being against women.
Oh my gosh. Wow. All right. I don't even need to say anything.
I think our society just has this bias against mothers in general, that perhaps if this is going on, there's a divorce going on, what's going on with the mom?
Right.
Or
this host too, Holly can say the most objectively stupid, inaccurate, anti-truth possible, like something like this. And this host is right, nodding. Right, yeah, correct. Oh, of course. I'm so glad I'm making this video. I had no idea how rich it would be and how thoroughly and completely these two women would encapsulate so many of the worst evils of feminism and its impact on our culture. If we don't address almost everything these people stand for, we're doomed, and we deserve it.
When you're watching your hopes and dreams fall apart, you can get emotional, and sometimes women are overcome with those emotions in the courtroom, and instead of understanding and empathy,
right,
that's not how they're handled.
Like she doesn't have control of herself.
Yes.
Kind of thing. Yeah.
Yes, and it doesn't go in the woman's favor. It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible. Let's say you were just raped horribly and you get to testify on it and you're overcome because you're having to relive the experience in front of a room of strangers. You're not comfortable in a courtroom setting because who the hell is, other than people who do that for a living.
Right.
And, if you get up there on the stand and you're
everyone's
really
looking at
struggling, then it's like...
Right.
The doubt and the bias is there.
Such a shame.
It is. It is really a shame.
Okay. The doubt and the biases. No, I'm not going to say much on it. The notion that the system is tilted against women, you really have to be way on down crazy path. And then when you add in, that's just a baseline understanding for the sane culture out there. We know it's not tilted in favor of men. The way it is tilted, though, is in favor of resources. So that statement would be true, but in this case, she presents herself as the one who didn't have the resources when the roles were actually and completely reversed.
Because just like you said, people are already so scared.
That's the thing.
And they don't want to do it to begin with.
People's symptoms of abuse are mistaken for deficiencies in their character.
Yes.
Or their mental capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that phrase, think on that phrase, in light of all we've gone through for now these many hours. Character, mental capacity. I think this is another moment where I would ask the listener to pause, reflect on those ideas in light of what we've gone over so far, and just let the chips fall where they may.
And that's a damn shame.
Right.
That's a real
they'll throw
shame.
The unstable word out there a lot, and that's just, it's not fair. It's not fair.
Yes. By people who haven't gone through that. I mean, if you're a male judge and you're watching a 17-year-old testify about her rape and she's not doing so great.
Right.
And you're questioning her stability.
Yeah.
Like, well, were you a 17-year-old vulnerable person who got raped?
Right.
Do you even know how to even begin?
This is so core to Yarborough religion. Martin Sell Brady. I've got a text thread to show you later. This stuff will all show up at redpillchristian.com. But the idea is it's categories. It's men versus women. The only good men are the feminist males. I can't really call them men, So it's really like women of both genders, feminists of both genders. That's what this cause is all about. And they're always making this pitch of like, well, as a man, can you really be just? Now, what's the Christian view on that? It's just in the Bible. You don't have to take my word for it. Men really are supposed to lead and judge. All these cases in an ideal situation would be judged by wise, holy men. But when you reject and crap all over Christianity on your way out the door, as Yarborough does and encourages his followers to do, this is where you land. This is why justice will be. It's not a maybe thing. It's a necessity for their grift and their cause and their missions. They have to destroy real justice. They have to turn it into a biased, emotion-driven thing that does, well, what she's talking about. We'll let it go.
And to process what she just went through.
Yes. And there's unfortunately, there is the lack of empathy.
Yes, that's why empathy
victims.
is everything.
Yes.
It's everything.
It's almost like right on cue. Empathy is everything in justice, right? Wow. I mean, all you Presbyterians who paid this woman. I'm sure a lot of the people who watched the original video on Beyond the Monsters, this is the kind of crap I'm sure that makes them want to shovel more boat. If they could listen to me say what I'm saying, they would want to give her even more money because they hate the patriarchy, they hate God the Father, they hate biblical Christianity, generally speaking, and they want to bring it down. And now Holly's on that team, thanks to our good buddy Tim Yarborough.
And it needs to absolutely transform the courtroom.
Right.
It does. And I think, I don't know how to make that happen. So much of these problems, I don't think anyone has one answer for.
Right.
So much of these problems, I don't think are the fault of one person, know. We're just raised in the society we're raised in. Fish in a fishbowl.
Right.
I think that, the man who struggles to show empathy towards a woman who is just raped or whatever goes on, that's a societal condition he's inherited as well.
Right.
What about the woman who not only shows no empathy when she knows she's lying about these two sisters? Again, these are specific people. Chelsea and Holly Monroe, or for Holly's sake, she wants to keep my name. Chelsea and Holly, they lie about the sexual abuse of children for financial gain. And now she's lecturing. That's not exaggeration. She's like a preacher, a feminist preacher in a pulpit. She's lecturing us on the proper display or application of empathy. She has no empathy. No empathy. There's no truth, no justice. She'll abuse anybody she damn well pleases anyway she damn well pleases to get what she wants. And now she's going to lecture everybody about empathy.
I think there is intentional evil.
Absolutely.
I think I had an experience.
We're all having that experience listening to some intentional super evil right now.
With intentional evil.
We have no doubt.
But I
don't
think that the person struggling to empathize with an experience and a circumstance they've never been in, I don't necessarily think that's evil on them. I just think they need to exercise their empathy muscles.
Right.
This woman, it's amazing. She's judging other people's empathy muscles after all the things she's done to her own family for money.
Right. Well, even I used to always say, I lost my first husband when I was 25 years old, and a terrible accident. I witnessed it, all the things you can imagine. And everybody would always, say to me oh my God, that must be so hard. I'm so sorry. Mm-hmm. And I lost my husband. But I remember after that, because I was pretty young and I had other things that happened in life. But I remember that after that, I used to judge people, and I used to be like, oh yeah, I can't believe she's acting like that after this, or him, or, how people are. And we truly don't know until we walk in someone's shoes.
Exactly.
Like now I don't judge people for their actions. I know I had poor actions even after my husband died. I was lost. I didn't know what to do, like all the things you can imagine. And, people lose children. And that's like the thought.
People have their children taken from them by lying child abusers who manipulate the system through accusations of sexual abuse, false accusations. People have their children ripped away from them that way, and they're destroyed financially with eyes wide open by these women. Do you have any empathy for them? Do you have any empathy for those men? Or are men just the ones who deserve to be punished and drained, and that's just the nature of your religion?
That I always have in my head, thank God, knock on everything, whatever. I haven't had to experience losing a child. I don't ever want to. But I know what it was like to lose a husband, but I can't even wrap my head around what someone goes through when they lose a child.
Yeah.
And I don't think, even as a society, people don't think that way. They want to judge. We always want to judge. Oh, and she's drinking and partying too much. Well, what pain is she harboring?
Exactly.
What has she been through or he been through? And
Oh man, now it's interesting that she put it that way, because I'm all for grace and patience with people and defaulting, in true harmony with the ninth commandment. Maybe Tim Yarbrough, someone should read the Presbyterian elaboration on the ninth commandment to Tim Yarbrough, see if he agrees with any of it. Because the idea is you want to err on the side of grace and wish people the best, but at the same time you have to judge behavior. You have to. And when they specifically jump into this idea of not judging, and then she goes into you're partying and drinking too much, now you're really seeing where this feminist stuff goes. Again, we've already established they're not responsible for anything. And any man who should be unfortunate enough to party with these people in certain ways, you're just a dead man walking from their perspective. I mean, you're just there to be abused when the mood hits them, because they're responsible for nothing. You're responsible for everything.
And it's just so easy to judge. The outsider
we see
looking
the
in.
surface.
Yes.
And we
yes.
just assume that's all there is.
Right. Like they shouldn't be doing that, or they should be doing it this way. Well, you can't say that. Because not until you walk it.
Exactly.
You just can't.
None of us can walk every path. And this is it sounds so good if you're either super immature or an idiot or a brainwashed drone. That might make sense, but if an intelligent adult thinks about it for a few seconds, it can't work that way. It can't. You cannot only judge in the critical, essential ways behaviors that you've experienced. That's just insane.
Exactly. I know for me, it's like living in the religious environment I used to live in, single moms, man, were judged.
Right.
Oh.
Right.
Judged.
Right.
And oh my word, if a woman had a child out of wedlock.
Right.
I wonder, is she ever going to clarify this in a way that would give you the sense that, I don't know. I get the sense she's, thanks to following Uncle Timmy down the road to Yarbroughism, she's probably just a full-blown feminist nut job. She may still claim Christianity. I mean, many of them do, because, Bruce Jenner claims to be a woman, so anybody can claim anything. But listen to where she's gone. And this is where you see, ever since this is not the person at all. She believed none of this and would have been horrified to hear these kinds of comments 2.5 years ago. Once she got connected with these Alabama people, they deliberately and purposefully changed her into a mold that they're all fitting into themselves.
But there were several younger people who left the church that were labeled as rebellious and judged. And maybe they fell into harmful behaviors.
Right.
But wow, look what they went through.
Right.
I also can't help but wonder, when I hear all the exclusively secular terminology, the pop psych crap, is there sin? Like, is there sin anymore? And I mean in the biblical Christian sense, or if you even use the word, is it just used as another version of what the feminists call bad? Like it's a sin basically to be a man.
extremely toxic environment that they're just trying to get out of and untangle from their mind.
Yes.
And their soul.
Right.
And it's all invisible. No one can see that process happening. No one can see them battling those, trying to unwrap those chains from themselves from the inside out. You can't see that.
Yeah.
And sometimes it comes out in behaviors that you judge, know.
Right. And the judgment of people too, even when horrible things happen. Good grief, my throat. See, girl, you got me emotional. See what's happening? I think, even if there's a rape victim or a homicide, whatever it might be, what did they do to put themselves in that situation? Do you think that they did this? Do you think that, what the hell are you people talking about? Like, no, it's not their fault. No, they probably couldn't have done something different. Why do people victim blame?
Exactly.
Makes no sense to me.
Exactly.
It's so ignorant.
Have you seen the displays where, like...
Do you see the gimmicks, the tricks, the lingo? I mean, I know the broader culture is catching on to this. I mean, it's Me Too, believe all women, the hashtags, which now the Yarborough Cell Brady types have made the Christian version, believe all weaker vessels. This is what you get. This is what it is. Right down the line. It's so predictable and narrow. And I'm kind of shocked at how thoroughly and deeply Holly now is committed to this new religion.
She was raped. Well, what was she wearing? And then there's displays where they show the outfits of what they were wearing. And some of it's like toddler clothes, librarian dress,
Right.
It's like...
I can feel my face, like my blood pressure going up, like
the
thinking,
rage is real.
Yes.
It's so unjust.
Yeah.
And that's why there's rage. So,
and that's why we have so many victims.
And remember too, this outrage and all these things she's citing. What about someone who lies about the sexual abuse of children? Presumably Holly and Beyond the Monsters woman here. Presumably you think that's a horrible crime. I do, as we covered earlier. Well, what do you think should happen to a woman who lies about the sexual abuse of children for financial gain? What do you think? Again, the Monroe sisters, 2 for 2.
Mm-hmm.
That don't say anything because they're afraid of all that.
Yeah, because immediately once they start saying something, they're challenged.
Right.
They're quite, I know for me,
well, I was going to say, were you afraid of that?
Oh, horribly afraid. Because my job was to affirm my husband's authority on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
So people who knew me as that obedient, submissive, Christian, godly wife who verbalized all these things because that's what she was supposed to do, that's what they knew me as.
Right.
And all of a sudden, all that fell apart.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, did she just change her mind?
Right.
It's like, no, I didn't just change my mind. I got my mind back.
Right. People they can't comprehend that it was all a facade.
It's all a facade that...
And this is where you see the real brainwashing. Being brainwashed into Yarborough religion, one of the key components is you dismiss your own accountability, responsibility for anything by regarding everything you were taught previously as a process of brainwashing, you see. So it's just all swept aside and put under that category as a part of your actual brainwashing.
You will be punished for letting down.
Right.
So yeah, you play the role.
Yeah.
You smile
Mm-hmm.
or else.
Right.
And so yeah, when I stopped doing that, when I wiped that smile off my face,
Mm-hmm.
She says with a big smile and a smirk. And when she says, or else what? As I've explained earlier, it just doesn't apply. These implications, there's this archetype they want to appeal to and shoehorn every one of their targets into. They're dishonest to the core all the way out to the periphery.
And I just started living the reality of what was going on. Yeah, it was, and it is shocking to see someone stop playing the role.
I'm sure.
It is. So yes. I get it. I get it.
Right. But it's like you wish people that are so judgmental of those things, you wish that they would just think.
And that's when you realize you're what's best for you does not depend on any of those people's perception of you.
That's a big one.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge. When you can actually live your life by, I will do what is best for me, and I am capable of determining what is best for me.
Mark that down, people with functioning brains. Mark it down. We're getting more and more of a clear sense of go back to that Genesis 3 thing and think about a satanic approach to reality. Is it self-centered? You don't need to submit to God. You don't need to submit to things. It's you look to yourself. Just look to yourself, says the angel of light.
Sometimes I might fumble. Sometimes I'll make mistakes.
Of course.
So like I said, I think I mentioned this to you before we started recording, but I'm 31 and I have 5 kids. I feel like I'm 17 inside.
Right.
Coercive control stunts your development.
Absolutely.
It absolutely stunts you. And so I'm learning what it is to live life as myself again at 31.
Right.
The last time I was even trying to do that was when I was 16.
Right.
So yeah, I'm picking back up. So, don't judge me when
No, but believe me when I tell you that other men have sexually abused children so that you can, obliterate them and give me a bunch of money. Don't judge me.
blasting my metal music in my ghetto mom van.
Right.
I can't afford
Mind
to
your
fix.
business.
Just don't judge me.
Right. Well, look,
Can't afford to fix, but I pay for the van. I pay for the insurance on the van while everyone throws money your way because of your grift.
I guess the cool thing, the way you could look at it in a positive way is you're going to grow with the kids and experience with the kids.
Absolutely.
First time, for you, first times for them and the things that you do, which I feel is really cool.
It's wonderful. The relationship I have with my kids now is more genuine and sincere and authentic than it ever could be.
Right.
Because I'm no longer having to play the authority figure who must conform these kids to their father's vision. They need to grow up knowing that they are extensions of his worldview. That was my role as a mom.
Right.
She dramatically misrepresents everything. Our home, the reason why the kids love being with me, we're chill, we're fun, I'm attentive, I'm hands-on. I'm not the one who's going to ship them off to daycare and strangers and public schools. I'm not the one who's going to lie about one of them being sexually abused to rip them all away from their loving family. I'm not the one who's the actual physical abuser to the point of psychotic breaks.
That's not my role anymore.
So what does life look like for you guys, you and the kids now?
Exhausting.
Right. Of course. Yes.
No good
Yes.
that.
Yes.
But there's a lot of healing to do. Like I said, that
takes time.
That alienation, you know why they do that to kids? Because it's freaking effective.
Absolutely.
That's what.
Alienation. Keep in mind what I've told you about what she's done to completely sever contact. And while I'm sure she'll fight as long as she can to keep the kids just away from being with me. Through these claims, ironically, of me alienating, when I'm just providing them with the comparatively paradise-like life with a loving, attentive father that she's traded in for getting a job and shipping them off to daycare. Even in summer vacations, it's daycare. It's like, she's so dramatically downgraded their lives. When they grow up and see videos like this, I shudder to think how her worldview is going to cope.
Why they do it. It'll get results. The results they want to see. So,
are they at least starting to recognize now that mom's not the villain? Mom's not what Dad said.
I think they know I'm not the villain. Here's a huge thing that plays a big role in overcoming these types of situations too. You need to be a safe place for your kids. You do not need to involve them in what is going on.
Right.
Again, the police calls, all of it together, the detailed history we've recorded here, and now she's saying this.
a safe space for her kids. It's amazing to hear those words come out of her. It shouldn't be at this point. Clearly, she's just bought into this totally and is living in another world at taxpayer expense and mine, of course.
Your job is to shelter their childhood, show up, be a care provider, and
daycare, public schools versus me actually showing up and personally attending to them. I mean, wow.
try to protect whatever childhood and innocence they have left.
Right.
Multiple police calls, the most traumatic experiences of their life have all been direct results of Yarborough religion through this woman. All of them.
So that they can properly develop. Don't manipulate them. They have their own experiences they're going to have to work through. Mm-hmm. They have their own relationship with someone that they have to struggle with. They're going to have to figure that out as they grow.
Right.
It is not my job to do that work for them.
Yes.
In fact, that will make them resent me.
Mm-hmm.
So a big part of this.
Maybe the way your son seems to resent you after you beat him to the point of those psychological breaks. I mean, there has to be, even just an effort. If as I'm understanding things, I'm way off on some of it, there has to be an effort to want to know your role and responsibility and what you need to apologize, repent for, and do, acknowledging what you've done wrong. It's nowhere even on her map. And now I get the sense, with all that's been said already leading up to this whole, now I'm just basically a 17-year-old again. It never ends. There will never be real, consistent accountability or responsibility for her.
And a big part of how you can get through this legal strategy is be the protector of your children.
Right.
Don't just say you're their mom and then go behind everyone's back and say, you know, your dad did XYZ and
right.
Your dad did this and it.
Here's what she keeps trying to say. And I thought of a really good example of how to demonstrate, because I've always made clear I have all these recordings. No one cares. I can't get anyone to listen to them. Well, they will be now that I'm online and doing this sort of stuff. But I've always encouraged the kids to be good for their mom. I mean, emphatically, like it's a theme. And I just provide such an attentive, loving, hands-on, engaging home that they love it and they hate what Holly's done to that. I'm never going to say that, well, all right. The bottom line is with the kids. If I wanted to instantly launch the kind of torpedo that would be towards alienation, I would just one time slowly and clearly explain to just our 2 or 3 oldest kids, just sit them down and tell them about how their mother lied about the sexual abuse of the oldest one to get them to Alabama. I could tell them about that. I could tell them about the keys. Those are like 2 major things, because those were the most important element of getting the order to get the kids out of the home and down to Yarboroughville was lying about the sexual abuse of children. And one of the key core things she lied about to win in court was that I was the only one with the keys. If I just explained those things one time, calmly and coolly, to our oldest 2 or oldest 3, those would be true things, and then they would know. They would not. But I'm not doing things like that. If I wanted to win that way, I could go that route and just tell them the truth. No way. I wouldn't go anywhere near that for now. When they're older, when it's proper for them to have access to those sorts of details, they'll get them. But I'm not trying to alienate the kids. Maybe I should have already told them those things and just done it anyway, because I didn't know back years ago that she was going to take this path, manipulating the system to never let me be with them again. There's a point at which you wonder, does it ever end? Will people ever stop giving her money and support to be this kind of evil? And so I'm being facetious when I say maybe I should have done this. No. But I haven't. I'm committed to not doing it. But if I wanted to alienate them, just tell those older kids what this woman did to make this transition happen. Oh, man. And at some point, it's unavoidable. I know she's bought into this religion that absolves her of everything, and she's going forward as if after this win in court, she's imagining she's free and clear. And okay, this imaginary reality that Uncle Yarborough has encouraged me to dive into, this is it now for the future. Well, no, accountability comes. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It's coming.
He's really out, shut your mouth.
Right.
Honor their childhood and their innocence, and honor their capability, because they are another human. They're another individual who has everything they already need to work their healing journey out.
Right.
Don't try to manage it for them.
Yeah, show up as...
They already have everything they need. And in this case, apparently, and of course, from a feminist perspective, that's not a father. They don't need a father. And I get the sense, again, that she's saying, how can you believe you already have everything you need? There's no, you can only believe that when you believe there's no external standard of truth. It's one or the other. We don't have everything we need inside of us to figure these things out. We don't. And if you follow a religion, even when it masquerades as Christianity, like this Yarborough thing that I've witnessed and experienced in such evil ways, it doesn't change objective reality. But the longer you're in that cult, you just have to imagine that it does, and you're literally living in your own world to the detriment of your own children and the culture.
As their parent, like you said,
Yes.
Be their mom, be present.
Exactly. Be a safe place.
Right.
And leave your stuff out of it. Don't let them carry your healing burdens.
Your burdens.
Either.
Yes.
So it just comes back to honoring them as another individual.
Right.
It doesn't matter that they're 2, 5, 8, whatever their ages are.
Let them have
16.
their own journey.
They're another person with their own boundaries and their own journey to walk.
Right.
And they don't need me to tell them where to go.
And every single one of us have our own journey.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So does he see them now?
As of right now, no.
Okay.
There's no contact right now.
Yeah, we've touched on that. And she loves that. That's the goal. If she could, here's where the feminist religion leads, to a point where if she could flip a switch and have me disappear forever and just get my money, oh man, that'd be it. That if they could get that, they would. If she had to lie about another episode of sexual abuse to make that happen, she'd do it without hesitation, because she already has.
Since the court order on September 23rd.
Okay.
I do know that there will be attempts at reunification therapy. That's not started yet.
How do you feel about that?
I feel confident about.
She's doing everything she can to delay that. I'll do another video on that. I don't want this thing to be literally 10 hours long, but she's doing, along with everything before that, she's dragging it out as much as she can. Because again, ever since she used the bogus order based on false claims of child sexual abuse to get the kids to Alabama, ever since then, she doesn't want this to go forward. Really, there's no urgency for her. I'm the one who doesn't have the kids with me. So we're the ones being hurt for her greed and selfishness.
About it. In fact, I feel very confident about it. The only thing that I kind of have trepidation about is I do believe it will result in some behaviors cropping back up that I've not had to deal with in a while.
Right.
They're very challenging, exhausting behaviors.
Yeah, when you let the kids go back to such a much better life, and then they have to go back to the comparatively awful. I don't know. I don't want to grade it to, but it's just much, much worse, objectively. Yeah, they'll be reacting to that, and again, you'll blame me for it in order to try to make it happen less. Or if you could really have your way, stop it. Stop those contacts, because, well, I think we all know why at this point. It's so sad and heartbreaking for the children above all else that they have such a self-absorbed, materialistic, greedy woman that took over their former mother's body after Yarborough came on into the picture.
Takes 100% of me to get through it.
Yeah.
When I was working part-time at a coffee shop, it's not a mentally taxing job. I just would clock in and make coffee and clock out.
Right.
I had more capacity to handle those behaviors.
Right.
But now I'm working 8 to 5. I'm at a job that requires a lot of mental attention. It's very mentally involved. So when I get off work, I'm not going to be as capable as I
Yes.
was goofing off at a coffee shop.
Right, right.
So I have some trepidation about that. If behaviors crop up again that I have not had to deal with in several months start,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I know I'll get through it because I love
Because he's not going to stop manipulating.
No.
That's never going to stop.
And he did it so well that he doesn't even have to say anything
You gotta love that.
anymore. He doesn't.
Right.
They know what he wants.
Yeah.
He won't have to say anything negative about me anymore. He will just continue to lavish them.
Yes.
With love and attention, attentiveness, I'll be there for them instead of some stranger at a daycare or a public school. I'll actually dare to read the Bible with them. Woo! You're going to hear some sounds in the background as I roll through this. This is going, I've had to do this, as you probably assume at this point, over days. I had no idea what happens when you have she makes these drive-by precision strikes, all carefully coordinated to promote the narrative and one build on the other. So every time she says something like, and he drained the bank account, it takes her like 3 seconds to get it out there and do a little smirk. And that conveys a ton of wrong information. So then I have to spend 10 minutes or more telling that story, which utterly obliterates the drive-by she attempted to do with that quick comment. But that's all she does. And so I'm turning this 2-hour interview into a, 8 or 9 hour response. But that's how it goes. And so if you hear some weird stuff in the background while she's talking at this point, it's me eating some Pringles because I've moved past the first year of this whole situation. I cried more than I think I had in my entire life previously, including when I was a child, I think. I wept and had lost. I could not believe my wife had been transformed by this effing Presbyterian cretin into such a vicious, lying, manipulative witch. And then all the consequences. I mainly wept over the children after that, but a lot of weeping. And even now, occasionally it comes up. It does. It's only really with the children. Holly, in so many ways, is dead to me that way. I'm not trying. I don't need to go there. I pray for her sincerely, and God is God, and He can do any great thing way beyond anything I can imagine. But I'm past the point I've gone through the deepest levels of despair I can imagine, and then some. And so now, I'm saying all this just because as you hear me eat Pringles, don't think that I'm, I've moved to a point where this is kind of entertaining now in a dark comedic way. It's very interesting to me, but I am hungry and I'm calloused enough at this point that I can eat Pringles while listening to this nut, this child abusing, system obliterating grifter do her thing. So roll on.
And give those very subtle, nonverbal,
Right.
the things that he won't get in trouble for.
Right. Until they're older and they can truly make their own decisions and
Right.
I cannot wait for them to see this video and everything else that'll be available. The things he won't get in trouble for. Just, being there to hug my children, to love them, to be the parent they were used to having until you became a Yarborough cultist.
evaluate the situation and see him for what he really is.
And
you're right. That's not your job for that to tell them.
It's not my job, and I'm sure some of it's going to be painful.
Sure.
I'm sure as they're teenagers, we'll be dealing with all kinds of things.
Yes.
But I know that my job is to love them. My job is to not stunt.
What does that even mean to someone with this worldview? Seriously, she only really loves herself. It's all about her. She can do no wrong. She never has to repent for anything or even acknowledge anything worthy of considering repentance. It's all about her.
Their own ability to mature and grow by carrying my burden.
Right.
They have enough burden on their own.
Yeah.
So, that's something I think women in these situations need help knowing too. They need that encouragement.
Right.
Because it is so easy to want to because the other party's doing it.
Right.
They're doing it without just free reign. And so it feels very unfair.
Right.
Like, my kids don't know the story. They don't know you did XYZ. They don't know all this stuff.
What
so
you've
of
done
course they
and
love
continue.
you.
Yeah.
But no,
Yeah.
you've got to just show up and be their safe place.
That's tough. That is tough.
It can be exhausting. It can, but you know they're worth it. And you also know they didn't ask for any of
Right.
this.
But I think in the long run, they'll respect you more when they're old enough to really let it click of the things you did for them and didn't participate.
That's what
And the
I
same
hope
things,
to see.
yes.
And I'm sure maybe that click will happen for all of them at different times and different ages
Yep.
and different,
Depending on where they
you know,
are in their journey of life.
exactly.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
who knows what might happen, you know? So yeah, I'm not too worried about the reunification therapy.
Right.
The only concern is, do I have the capacity to once again manage behaviors that might crop up again?
Right.
But you know, that's just what I need to do.
Do the kids want to see him?
Yes.
Okay.
They don't talk about him too much.
Right.
But they still they know that he's made life at his home a candy land for
Right.
them. They
Right.
know that. You know, bought a pool, like a above ground pool.
$180 at Walmart. She brought this up in court too. She's desperate. Again, this is one of the cookie cut template pieces in the Yarborough School of Feminism playbook to rape the system. You make it about, well, they love their father so much just because he gives them a bunch of stuff. And so they always use the terms. It's like you're not even on. When they first brought it up in court, it was, he even put in a pool for them. And I'm the one who has to add these clarifiers like $180 at Walmart. And, you know, they're just, oh man, this is why 2-hour interviews with a liar like this requires, 6 or 7 hours of clarification while I eat Pringles.
With all the pool floats and
Right.
all the stuff.
Yes.
So, but I also know my kids do love me. And I know that even when there's behavior issues and challenges and stress and all kinds of things, the chaos, and
Right.
I still know they love me. So,
Well, you're their constant too. You show up, you're there.
You show up, you're there. These feminists, and again, it's kind of like Dr. Ehrig and their idea of what's normal. And going back to Holly's illustration of you're a fish in a fishbowl. They're so now swimming in secular feministic culture that shipping your kids off to public schools and daycare so you can go work for someone else instead of serving your family, putting your energies there. That's normal. And being there, quote unquote, you're there constant, is when you're literally not there most of the time. It's completely backwards, and you're mad because you view it as this candy land that daddy has prepared for his children because he's actually there. Can actually have breakfast, lunch, and dinner with his kids, can actually be there to see them throughout the days, every day, to engage with them, play games with them, do sports. All these, it's so completely on its head, and here she is, platformed. Look, you want to know what Reform Presbyterianism looks like in the eyes of this particular Presbyterian denomination. Oh, and others. I will be doing future videos on much to do with the Chelsea Monroe situation. Oh, man. It's amazing. I mean, Presbyterian Reform people, I don't know why, but they really are the mother lode of rank hypocrisy and culture destruction in the name of feminism.
And I've seen them. I don't ever try to pressure them to consider like me, just as in a I am another person. I know you're angry,
Right.
but you can't treat anyone this way. It really doesn't matter. I'm your mom. It's just
Right.
I'm another person,
Right.
and you shouldn't treat any other person this way.
Yes.
Like they need to know those things
For sure.
They need to know that they can.
They need to know you can't lie about child sexual abuse for money and to yank your children out of the home they love. They need to know that, and they will.
Manage their emotions in a way that did not harm others. Like children tend to just,
Right.
let it all out. And part of the
Yes.
growing up process is learning how to be responsible for your inner world
Right.
in a way that doesn't harm others. So yeah, they're figuring that out, and I want to help them figure that part out. But I know that they have everything they need to live successful lives. They do, because they're humans. They really...
The stats. She talked about stats. She's trying so desperately to sound intelligent and coherent. What she's done, what Tim Yarborough Presbyterian religion has done, is beyond dispute, presented a statistically catastrophic scenario for these children. I have to now work, and I'll dedicate my life to it, and I believe by the grace of God we can do anything in spite of this evil woman and her evil friends. But statistically, what she's done has taken a giant crap over the potential of these children. She just has, for selfish gains, a large part of which involve money. Money is someone's God in this scenario. But I think it's the second God. I think the first God for Holly is Holly.
It's a matter of going back and saying, I know what I need. I'm capable of knowing what I need.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
Right.
Even when I make mistakes, I'm capable of learning from them. And so I believe they have that. Because I think
if you can't acknowledge your mistakes as yours and not blame everyone else for everything and then repent, you got nothing.
Everybody does.
Right.
I truly believe that.
Yes.
I think everybody does.
I truly believe that. I think they just say these things. This is what dead religion produces. This is what totally hollow philosophy sounds like. It's just self-referential. If you agree, great. If you don't, it doesn't matter. What I believe is what I believe, and yada, yada.
Such an inspiration. Seriously, you've been through hell.
It's been hard.
Yeah. Yeah, but just the fact that you're able to put this out there for other people. There's so many other people in the same situation that you were in. So,
Sure.
like, if you were to, if they were listening.
There are so many people who right now are taking notes on how to play the game. And this is where the red pill movement is becoming... The bad parts of the red pill movement are thriving in the culture because they're reacting to these evil, family-destroying, money-worshipping women. That's what's going on here. There are a lot of those people. And until Presbyterians, in this case, really a bunch of specific Presbyterians, which I'll be naming by name, if they're not going to repent and own this and tackle it, they have great responsibility for the results. Personally, one by one, individual by individual, they're accountable. They're accountable. We're all accountable. Unlike this Holly mentality of once you just declare yourself absolved of all responsibility, you have no responsibility. No, it doesn't work that way. So all you Presbyterians and the others who support this kind of thing, man, you got a lot to answer for.
What would be something you would tell them? If they're in the thick of it, they're right where you were and feeling helpless and hopeless and beat down and everything you can think of. What advice do you think that you could give them to know they don't have to be there?
I would tell them two things. The first, really love yourself. Really take the
And there we go.
time to mend your wounds. It's worth it. And however...
Anything you have to do, no matter what you have to lie about or who you have to destroy or how you have to traumatize your children, it's all about you. You heal yourself.
You do that is valid. And take the time
Oh,
to
wait a
learn
minute.
how to
I
do
need to
that.
go back.
Be there.
I would tell them two things. The first, really love yourself. Really take the time to mend your wounds. It's worth it. And however you do that is valid.
That's
And
what
take the
wow.
Take the time to...
However you do that. I mean, I popped the top of a Coke there and I'm having a drink now and I'm listening to this and it gets more and more entertaining once you let yourself laugh at the dark comedy value. She just says it. Anything you do is valid. Anything. She means it, people. Presbyterian Christians, you people who claim to have some clue about who Jesus is, and much less you claim to love him and You're funding this. This is what you're supporting. You take children from actual Christians and feed them into this. You pay for it. You promote it. This is the worldview. Let's just let her continue.
Learn how to do that. We don't necessarily know what feeds our souls. Sometimes we have to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
And you are worth taking the time to figure that out. Freaking take care of yourself. And then the second thing I would tell them, of course, is just they're not alone, because there are so many. Like, I never want to see anyone go through what I went through. But there are so many who are, or who will, or are trying to recover. I mean,
I've witnessed this so many times now that I don't want to go into full-blown cavalier comic mode here with eating Pringles and drinking a Coke, watching this for dark comedic value. I mean, I'm so many hours into this, But I've watched her do the on-cue, specifically timed, waterworks, or looking like it's so Amber Heard. It's the Amber Heard thing again and again, because they know it's the emotional manipulation thing. All the lies, boy, you sprinkle on some tears in there, you win. Foolish, manipulated targets will just give you money. And as this video rolls, I become exponentially more and more convinced this is leading to a mega grift. This is, I think, what she's building herself to be, is some kind of little guru preaching to us all about what empathy looks like. And I think she's counting on it paying her very well. And look, after what she's experienced under Yarborough's guidance, there's a certain evil, pathetic sense to it.
statistics alone it's awful. Our society is in crisis.
Stats again. Remember, 2 out of 2 Monroe sisters, Holly and Chelsea both, will lie about the sexual abuse of children for financial gain. That's a stat. Anytime she brings up numbers or stats, that should be at the top of the list in everyone's mind.
It really is. We're in a... What is it? I have some of the statistics written down, but
Go ahead.
So many women. It's
because I don't think we think of it in this manner, that they're going through things like this, but statistics are real.
They are.
And that's just the ones that
They are totally real, as we've covered.
we know about.
All of the ones that aren't reported.
Yes.
So now we're talking about, I'm always curious about statistics on things that aren't reported. I'm not saying you can't come up with calculations, but this is like, what does that even mean exactly? My statistic, however, is precise and irrefutable. 2 out of 2 Monroe women in that family, the Monroe girls, Chelsea and Holly, they will lie about the sexual abuse of children for financial gain. And they will both have the assistance of Presbyterian Reformed wokesters. So that's the hard and fast stat I still think trumps everything else that's come out of her mouth.
310 out of 1,000 sex abuse cases are reported. 310 out of 1,000 are actually reported.
Wow.
So yeah, if there's one thing, it's like we need to help these women get their voices back,
Yes.
so that the reporting can happen.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first step.
What kind of based on what you've seen and who can they reach out to? Like, what are some of the things that they can do to help their situation, like you did? Like, you were able to get friends and the ministry helped. Like, what can they do?
The first thing they can do is get in alignment with themselves, because when you do that...
Right.
Get in alignment with themselves. Well, does this apply to like Charles Manson Amber Heard? I think Amber Heard, let's do a serious test. Let's not just be cute with this. It's such vapid bullshit that she's confidently throwing out there like it's it is a new gospel for her. So was Amber Heard aligned with herself? Was anything she did to get where she's wanting to go, was it valid? Who decides other than these individuals? And when they disagree, who's right? Well, we know the answer. Who's always wrong when there's disagreement? It's the man. It's the patriarchy. This is like, I'm having kind of some fun at this point.
Other things come into an alignment. So there are obviously domestic abuse ministries. I know there's one in Franklin, Bridges Center for Domestic Abuse. You can contact. They're going to be people who help you with supplies, diapers, just basic necessities.
Okay.
I think they have some emotional support groups of women that, the women and their children can meet. They can help you get in contact with attorneys with discounted rates for situations like this. There's hotlines. There's, I wish there were more, because really the one thing that the hardest thing to find support in is affording the legal process.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Wow. Tell me about it. The lies, man. And I do feel that mega grift coming. I think she's creating a role for her to fill. And for you, that will surely involve a bunch of gullible, foolish, culture-destroying people, many of whom I'm sure will claim to be serious Reformed Christians, to just shovel money in her direction. You just watch.
That's the hardest thing.
Mm-hmm.
I wish there was more support for that. And I want to make that happen. And I have some ideas on how to make that happen, because it's pretty amazing that so few abusers actually face jail time.
Yeah, people who lie about the sexual abuse of children for financial gain should be in jail. Absolutely. It's criminal that they're not. Holly and Chelsea.
The reason is because the victims are the ones burdened with the cost of justice, and they cannot afford it.
Yeah, I was the victim in this context, and I could not afford justice. I'm with you, girl. You go.
That's why abusers don't go to jail.
Right.
And so if there was a way to solve that problem,
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see a lot of women too, like me, for example. I'm recovering from all this stuff. So if I see someone else with a campaign or a fundraiser, there's not too much I can do financially to really help them fuel their legal fight.
Right.
And, court costs, expert witnesses, attorney fees, the costs are insane.
Right.
It's just insane.
Yes,
and depending on the, how long it takes, and depending on their particular abuser, if there's anything like mine, he's going to drag you back to court again and again and again and again. And you just have to have representation.
Yeah.
And so
Representation. You have to. Don't you know, girl? You have to have representation. And abusers get away because they can't afford, the abused can't afford representation. And I'm Holly, and I'm the sister of Chelsea, and here we are.
sometimes maybe you need to adjust and find an attorney that fits your needs more. And then you have, I retained this one. I haven't used up all my hours with this one, but it's not working, so I got to go retain another one,
Yeah.
So the costs are...
When you can literally shop for lawyers that way, it's such a luxury. I don't know what that feels like. I've never had that option, but when you're in the position of cult member, Yarborough cult member Holly, you can do those kinds of things.
I was very blessed with that. I've because of just the people I met along the way, that was able to happen, and I'm so thankful.
Right.
But not everyone is going to
Be
have
in that
the
position,
same,
yeah.
And so if there's a way to help women fund the legal process, we're going to see a whole lot more justice served.
Right.
And
I hear the two words, fund and justice. We know what this woman thinks of justice. We know that money next to herself is her God, and she'll sacrifice her children for money, and she'll certainly sacrifice justice for her to get. So we're nearing the end of the ramp, I think. And it has to come quick. I'm looking here. We only have, I think, 10 minutes left of the video, so I think we're getting to the the real goal of this whole production.
men are going to be a little more intimidated.
Right.
to commit the act in the first place.
Because consequences start happening for these abusers.
Oh, man. It's so rich.
Yes.
And
Or
they know right now.
the more we can help women fund the fight, and they can show up to every court date they need to do with the finances they need to get through while he's depleting his financial resources.
Right.
She's just saying it. I shouldn't interrupt, but I think it's kind of, it's just amazing. The clarity with which they're telling you how they're going to destroy the culture. They're just broadcasting it. And this is what Reformed Presbyterians support. This is what they support. While they do their little liturgies and talk about the Westminster Confession, they take this massive of a diuretic dump on goodness and justice. This is what they're doing. I mean, but I'm really, it's weird to be enjoying this so much at this point. It's so clear. It's so clear. Thank you. Thank you so much, Beyond the Monsters and Monster Holly. I cannot thank you enough for this video.
Exhaust them, financially exhaust them. If they're going to drag your ass back to court, keep showing up and defend your cause. But you can't do that without financial resources.
I know.
So we really have to finance the fight against abuse. If there's one
I think I had a Freudian slip earlier a couple times when I would talk about this group as abuse advocates when they really market themselves as abuse survivor advocates or whatever. But they are abuse advocates. They are the abusers who are doing their abuse in the name of preventing abuse. I want to say it's brilliant. It's not brilliant. It's pathetic. But it's simplicity, and in this culture, it's just you're gonna suck up the money, man. You're gonna make a ton with that. Hopefully, until people fully realize what you are, that you are actually the abuser. Like Amber Heard at the end of the day, and now it looks like the same for Blake Lively, and Holly Buss is right in this mold. Like it's this image, this carefully crafted ball of lies. One day the light shines, and people, even the people who were into some of the more idiotic parts of your worldview, even they can't take your hypocrisy. And when people learn about her being falsely accusing people of child abuse to get her money, and that her sister did the same basic thing, and that she is actually the abuser of at least one of our children in a significant way, physical abuse, not some vaguely whatever thing. The gig will be up. And I'd like to think that would come quickly. Who knows? In this culture and with these Presbyterians, basically, until the Presbyterians are like the group to watch here. Because if they're still going to fund this, we have a long way to go, man. Because they're supposed to be reading their Bibles and giving a shit about what they read. And if they can see a video like this, learn things like this, and still keep on doing it, well, man, it might be a while. But either way, we need to stay in it for the long haul and win the day at the end for the patriarchy. Not the evil patriarchy, of course, the legit good one that these women hate so much.
practical thing to do, that's it.
Okay.
So, and
I think that's completely fair to say.
Yeah, and
it's
that's
just
a huge
true.
problem.
It's so true.
Fair.
It's a huge problem. I personally would love to utilize social media to make that happen, because even if I'm not able to, give financially to your cause,
right?
If I can support a social media campaign that is going to pay you for views,
yes,
that takes no effort from me.
Right.
I can hit
and so
repost.
many other
She does lie without effort. That's kind of true.
people can do the same.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because that is one of the beauties of social media.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the ass a lot of times. But there is good in it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What about there are so many women that have severe domestic violence physically, when they're scared and
like actual abuse. And this is, again, worth repeating, like the one of the most sickening aspects of what grifters and liars like Holly and Chelsea do. They use the banner of those it's like ripping the banner out of the hands of someone who's actually suffered the things that they have not. They've actually been abused. And they, as abusers, rip up that banner and use it, wave it around and say, here, no, give me money, give me money. It's disgusting. It is but it works until it doesn't.
The safe houses are those available?
I wish I had a better answer for this. I know that the ministry that helped me, their safe houses are maxed.
Oh, think about that. Now, I'm willing to assume, again, because I actually care deeply about the ninth commandment. I really do love Jesus. So I'll err on the side of grace and assume the best, that maybe most or potentially even all of those houses in this Yarborough ministry are being used to help legitimate abuse victims. Maybe. I have no doubt that he's helped some in the past, because you have to do that when you're running this grift and creating this new little personal cult. You have to do some legitimate good works as cover, if nothing else. But it's very reasonable to expect that as part of this business model, this false religion thing Yarborough has going on with this ministry, that he's doing and grooming more Hollies, destroying more families, destroying more men that he just targets. He just gets to target. He doesn't give a shit what Scripture says about anything. That's the operation. And so it's likely very reasonable to assume that there's just going to be more and more of this going on, and then it'll grow, it'll scale up. And it's a cancer. It is a cancer. And I don't know if we're stage 3 or 4 or moving past, but it's bad. And these effing Presbyterians need to get their heads out of their asses, stop pretending they actually are. They're a joke. They're a laughingstock. And they're mocking Christ in the most ridiculous ways while pretending to love him. You just stop. And I love a lot of these Presbyterians. I love them. You got to stop. You got to own this, repent, and stop this thing from continuing.
Okay.
I think Bridges might offer emergency short-term, but that's just short-term, and so often you need more.
Right.
A lot of times people aren't in a place to go to family.
Yes.
Because sometimes the family's not a safe place.
Yes.
A lot of people take it for granted that people have safe relatives to just go.
Right.
Well,
we had a ton of options with family around here. Just in our case, and this is again with the episodes where the Yarborough gang came and invaded the home to provoke. All kinds of family members and friends could have helped us in any number of ways. So she doesn't. Of course, she doesn't care what the truth is or how things fit together. It doesn't matter because she's been taught nothing matters but what she wants.
I have 5 kids to tag along with me. If there's a family in a house, maybe they're supportive of me. They're not going to have the space for me and 5. Mm-hmm. And
I have plenty of room for 5. I've worked very hard to survive somehow miraculously. I have that, and that's what you want to keep them from.
A lot of people, especially women leaving religious abusive situations, they're going to have a lot of kids.
Yeah.
It's part of the problem.
Right.
Like that's, so
maybe
funding,
even money and funding for like short-term rentals or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Funding really is. If you can use social media to fund your legal campaign, and if you're ever in a situation where you need to book an Airbnb, that's it.
Right.
Yeah, when you don't want to really cash out the 20 grand in silver you're lugging around, which is such a burden, and you don't really want to spend the $4,500 in cash that's just taking up so much space in your wallet. You want to have other options. You want to find ways of getting other people to foot the bill.
So really, people have got to fund the fight.
Right.
They do.
I don't think people know that it's not funded. That there's not, I don't think people are aware. I think educating people on that
people
is
say,
big
why
too.
didn't you speak?
Okay, I want to pause here for a minute because that suspicion I had all along, for those of you who, for some reason, have hung in this long and are hearing this, it seems to me that the way this enabling, incapable of critical thought host of the show, Beyond the Monsters, it seems like their off-camera conversations mapped a thing out where it really was always leading up to some sort of mega grift money. Here's a way to... it seems like now we're really getting there. Like the suspicions I had, because I know what Yarborough is, and I know what Holly has become under his wing or his whatever. It's interesting. So I thought it was I want to pause before they roll on, because we're close. We only have like 6 minutes or so left. But yeah, the grift is really about to culminate, I think.
Speak up.
Right. How? What am I going to do? Right?
Yeah, what am I going to do? I'm going to speak up. We're going to go to court, and I'm not going to afford the representation I need.
Yeah, that's me. I was the one. You had representation and money. Okay. Wow.
Right.
You know, or why isn't he in jail? Why didn't you pursue that?
Right.
Why didn't you take him to court?
The whole judgment. Yeah, right?
Dude,
yeah.
dollar sign.
Right. Right.
Like, that's the big blaring issue.
Yes.
Wow.
So, yeah. But if there's a way to turn the tide and to actually put some fear into these men.
Ooh, turn the tide and put some fear into these men. She's really even looking, as I look at her now, she gets, all right, I won't go there. I'm going to exercise that legendary self-control.
No, if you're going to do that, be prepared to pay for it.
Right. Sadly, too, we've been coming across quite a few, like, there's women that are abusers just like the men.
Absolutely.
Like,
Absolutely.
it's mind-blowing.
That's so real.
Yeah.
I do want to say that is very real. I kind of emphasize.
Yeah. Holly and Chelsea. Oh, man. This is awesome.
Is the fight for women or something like
Right.
that.
Well,
just because
that's what you went through and everything. Yeah.
Yes, because statistically it is overwhelming. The amount of like men who actually commit sexual assault is overwhelming. Like,
Right.
that's not
Yes.
to dismiss in any way that there are men who have suffered horribly.
Yes.
And they need the fight too.
Right.
They need funding too.
And I think for them, being a man and things like that happen to you, it's just thought of different. Like, they don't want to say anything because I'm a man, but someone didn't sexually abuse me.
Right.
Like,
This society
just the
really
stigma
does.
of everything.
It
Yeah.
really does silence people. It silences women, but then there's the whole like, well, I'm a man.
Right. Right.
A man. It's
Right.
like,
Right.
so you just, there's like this pressure not to
Yeah.
to admit.
So your trauma doesn't
vulnerability.
matter? It does.
It actually, it absolutely does.
Right.
So, and I a lot of men are harmed as children, and they don't feel safe to talk about it, and it just keeps internalizing until it spills out.
And like you've said a couple times too, that's just helping all the abusers. If people don't speak up and they don't worry about consequences.
Yeah.
Because most people don't say anything.
Yeah. Because it costs a lot to say something.
Yeah.
It does.
It does. I know your story is gonna be amazing for so many people though.
Oh, it is.
Because there's so many
Totally.
that they're just sitting there and being miserable and don't think there's a way out.
And they're alone.
Yeah.
I feel so blessed to have the friends I have. I feel so blessed to have had the representation that I had, to the safe house, just all of that's part of my story, and all of that I take no credit for. I don't know why it happened that way. I don't know why I was able to live rent-free for 2 years.
I think we know why. This is kind of turning into a Mystery Science 3000 kind of thing here. It's wow. The lies, the self-centeredness, the willingness to sacrifice your children and preach on the very virtues you obliterate, all under the wing. She claims, I don't even know how all this happened. Yeah, a very, very evil, false religious teacher came into your life and helped you make all this happen. Timothy Yarborough, your church, your denomination. One of the things I'm looking forward to at the Red Pill Christian site, we'll have links to, I downloaded a bunch of sermons from his church, and we're going to do sermon reviews in light of reality. I don't know when I'll be able to get to that. I really look forward to it though. I'm going to get into the emails with multiple members of this denomination and how they've handled this so far. I'm going to give them a few more minutes after this video is posted and this information is out there. But if they don't own up and fix some of this stuff, I've got to assume they are just as evil by association as this piece of crap they're platforming in this church. And so, yeah, I mean, there's so much here to work with.
Right.
With 5 kids.
Right.
That's insane. That's insane that happened. So, but if I can just, all of that played a role in me surviving.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm still alive and walking and breathing after that,
right,
I want to make sure others are too. Because like you said, there are so many.
Right.
So I want to try to figure out how to fund the fight, because
let's work on that. Even if we're getting attorneys to, discount rates, like you said, or just all the things. There's so many people.
Let's work on that. Well, let me tell you. Yeah. And I'm sure they will. And that was always the point of this, I think, or a major point at the end. And because I do think abusers should be confronted. I do think true justice should come. I do think Holly should suffer consequences for her incredibly evil, self-centered acts of abuse against her children, justice itself, and me. Yeah, I think all those things. And I think men and women, I am not. One of the things I'm definitely not of the red pill flavor that wants to turn anything into men versus women. Oh, no, not at all. But I think that everyone who loves the Lord and is being properly red-pilled as a result on many of these issues, like what these Presbyterians do, we got a lot to work on here. We got a lot of men and families to save and a lot of women to pressure into hopefully repenting and owning their crap, and all of us need to do that. Me, you, everybody listening. We all need to be about not assuming that we have everything we need inside to figure everything out, or that anything we want to do to heal ourselves, whatever that means, is valid. No, we need to submit to the lordship of King Jesus. Submit to the Lord. That evil word, submit to the man God Jesus. Oh, good night. How evil am I?
People that own businesses that need to donate every year, just to get rid of some of their money because for taxes or whatever it might be. And
get rid of your money in our direction so we can perpetuate this hell. I'm not sure that'll be their motto, but maybe it ought to be.
It's just such an important cause.
It is. Yeah.
You're going to get it out there. I have a feeling. Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
I got a feeling too. Definitely.
I'm still trying to establish a new life, and it's very exhausting. Working 40 hours a week and raising 5 kids. It is.
Got to get out there and tell your story.
You're not raising the kids. The state's raising the kids. Daycares are raising the kids. And you've abandoned Christianity and you've apostatized. And now these Presbyterians have helped you and encouraged you to do all these things. And now people like me, and hopefully if there are any good, legit Presbyterians out there, and I know there are, and other Christians, real ones, hopefully they will help people like me combat organizations like these.
Story more, write a book, girl, you can do it all. For sure. I don't know, I'm grateful that you came on. This was good.
Thank you. It's very special. It's part of healing. It's just, I've never done anything like this before. Nervous on how it's going to go.
Yeah.
Hey, I got to give it a shot.
Right. So, yeah. Well, and the fact that it's such an inspiration, that's a big deal. Well, we'll have to have you back in even 6 months or next year, how far you've come. Because I know you're going to. Thank
you so much. This was great. I love the podcast and what you're doing.
Yeah.
Me too.
Just raising more awareness.
Me
too.
Too.
Providing a safe place for people to come on and share their stories.
Just me too.
That's going to be messy and hard work. Because sharing your story can be messy and hard.
It is. Even for me, like I didn't fully do this right. I've told quite a few people for almost 2 years because of all my own stuff that I just wasn't ready. And I still haven't told my whole story or anything yet. That's why I'm so grateful for people like you that come on and they're here to help. You're here to tell your story. You're here for it to touch someone else that's going through the same thing. So we're all doing this together. Like this isn't just me.
And even if our traumas don't match, I mean, the death of someone you love, like your loved one, that's something I can't relate to.
Right.
I did lose my mom, but that's a different relationship.
Right.
It's, there's so many kinds of traumas that I don't have to have experienced what you did.
Right.
You don't have to experience what I did, but there's empathy.
But we
There's
have empathy. Yeah.
And some
Empathy. while doing all the things and all the abuses and all the lying, but it's empathy. And remember, for her, justice should be all about empathy. Empathy is the most important thing. And empathy in action for Holly, it's all self-centered and nobody can tell you otherwise. That's what they're setting us up for, justice-wise, people. So man up and let's get to it here.
sometimes maybe empathy just looks like holding a space for silence and tears.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it looks like cracking a dark joke.
Right.
Yeah.
This whole thing has been a 2-hour-long, awesome, dark joke. And I do thank you for it.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just
I'm all
a
for
little
that.
levity to a very dark and depressing situation.
Right.
Sometimes it's just not judging someone when they are vulnerable. That's huge.
Right.
So yeah, this podcast, I can see it's facilitating things like that, which have a huge impact.
Right.
So,
Oh yeah, huge.
We're all doing it together. Thank you for coming on today.
This was
I
a pleasure.
appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
You're
thank
very
you. So
welcome.
this was so good. Okay, we have finally made it. And for the 2 or 3 lunatics, if you're even that many who've made it this far, and for some reason you're still listening, I'm not going to take up much more time. There are a lot of updates to provide. There's a lot that's going to be attached to this Red Pill Christian idea, which is all aimed at equipping and encouraging men and women to push back in a biblical way against this evil force of feminism that is actively destroying the culture. So I'll just say, look for updates and contact information and ways to help, and many more resources to come, many of which were described here in this review. But please go to redpillchristian.com. Right now, since I wasn't originally planning to launch the site at all, even in its embryonic form until the end of February, all that's going to be there till the end of February is probably a link to this one video. I have to work the equivalent of 2 jobs to fund life just enough to survive and hopefully get to the point where my children, who you've heard so much about, will actually be able to enjoy this home that I'm struggling to keep for us so that they can have what this feminist evil has ripped away from them. And there are many other men, mostly men, it's not all men, but there are many men in similar situations. Now I want to do everything I can in practical ways to help. One of the practical things, and I'm not going to make a long list here, I'm wanting to wrap this video up, but one that I think is important and valuable and worthy of exploration and support is a legislative agenda, a serious legislative agenda. I don't say that just to like off the cuff, like, oh, maybe I'll do this. No, I've worked in the Tennessee General Assembly for many, many years. I was a research analyst there. I've been a lobbyist there. I think that I have a list of agenda items. The one I'll share here to give you a sense of what I'm thinking, and I'll get into this more at redpillchristian.com as things go on. I would love to see, if we're going to have a sexual abuser registry, and the idea I love, I'm not sure I want the state normally doing these things, but setting all that aside and dealing with reality as it is, there damn well needs to be a registry of people who have falsely accused others of sexual abuse for money and legal advantage. That has to happen. I would like to see it named after a certain pair of sisters if possible. Now, that's not necessary, but that's the kind of legislative item that I think is legitimate in every way and is achievable. That's the kind of thing we need to do. Enough is enough. This bullshit has to stop, whether or not it's funded by Presbyterian Reformed phony Christians. Now, I've ragged on my Presbyterian brothers and sisters a lot. Let me be clear. There are many, many, many true Christians who've just been duped that are Reformed Presbyterians. And all I'm hoping is that they'll wake up by the grace of God, feel convicted of their sin, repent like we all have to do. We're all there. We're works in progress or we're works in regress. Feminism is going to regress us into the chaos and ultimately oblivion. Christianity, true Christ-centered life, the Great Commission, will give us true progress. In all of these terms, progress itself has been co-opted.
red pill. These are all terms and concepts that we need to grab in accordance with the Great Commission and in honor of King Jesus. We need to make them his as best we can. We will all do that in flawed ways. We will all make mistakes along the way. We're going to have a lot of very different opinions as to what that means, but we need to agree on Jesus as the goal, as he's defined himself in his word. That's where we need to start. So that's the big idea here. Please reach out to me through redpillchristian.com. Thank you to the 0 to 1 people who are still listening at this point. I really appreciate it.